I'm gonna try a get rich quick scheme method for YouTube streaming, which is apparently YouTube wants and will actively, with all of its gusto, might, and breath, promote any streams that are in vertical view, which is the most hideous, disgusting fucking thing. However,
does YouTube have vertical streaming?
It has vertical streaming, which is new, which is why it wants you to do that, because it's new. However, like I said, it is quite ugly. It obviously there's not enough room in a vertical landscape to do much of anything. So you have to be creative. And so I did research by looking at the top 50 gaming live streams in vertical on YouTube that are getting like over 1,000 views.
Those words shouldn't be in a sentence together.
They should not. And so my takeaway was what I'm about to do now, which is I've created a layout that focuses on all of the consistent details that I notice seems to be prevalent in all of these streams in the same, not exact same manner, but in a more visually, aesthetically pleasing manner. Because, oh boy, no one seems to be taking vertical streaming with elegance. It's very much just a lot of tape and glue. So I'm going to try and make a little bit more of a nice, fancy looking view.
That sounds interesting. I'd be curious to see what you come up with, because there's definitely things like, having made some shorts, I usually, if a short relates to one of my videos, I usually don't just use footage from my video, or sometimes I'll try to avoid using footage from my video to like recapture stuff so that it looks less shitty in vertical. But
interesting.
Still, you can edit around that stuff for edited content more. Like a stream, I don't know what kind of game space you would capture to make that even like legible. So, that seems much more difficult.
Yeah, the way that the solution I found. God, how big is this?
Please come back to the microphone. I'm begging you.
Sorry. Okay. So the way that I set this up is that I fit the box for Satisfactory, right? When you open up your inventory screen, or you look at a machine to check its output or whatever, that screen is perfectly centered on the vertical, so that you can always see every part of that. Okay. And then to compensate for the parts you cannot see, which are important to the game at all, I have the health in a separate display capture window, just cropped,
so you can pull it back, cropped back in.
Yes,
yeah,
correct. So I can crop it back in, and then the next thing I'll do, or the next thing I have, is the what are we working on? So the top or the bottom left corner and the top right corner are both cropped and zoomed in, so that way people can see our current objective, my health, and then the game in front of them.
Interesting.
And then below that, because the way that YouTube designed their interface is that chat just takes up the entire bottom 25% of the screen. So, and you can't control it. It's just natively part of the app, right? Like, it's the description area that you would normally see if in a short. Like, that whole part is just consumed by a chat that you have to, like, manually try and hide.
World's open.
So that is where... Perfect. So that is where I put my... that's where I put my Fugi and everyone else's stuff. So that way it, if it gets blocked off, who cares? It's just that stuff's fine. So
I should ask, though, the most cursed aspect of this, I guess. Does this have any chance of influencing your actual moment-to-moment play style? Like, will you pan the camera more slowly? Like, are you going to be self-conscious about stuff like that? If you, like... Or are you just, are you just putting 100% into the interface and we'll just say F it the rest of the way?
That's what I hate about shorts. That literally every single step of the process is built entirely around playing on 16:9 and recording on 16:9, and then you're like, okay, time to just force it into a format that I wasn't playing in and it wasn't recorded in, and no one would want to watch this in, but they're just making this be the only version this can be. Makes me sad.
Yeah. I didn't really think about it too much, but now that you mention that, it's going to be, oh my god. Now it's going to be very funny to see how that works. Hello, I can see your massive industry.
I did some crimes.
Crimes?
That's a very polite way to put it.
Yeah, so where are you? There you are. Greetings, welcome back to our world. It's been a week because we actually had other stuff to do this week, so we didn't actually get to fucking play 3 or 4 times a week like we have in the past.
It's true.
You had other stuff to do. I didn't.
I wanted to fix
but he didn't invite
your plastic situation.
Oh, okay.
So much like the screw waterfall, I did another riff on falling blue, but it's just a fucking massive supply of plastic.
Oh.
So I just off in that direction, above that cliff, there's just an entire area that has a frackable source of crude oil, and I just scaled it up to 100% maximum possible processing of oil into exclusively plastic. And it's just brought along that flat structure that looks old brutalist and shit by just a train that goes in a straight line from there to here over and over again. And
that's all it's doing. It's just plastic.
Yes. All of these separate conveyors are me just splitting the 2 outputs of plastic into that many conveyors so that it visually goes down a cliff as a waterfall, then merges back into 2 conveyors at the bottom. And it's already wired into the under part of your base where the plastic basically starts, so that it goes to all the plastic places that plastic goes to.
That's a sentence. Okay.
So you should have a fuck ton of plastic going everywhere you've ever wanted plastic to go in your base, which I think should hopefully mean you can scale computers. But when I looked at your computers after that system was set up, I then thought, it seems like it's not going fast enough, and it seems like, of all things, the thing it might be struggling with is like wires and stuff, or cables. So I then went to another place that has copper over there in the distance and processed the entirety of it into, once again, wires, coppers, and plastic and copper sheets, and put those onto a 3 freight car train over there that comes all the way over here. And you can see currently I'm building a sky bridge from that train station towards where the copper is currently being processed in your base to offload even more of that by plugging it into whatever it's plugged into. But I haven't made it that far yet, so it's just right above your base.
Oh my god.
So you could do that if you want. It's just send that stuff anywhere it could be useful.
Oh my god, that is so much.
There's a lot coming in.
Oh, there's that train. Okay.
Yes, there's 2 trains here. So that'll be fun.
Oh my god.
There's 2 more trains because
what the fuck is this bridge?
Every time I cause a distant thing, I just add a train, and every time I do the train does one thing, and so I make a new train for every new thing. Which bridge?
The bridge that's from the mountains. Very.
The one that's like the one the one that's actually ornamental. Like I put some work into it.
Yeah.
Yeah, I made it because it was just sticking straight out hovering, so I then gave it this like underside of walls and foundations slanting at the 2x4 angle, I think, and then had a cut into it, and then the cut is painted chrome, and so there's like a
interesting.
It's like I did some style a little bit here. There's some stylizing.
So much stylizing. Okay.
So that's a lot more of the things that we were currently behind on. The local train station is called Plastic Overfloweth. The source train station is called Macroplastics.
Oh, okay. And sounds dangerous.
Yeah, don't swallow.
Yeah.
Don't let them near your balls.
Okay.
Can I even see what the other one's called? I don't remember if I named the other one. It's really hard to it's hard to highlight these.
There we go. Okay.
Oh, and I didn't name I didn't name either of the copper base trains. I need to come up with copper names for the copper trains. Chat, help. Come up with funny things. Bonus points if it's like a really clever reference to come. Was that also my train? Oh, yeah, that was my other train that was much worse. See, at least my trains go straight now, unlike the horror one that I sent to the Red Desert that goes wibble wobble every single step of the way. Like it's trying to actively make you sick.
How do I know if...
Anyway, that was my contribution.
Well, I'm excited to see...
Please come back to the microphone.
I'm excited to see how this goes. Is it seriously that low? Okay.
It often is, where you just keep wandering off. Is the combination?
I'm like literally in front of it. I just turned to the left. That's crazy how.
Yeah, it gets quiet really quickly.
It's set up. Okay.
You also just mumble a lot in this game, so it's often like, okay, come on.
That's true. That's true.
For the benefit of me and the chat, we want to hear you over the mild ambience of the game.
Okay, and go. Let's see if this works. Everything might break.
Yeah, I'll fly over here and show chat the pop-up refinery.
All right, it's working.
The thing is that nowadays we've done there's a lot of stuff that we just done before, but we just need to do again, but so it's overall bigger by just making it again somewhere else. Yeah. So this is just me recreating steps I've created before.
Yeah, you're just redoing things that have already been done before, but now they're
stuff that originally took like 8 hours. Or more, multiple entire stream nights, was me setting up the fucking refinery for the first time.
Well, thank you for your service.
And now we have the benefit of everything being made with maximum scaling sometimes.
Yay! It would be nice to have all that plastic.
Because most of our stuff is already upgraded in the research thing, so when it comes to refineries in particular, I think we're just done and we can make maximum level stuff whenever we want. Unfortunately, when it comes to mines, we can't, because mines require... mines with 3 crystals in them that are pure can put out more ore than our conveyors can use. So, we can't actually build a maximum scaling thing that uses any ore until we unlock the final conveyors.
Oh.
I mean, you can technically do the math based on the output of the mine and build the whole base based on that, and then just ignore the fact that half of it's not working until the conveyors are invented to make the base work correctly. That technically future-proofs it in terms of having to build more.
Yeah, on some level, right? That's like that. It will have to be the way it works.
See, I forgot how many refineries there are here. Let's see. This thing has 1350.
What was I doing? Okay, I think I remember the weird thing I was doing.
So there should be 45 refineries processing this one source of oil. And just turning all of it exclusively into plastic. Okay. I did all of this while watching the fucking Nebula show, was it the Snitch, I think it was called. Or it's just the show with the Snitch, I don't remember if it's called the Snitch. It's the thing I linked to you, I was like, this is actually kind of fun. I like hidden role games, like they're kind of fun, like social deduction games, so I'm amused by the idea of a show where every single player was told that they're the saboteur.
Oh.
It's very funny. Because
that's a good concept.
They made it so that every single episode was built around a challenge. And so you do a challenge as a group, and how well you succeed determines how much money the group overall keeps. But how much they fail makes money continually go into like the snitch stash. So they're continually losing money over time. But there's plausible deniability as to whether or not people are losing because they're sabotaging or losing because you can genuinely fuck up the challenge and like you're trying to ride that line and like pretend that you're genuinely struggling with things and not just actively throwing. But it's but it's added. Well, you get the additional factor of like is that everyone's the snitch, so everyone's sabotaging, which means that there's like a bunch of tells that they're not catching because they all think they're the only saboteur, so they're not actually suspicious of each other necessarily. They're only suspicious of each other like nominally, like in terms of like they're like, well, there's a voting round every time where we vote out who we think the snitch is, so they need to be collecting ammo to use against other people to make their cases against them for why they're the snitch and accuse them, while thinking they themselves are the snitch and they're getting away with it every single episode they manage to survive. But it means that they're just not that on the ball catching each other's bullshit because they all think that they're the snitch and they're just trying to deflect blame on themselves and not catching the fact that everyone else is also sabotaging.
Oh. So it's just a nightmare.
There's a few moments where you can just see... in particular, there was one episode that was very funny where they were all actively throwing, but it was a really difficult looking thing. So they actually... there's like that plausible deniability where like they see the other people seemingly struggling with it, so they like, oh yeah, no, I'm struggling too, to like play along, but they just actually want us to, like, they're just taking the chance to like let the team fail, essentially, because they want the money. But it's the feedback loop of all of them doing it at the same time. They're all on the same page without knowing it, because they all think that they're the only snitch, and they think they're all riding on the coattails of the rest of the group fucking up. But they're actually just all intentionally throwing, and it became a feedback loop where like literally the entire filming crew was like actively like, what the fuck are we gonna do? They're never gonna finish this. Like they're like, we've reached the exact opposite of like whatever the like stoppable force, immovable object shit. Like,
that's very silly.
Great.
That was very entertaining. Also, I tried the jetpack. It fucking blows.
Okay.
Does it?
Okay. What did you put inside of it?
Turbo fuel.
Okay. Okay.
It's like that should be the best unless you have rocket fuel invented, basically.
Yeah, we don't have rocket fuel.
Because it's basically when I was making that big, when I was making my big fucked up train bridge over there, I just wanted to fly up to it because I fell off. I was like, oh, I want to fly back up there because it's a pain to get back up there. Because I didn't have a ladder or anything. I fell off the train platform before the surrounding infrastructure was in place, so you couldn't just hover up the electricity. You just can't go up there with a jetpack. And I'm like, that doesn't even seem that super high by this game's standards. So like, the jetpack just isn't that good for going up, really. And then almost anything that it would be good for, you could just solve more easily with other tools.
I knew my copious ladders weren't a waste.
So the jetpack just seems like garbage. Because like, if I can't get up there with a jetpack, then you're just fucked. Because you can have a giant supply of fuel, but every single individual fuel that it uses, you have to land again before it uses the next fuel. So it just runs out of fuel immediately without you going that high, and then you drop back to the ground again. Alright, chat, and here's the scaled copper base. That's a mess.
So 50... 50... Okay. One thing I'm down on is I need more cables. So I'm going to increase the production of cables to compensate for what I need. Oops, did I not? Okay. I can do that for any of these. Okay. There we go.
Nasir's Honest Railway? I don't think I understand that joke.
What? Are we telling jokes?
Just chat was suggesting names, but I don't think I understand their jokes.
I don't understand chat's jokes. They're too much, too esoteric. There we go. Production is up, and now we should have an unlimited supply of computers coming in as soon as the plastic finishes ramping up to the fourth one. Come on. Or not plastic, sorry, cables. Come on. Here it goes. Okay. So now... Yep, there it is. It's building
Just
up.
Flying in a straight line. How do I have power right now?
It doesn't go any... It goes directly up, right? Okay, good. How do you have power? Is that what you said?
No. Yeah. Do railways have power?
I guess on a technical level, sure, but I don't think you gain energy on the jetpack using it.
I mean, in a literal sense.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I think railways have power.
What? All the way? So you can just...
I'm currently just flying over my entire railway in jetpack mode, and it's clearly not near the base. And specifically, it's the fact that it's staying at a really consistent level. My energy is staying super consistent. I'm like... And I'm flying in a straight line over the railway, so that makes sense. Like, it seems to just be literally attaching to the rail. I wonder if maybe railways only have power once you connect both sides to power. And most of the time that I'm actually trying to fly by a railway, I haven't finished building it yet. I don't know if the rail itself transmits power. Maybe, I guess on some level, maybe it makes sense that it has power because it's an electric railway, so it's like the third rail.
Ah, okay.
The thing what kills you.
Is it not? Okay. Let me see. Oh.
Shibar in and Shibar out.
I really... Is it not work? Oh, wow. Okay.
2,
interesting.
3, 4, 5, 6. I don't actually know what my goal will be today. I don't even know what we're doing anymore. Fellas?
I think I'm gonna go back and start looking for ones I missed, even though I didn't complete like the map by any stretch. But at first I was like, it'd be more efficient to like go and just, you know, instead of coming over areas carefully. But I'm like, nah, I want to find the weird ones that are hard to find.
You have to know.
I have to know. So I'm actually going to make my way back to the hub.
Wait. How does that work?
Magic. Gumption. Spite. Murder.
Okay.
Would you like more answers?
No, that's okay. The YouTube stream for me isn't, it's in vertical, but it's not streaming vertically because we live in hell and there is no solution to fixing hell. That's just how it's supposed to be. How would this, okay.
Welcome to the sound of Andrew tinkering.
Pretty much.
Very quiet.
It is. I am baffled by. I'm baffled by the. There's so many times you can see clear examples of miscommunication in the execution of something so simple. Like it is incredibly simple to execute the concept of vertical streaming in YouTube. And the way you would do this is that inside of the creator dashboard on the web, like on the actual physical website, there would be, when you're setting up the live stream, an option to stream vertically, right? You would say,
it's
hey,
literally that simple.
It already gives you the option. Is this like, are you streaming generative AI content? Same thing. Just tell me, are you streaming vertical? Yes or no?
You've been streaming vertically, but it's been registering it as not vertical. Is that what's happening?
No, it is, but it's just not. It's not a short live stream. I don't know how to describe it because
it's not a short live stream.
No, that's the thing. Is it because it's not?
It's a live stream.
No, you have to. But there's two different ways you can stream on YouTube. You can stream like everyone on the human fucking planet does, which is through OBS to YouTube, or you can stream, which is only reserved for people with severe, and I can't stress this enough, they are risks to society. They are streaming directly through the YouTube app by clicking on the plus sign and going to live, which is just no one does that. That's not
right, that's a nightmare.
Maybe
why would you?
That is like the only person who's doing that are like 12-year-olds. And
I did see that recently. I opened my YouTube app for like the first time because people were telling me to do the rewind or whatever, and I was like, what the fuck is this plus sign? Oh my god, the YouTube app just lets you upload something directly, just from recording it. That's so cursed.
Yeah,
like that.
Which is weird because
effort.
It's not even inside of the YouTube channel app, which again you would assume would be where you would do something like that because that's how you manage your channel. Presumably the same way that I manage on the desktop, which I do through a specific interface that I can only access going on the web and then through my stream settings, and then I can live stream. So it's weird that the YouTube app has this functionality to stream through it when most people using the YouTube app are going to be viewing videos through it. If you want to manage your YouTube channel, you would normally do that through the YouTube Studio app, which is where you would assume streaming through YouTube would be located in as a feature. But like, no one's talking to each other. No one is just taking the moment to sit down and go, hey bud, this is fucked. Like, we cannot have 3 different ways to do one thing. And like, I'm literally looking how to do this on a third-party website because YouTube's help page just tells me how to watch streams vertically. It doesn't tell me how to stream them vertically, which is, again, this is your feature. It's your feature on your platform. Why isn't your documentation proving or explaining this for me as a content creator? Why would I want to, like, or should I need to go to a third party that is not YouTube or Google site to figure out how to use one of your own features?
Yeah.
Again,
I mean,
someone should probably say that. But it's like I can't. It's what's more annoying is I can't fault like an individual. It is just a cumulative shit failure of a management system. Like, there's clearly some kind of miscommunication or lack of communication that is just not being done. Or it's just really bad time management. Like, maybe you just have piss poor time management. You're like, okay, we barely got that live feature out management wanted. Now it's time to work on the next one. Don't even bother making the implementation smooth. Just, it's done, right? That's all they wanted, right? Like, it's weird. And so anyways, the problem I'm having is like, okay, well, I am a professional and I want to stream like a professional. How would I go about streaming like a professional if seemingly the only way I can do that is through an app that isn't professional?
No, I mean, I haven't tried streaming vertically, but again, I ran into that issue I ran in with the shorts the other week where it was like, we allow 3-minute shorts, and like, it was just a nightmare if it would post to my channel correctly. You know, it's kind of like, maybe in a week it'll get categorized as a short. I'm like, what do you mean? Like, well, once it has all the views, and then I have to figure out that it didn't convert correctly, and then I would have to delete it or not delete it. Like,
you have to like make it a short, which is supposed to be a quick thing, but you're supposed to make it post privately so you can sit there and wait and see if it ever turns into the thing you want it to be. Shorts in general were incorporated as strangely as possible because, like, they never just gave us a button for uploading shorts. Just in general, the entirety of a short as a concept, you just have to upload a vertical video that's shorter than a certain duration, and that's it.
Yeah, and they would have, again, so it's like Andrew was saying, like the way that you were limiting...
They auto-converted a lot of vertical videos into shorts, and you had no choice. Yes. And if you're making a living as somebody who uploaded these short vertical videos, all of your videos became shorts overnight, even though shorts weren't monetized.
Okay,
so you just couldn't monetize any of your videos.
Yeah, the rollout has been just like an utter disaster.
They could not have been more annoying
sorry,
about it.
So I think I I'm going to try and see. I think I might have found the problem, but we'll find out in just a second. So I'm going to end this stream, because I have to, because I'm not allowed to maintain this stuff, because otherwise YouTube gets upsetty.
It's what I did for one of the Professor Layton games. That's not what we're talking about.
No. This is a completely different beast.
I uploaded a series in vertical format, but those weren't shorts, and there was also not streaming shorts or any of these other special things. It was just the fact that if you upload videos in most resolutions and aspect ratios, YouTube usually displays them in that way correctly. So yeah, I did an entire series of Professor Layton where I uploaded the entire, because I was recording them on an emulated phone. So I then uploaded them as vertical videos. But that's different.
Okay.
Because I figured instead of trying to edit this into a 16:9 screen like people do, I'll just make it vertical, and then if people happen to be watching this on their phone, it'll actually be shaped like a phone, which would be, and so they just get the intended experience, and everyone else gets to awkwardly look at a vertical video, because, I don't know, man, the video's vertical. It was originally a DS game, so, like, Layton is, like, natively vertical. But I played Layton 2 this year, and for some reason, the second Layton game just doesn't seem to be... Actually, I forget what happened. It either wasn't on any platform, or the platforms that I used to record the first game just don't work anymore, or something. So I had to give up, and I had to give up and emulate the DS version of Layton 2, and so I did an awkward picture-in-picture thing and just gave up on that idea. Yep. So Andrew has crashed.
No.
Is he gone? Oh, he stopped talking. He just went, "Oh no!" and then stopped talking. That was a very Milo no moment.
Yeah. Did he? Oh, maybe he died in the video game, but it caused him to die in real life.
Yeah.
It's like a curse. He got cursed. But
it's always going to happen this way. All right, so I want to work on the Phase 4 things, but I don't know what they're fucking called. Let's see. I also don't really know where most of the stuff is that I need. Adaptive control unit.
Okay.
Computers.
Let's see if that works.
Oh, here, Andrew.
Okay, you can hear me again. Good.
You broke everything for a bit?
No, the cat laid on the power button for the computer.
It was a Milo no moment.
Yeah.
I had to do
I was like, that was such a Milo no moment.
I had to do a very, very quick emergency eject from shutting down. Like, Windows just took all the screens and was like, all right, I'm going to shut down now. I was like, wait, I'm streaming, though. Goodbye. It was like, oh, yeah, you're streaming. Do you want to cancel the stream? I was like, no. It was like, okay. All right, is that still up? I can't tell. This is definitely broken. I can tell that's broken. I'm going to... Oh. Can I... Okay. No? Is that still broken? Interesting. I hate that. Not a fan.
I'll make it your job, because I don't want to deal with this.
Cool. Do it.
You should... Just saying, you should probably scale computers, because I think we have the stuff to scale computers, and we probably need more than 4 machines making them. But...
Okay.
Scaling your bases is complicated because it's all like it's threaded through the architecture everywhere.
Yeah,
it's not it's not an exposed circuit board like all of my bases are.
Yeah.
All right, so cooling system, fused modular frames, turbo motors, and modular engines. Are any of those being made in your base?
There it goes. Okay.
I'm trying to remember what any of these are. I'm definitely making cooling systems and fused modular frames, but I don't remember if I'm making turbo motors and modular engines there. Or anywhere?
It's a good question. Hold on. I think I am making...
What is this hut? Wait.
What is what?
Oh, you just made a little blue hut for the concept of uploading screws.
Oh yeah, that's just where the screws go.
Just a funny little hut. Oh, because the screw uploader used to be in your previous iron base.
Correct.
Which I think is just gone altogether, basically at this point.
Correct.
Things got pretty thoroughly torn up since then.
Yeah,
it'd actually be pretty wild to go back and think of how this base used to look and try to even map any of it onto it where things are now. Because the only thing that stayed still is the hub.
That's true.
Got Andrew's little yurt. I almost passed up a chance to use my gay tunnel. Thump. That's what gay tunnels sound like.
Oh, I've been doing it wrong. Okay. Crash.
Gotta get a good seal.
Pick up.
All right, wish me luck, chat, at trying to figure out where the fuck this machine is even made. Okay. My base is so stupid. God, remember, chat, when this fucking aluminum situation was the distant wall of my base? Now there's all this shit past it. It's my base just keeps expanding. Just with a new, like, exposed circuit board of factory doing the next thing, just further in the direction towards the coast, to the point where, like, it's like, it looks like a fucked up Cerberus that just kept sprouting heads from random parts of its body in further directions, just like a tree. It's just this fucked up shit, like, formless mass. Alright, so there's cooling systems. We want those.
Okay. There we go. I am back. That was terrifying. All right, so this is at 200 already. Great.
Oh, you
so that means, yeah, now I can expand outward easily.
Turbo motor, fuse motor.
Okay,
okay, 3 of them are here.
To do that. Okay.
Okay, that's a good sign. So for a thermal rocket propulsion thing, the turbo motor, cooling engine, and fuse modular frame are all right next to each other. I don't know if we have modular engines made anywhere.
Modular engines. We probably do not.
Oh, this was last tier's phase objective.
Oh.
So the question is, if we're still making it anywhere, or if we tore it up.
If it's in your base, because it has to have been your base. I wasn't making it here. I was making the orb, the round little ball thing. The orb.
I come over here and get the orb.
Making the orby.
Can I interest you in an orb?
Immediate responses don't like vertical. Okay, well. I'm more interested to see what the interested to see the metrics on it.
Why would anyone want vertical at Satisfactory?
Yeah. Well, the thing is it's not just that. It's just this isn't the kind of content that works well vertically anyways. Is like that's the main annoyance is that yeah, is that like I'll be honest with you, there's almost like no thing I can tell you would be good for vertical streaming.
Your face.
No, I don't want to see your face in
for.
landscape. That doesn't mean it's good for it. I mean, it just
what
means
people would watch.
It'd be like vertical-oriented arcade games, which is like a little. You'd be pretty limited in what you can play there.
You can play Gallagher. You can play Ikaruga.
Did you say Gallagher?
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah, I was like, I don't know if that's actually how it's called, but I'll support the enthusiasm.
Gallagher and Zelda.
Did I ever talk about the time I saw Gallagher live? It was horrible. So, oh my God.
I like this.
Miserable. I wanted to die.
It was so funny. So if anyone in the audience doesn't know who Gallagher is, he was a guy who was famous in the like 80s and 90s for like being a comedian who would eventually bring out a sledgehammer and like smash watermelons and stuff like that.
That's literally all I know about him is watermelons.
Yeah,
right. So that's the gimmick.
Does he do other things?
Yeah, I don't know. Be racist and weird.
Oh, okay. Well, I meant more on stage. Like, was there...
That does well on Netflix these days.
Yeah, like so. No. He was ahead of his time and it's like
being racist.
He should have had that pivot now because he's like a proto.
Yeah, he could have ran for president.
That whole
like.
So, some friends, like, I guess this is a little after we were just graduated high school.
If Kramer was racist now, he would have just been like immediately on Netflix.
Right. Yeah. That's the sort of vibe. Like the Gallagher was a little too early for this latest wave of characters, but like,
oh, Gallagher.
It's the right mindset because
very forward thinking at being racist.
Yeah. So to back up, the only reason we went is a friend group won a bunch of tickets on some like radio game show. They themselves got to go. I didn't get to go with them, but they fired a fruit cannon somewhere. And even that was apparently kind of funny because like they were starting to aim it at things they weren't supposed to, and it was just like,
oh,
yeah. Anyway,
your friends won the cannon?
Yeah, they won something with firing a cannon somewhere. I don't know.
Okay.
But yeah, so that got us all tickets to go see Gallagher, and it was just so like, there were moments of ranting that just didn't have punchlines. Like I think he literally said at one point, like, it was like, Iraqis, why should we feel bad for them? And then there wasn't a joke.
Okay. Yeah. A little ahead of his time for sure.
Yeah.
Like he would be a hit now. That's crazy.
And like, part of
I was gonna say, like, depending on when this was, he was not ahead of his time. That was literally just like an entire that was just Jeff Dunham and so on, entire genre of
but this was
comedy was just people during the Iraq War being like, fuck those guys, right?
This was more mask off grumpy though than even his whole shtick like pivoted into having this sort of aggrieved like kids these days kind of thing, like people don't know what the loop for on a pair of jeans is for or whatever, and it's just like, okay, man. Like he's okay.
Complaining about people sagging, is that what he's doing?
He's getting...
It was well, he would probably do that too, but
yeah, I think he's like doing that annoying thing where like someone goes, did you know that this is what the actual reason for this thing is? And then being indignant that you don't know that thing, and you're like, man, I don't give a shit. Like I don't use the loop-de-loop on my pants like that.
It was definitely complaints and like the whole like.
Is it not just the belt loop?
No, the one that would hang on the sides of like carpenter pants, because it's like you can hang tools from them. Yeah,
because you could hang a hammer from it. It's when men used to work. Remember? Not anymore. Men don't work anymore. They just yeah.
Strong men create good times create weak men. That'll
yeah, so the whole thing was just awkward and weird, and
God, I wish I could be susceptible to that. God, it must be like crazy to just like hear that shit and go like, yeah, that guy's saying something.
With Tyler Durden fandom.
What he said really speaks to me, even though it was a bunch of just chaotic nonsense.
Yeah, that's, God, man, it must be nice.
So
there is that envy. Like, I wish I could be susceptible to propaganda, because it must be like on some level you must think like, oh, this is nice, everything's going. Yeah, because like everyone just believes it's going great, and I'm kind of mad that I'm the only one who knows it's not. Like, I'm really upset that I feel like I'm the only one who doesn't know. Like you just. There's obviously it feels like you're the one in a weird bubble when everyone else is just like, no, everything is bad right now. It's going to be better soon. And you're like, no, I think you guys are wrong, right?
This has happened to everybody now. We're just like, I don't understand. Am I the only human? Everyone else is insane.
Forgotten reality. It's either way, I would love to have seen that show. I can't imagine the time capsule.
Yeah. This would have been like 2005, I think.
Oh, peak Islamophobia. Like, that's crazy.
That's
I can't imagine.
We hate the Dixie Chicks era.
Yes. Yeah, oh man, it is so weird to have lived through that, and seeing times now
being
and
scolded
like,
for not standing for the national anthem in
oh my god,
school.
Yeah. I got some shit for that in high school.
The stuff that's like going to become genuinely a threat to people now is like crazy that I got to live through it during a time where like the most someone would do is like, this is an insult and I'm going to call your parents. And I'm like, oh, okay. Like,
they are.
Man, my mom's going to be so mad I didn't stand for the pledge. Like, you got me there. Because you can't like suspend a kid for that.
Right.
You can't punish somebody for not doing that. It's like freedom of speech, but it's very.
Yeah, it's like a faux pas, or like it was at the time.
Yeah.
Hopefully people care less now, because it's just fucking weird.
Yeah, not standing for the flag is like wearing white after Labor Day. Like, no one's gonna come to your house and shoot your dog. But like, it's not like that anymore, and it's very fun to see. Like, oh, I thought like the Bush era was insane. I thought people living in this era were like genuinely so like psychopaths, and then it's like, no, we can get worse. Okay.
Mad.
Well, sure, but I'm saying like it's during the mid 2000s, like 2001 to 2010.
That's the entire. That's like most of the Kaepernick controversy is people being mad that somebody doesn't do what they want during the pledge.
No, that's because a black man kneel. Don't make it like anybody. It's very.
I had the experience of being at a fucking family Christmas where one of the white elephant gifts was Colin Kaepernick jersey, and everyone, like, that was a joke everyone got because everyone hated Kaepernick so much, and I'm like, this is bizarre. This is bizarre to be in this room of people that are this mad about this.
God, that sucks. That's
genuinely weird.
The next year,
Kaepernick was doing pretty good.
The next year, they immediately had a box. The next year, they immediately had a "Honey, It's Cold Outside" pillow, because that was the latest controversy that conservatives cared about, is that they're censoring "Baby, It's Cold Outside" because someone on one college campus asked them not to play it on that specific radio station because they thought it sounded kind of rapey.
I mean, it is kind of rapey.
The entire country of exclusively conservatives got fired up over that, and no one else on the planet knew what the fuck they were talking about. But I got to know because my family had a fucking "Baby, It's Cold Outside" throw pillow. All of a sudden, I'm like, what's happening? I've never even heard this song before. This supposed controversy.
What is that? Like,
it is not one of the Christmas songs. No one cares about that song.
It must be wild to live with that mindset, to like hear things.
Their world
like
is just
that,
so small.
It's so
it's no wonder it's so easy to make them like, oh, now this year you're mad at the word non-binary, and like it's that easy because they have nothing else in their lives. They just get sicked on the next thing every single time. You're like, what the fuck's happening?
It's easy to rile people up with anger, and if you keep them in the dark as to, like, the actual problems in their life, you can keep them distracted by being mad at. I've heard family rally against the word non-binary, while also, when I press them, not being able to in any way express what non-binary is.
Yeah,
even an accurate version of what they're supposed to be afraid of about it. Like, not even that, let alone what it actually is. They just fundamentally don't even know what they're mad about or making fun of. They just heard a word and they're that shallow in their engagement with it. And you're like, oh, cool. I love that this is how all of our world is like. All of our world is determined by this level of awareness of things.
Yeah, it is just, again, it's fascinating. How do you, like, I wake up with what feels like the weight of a generational amount of mistakes. Like, I think about, man, I'm not only am I fucked, I have, like, my failure to action, my failure to stop everything has, like, destroyed 2 further generations of people. Like, I will get to live in the history books as being the inadequate generation, the generation that didn't want to stand up to their parents. And, like, that sucks, man. What a weight to live with. And then I look at my parents and they're like, isn't it cool the world's gonna end? I'm like, don't fucking get it. Like, you're not concerned? You leave nothing to your kids. You have taken it all from them. And you're just excited about it? What the fuck? Is this like, am I left out of the Pharaoh thing where, like, everyone gets to take their shitty generational wealth with them to hell? Like, what is going on? What did I miss something? Why are you excited, jubilee, about the life that you've, like, the generations you've ruined and get to don't get to witness technically the destruction of? It's like, what the fuck are these people living? Because it's nice. I wish I could just be that sociopathic. I wish I could just only care about a thing that doesn't exist. Like, my entire life is ruined because a fake thing isn't
I was so
real.
unprepared for that extremely freestyle use of the extremely freestyle approach to using the word jubilee.
It's just
I kind of like stayed there in that sentence because I just had to like dwell on like what did I just say.
But it's just like I feel bad, right? I feel bad that I get to, you know, every day on the news it's like, you know, it's over, you're cooked, and I'm like, damn, I wish I did something more. I guess that's really awful, but other people just take it as like yeah, that's the Democrats' fault. I'm like, huh? What do you mean? Like, what? You're not saying that. You're not real about this, right? It's a lot of the Brexit
energy where the people that are actively making the world worse see it as a victory and don't know the cause and effect of like the basic actions they've taken, and then they just get to find out, but then they don't understand the actual like cause and effect there. So then when they do when they do fuck around and find out, they just don't actually find out. They never figure out that that's what happened.
Well, they do, because they're living in it right now. Like right now, the decisions that culminated into the worst possible outcome are people living in their fuck around and find out phase. And their solution to it is to fuck around again. Guys, I cannot stress this enough. All you've done is fuck around. Like, do you know how to learn? Like, is it okay to make the presumption that as a whole, generationally, you guys are stupid? Like, just right off the whole generation. You're cooked. That lead that was in the gas in the air that you breathed for fucking 40 years just took it all. There's nothing left of you. And that's okay. We have nice care facilities we can put you into, and we can just not see you again. Hopefully. Maybe in a bag of chips. I'm looking forward to it. But, like, I don't think it's...
Chips. What?
Soylent Green. We need food, and we need less misinformation in the world. And I know of one solution to take care of both.
Can't follow.
No, I'm just saying it's crazy to watch that kind of mentality when you're there witnessing the side effects of those mistakes or those actions, and just growing up hearing constantly about how, you know, like, oh, like taxes are too high, and you go, okay, let me investigate that. How come taxes are high? And then you look at it and you go, is there a reason you've privatized every single thing in your life? Was that like a choice that you thought was going to make things cheaper? Did you think that there was an end game here where this was going to like somehow make the cost of living lower? Or are you like gaslighting yourself for fun? I can't tell if this is serious or not. Are these people serious when they say things like Trump's going to make the economy better? Are they serious, or are they just repeating something they heard on television uncritically?
It's all of the above.
Because like they can't be
from
serious.
Person to person. Some people are serious and they're true believers, and they're actually just genuinely that misinformed and don't know anything about how anything works.
But then why don't they want to know? Why are they so confident that they know of something, but that they can't prove what they're saying? Like he said, hey, why are we upset about the non-binary? And they can't like articulate anything. So you go, so what makes you? It's that thing of like when you're trying to teach someone who's a robot that they're a robot, and it's like, okay, now let's go through the steps. Why would you think you're human? And it's like, well, I talk. Okay, so you don't think robots can talk? You know, like you're trying to walk through it with them like they're a 2-year-old, and you can see that the lights never turn on. There's no bulb plugged in. Like you can't, no matter what you say, no matter how many times you flip the switch, there isn't a bulb to turn on. So like, how do you convince an empty head to have thoughts? Is there a way to stimulate intellect, or are we just doomed with like the anchor of lead poisoning? Like, is there a solution here? Because it feels like there isn't, and I would just like someone to admit it openly so I can stop feeling like I'm crazy. Because, like, again, I can't keep waking up every day and people just tell me that the world I see isn't real? Like, you can't gaslight me. Like, I have eyes, and I also grew up here. Like, I'm not new to America. You can't tell me this is how it's always been. I was here before. So, like, again, it's that weird of like, I'm not like susceptible to propaganda because I think and I critically see the world. So, but how do you Chinese room occultists that they're in a cult? Like, how do you deprogram that? Or how do you even make the first step, I guess, which is admitting you have a problem? How do you even get to stage 1 if like we can't agree on reality? How do you, like, I don't want to just say you give up, but it seems awfully hard to convince myself that there is a solution. And that's both disheartening, but also frustrating from like an intellectual standpoint. Like, what do you mean they can't process reality? Like, how can they not do that? Because I can't even turn my brain off to go to bed at night. How the fuck are these guys just doing that? Like, they don't see the world? They don't. Yeah, I don't know. What is it like? Is it like, are they just imagining? Is it like that thing from The Boys where the guy just sees cartoon characters dancing around him? Are they just living in like a Looney Tune dimension and only they know about it?
I mean, a lot of real answers are just kind of hopeless and disempowering, so it's often just feels better to be told that there's just a specific person that is, or a group of people that is just the source of the problem, and so if you just like deport them or make them not allowed to exist in some way, then that'll fix it somehow.
Well, I know how to fix it. I mean, it's a time thing. You just wait long enough, and the problem
I'm saying, like, that's why they they're as an entire political party, they're literally always rallying against gay people or trans people or Mexicans or so on.
Sure. I get
need
what
someone that they're told is just the outside force that is evil and causing everything.
Well, yeah, but again, how many times? How many times?
Was there more of the Gallagher story illusory?
Yeah, was there more of the Gallagher story?
I'm trying to remember.
So you saw him. You saw him in concert.
You just said he was racist, and that was basically the story.
Yeah.
Yeah,
so you saw
that was it. It was like there's a collective feeling of everyone like slinking into their chairs, being like, "Man, this sucks and is awkward," and like
the audience.
The audience reaction I think was kind of split. There were some people who were into it, but there were other people besides ourselves who were just kind of like looking around, being like, yeah. So I don't know. There wasn't like a big controversy that stemmed for it because apparently that's just like a normal performance for him. Like,
yeah, that's like, it's like a Jeff Dunham show. You're just like, you know what you're getting into. It's on the front of the box, right? You can't be shocked when you walk in.
Right.
Ooh, what a spicy set! I wasn't expecting.
But I think the slight difference there is there'd be a lot of people who wouldn't know that about him though, because like they only knew of him from being on TV.
For being a guy who apparently breaks watermelons, which is like,
that would
also
be wild.
Right. And like,
I would love that. Actually,
I don't think he started off that way. So that's the other element of it too. Is like, people would have like, oh, I saw him on TV like 10 years ago, or whatever. Like, I know who that is, and then they just go and they're like, oh, okay, that was weird.
Do you think people play a game of chicken? Like they do the thing where they go, okay, I'm gonna go to the Gallagher show. I want to see him crush a watermelon, and then he starts being a little racist, and you're like, okay, well, I mean, he's gonna break the watermelon eventually. So do I just kind of tough it out until he does it, or do I like leave now because this is genuinely just disgusting shit? Like, is there, are you playing that game of like, all right, it's been 30 minutes now. He's literally he's just saying he hates Iraqi people. Like, he's not even coming up with jokes anymore. Like, is he gonna crush the watermelon, or do I go home? Like, that's. Did he crush a watermelon at the show?
I feel like I've never heard of anything funny that Gallagher's ever done. I don't have a concept.
I mean, the watermelon thing is good.
I don't have any concept
it's
of what that he'd ever done.
I think there's funny stuff surrounding him. Like I think like he had a brother or stepbrother who tried performing with a name, and like so there were like legal disputes and shit like that, and like that's funny.
He has a twin brother with the same name.
Well, I mean the last name's just Gallagher. Yeah,
oh, okay. No, brother, it's my name.
First name.
Look. I'm not going to.
The same first name. And they're both names Gallagher,
and Luigi Gallagher.
Honestly, I would. That's base parenting. That's like seriously. You're just gonna get them mixed up anyways, right? Identical twins. Just name them the same shit, and then they never get mixed up. They're yeah, sure. They're both Gallagher. Why not? That's good. But that's funny. I can't imagine the legal disputes. Like, you can't use that name. I'm using it. It's like, brother, it's our name. We both share the same name.
I'm the English one. I'm English Gallagher.
Except for that person, yeah.
Everyone knows Mother likes me best. I was born in our home country. You were born in America. Like,
it's not even a real country, really.
I mean, not really. The king never acknowledged it.
I think he acknowledged it very loudly when he declared war on it.
Still a colony. Never applied for statehood through the crown. Like,
there's this sloop near the start of the game, sort of, that I thought I found the key for it finally, but now, like, if it's connected in here, like, does this actually exist, or is this like out of bounds?
Going in the tube. When you go into certain caves, you're a little uncertain whether or not it's real gameplay zone or surprise, like glitch territory, where like just insane broken shit's about to happen, and you're about to be in trouble for going this way.
Yeah, I can't tell if there's.
The fact that the first cave I explored had water on the ceiling was like, huh. It's not the best sign for 1.0.
Yeah. Is there, if you were stuck in a saw trap, and the saw trap was you had to listen to the set of a racist comedian, what is the comedian that you're most horrified to be trapped in the room with? Is there a particular like racist comedian that you're like, man,
where like
I
you
can't
choose
even,
the
like,
saw trap or something over the comedian?
No. As if like it would work on you. Like the saw trap.
I don't think there's anyone racist enough for me to use. I don't think there's anyone racist enough for me to choose the saw trap over.
No. The saw trap is
before.
No, the saw trap is the racist comedian. The problem is that, like, how quick does it kill you? Like, what is the comedian that is actually going to kill you in the saw trap? Because the whole point is, like, you try to desperately get out, you fail, you fumble, and then some, like, girl screams in the background, and then your head gets cut off or something. I don't know. I've seen, like, Saw once. But, like, there's always... like, in the trap, the point is to, like, break you, right? It's always something like, you gotta cut your pinky off to not be poisoned by cats, and you're like, but I have to keep my pinky. I'm a carpenter. If I don't have all 5, the union won't hire me. And it's like a moral conundrum, and you're like, am I willing to sacrifice this for like a minor inconvenience in my life? Is that going to make me appreciate living or something? Cancer guy, and he's like, no. But
okay,
I think it
finally
would be...
found it. Good God.
Your concepts are too complicated.
My concept's too complicated? What do you mean?
I keep forgetting what you're saying midway through.
I'm just saying, like, what if you were stuck in a saw... If you were stuck in a saw trap, and the saw trap was, you have to find a way to survive a comedian's set, but this comedian is delivering it. What is the comedian that poses an actual risk to your sanity? What is a comedian that you almost could certainly feel yourself lose your ability to stay as a rational human being by listening to their set?
I don't think there's one person that's like
There's not like one person that's just too much for you. Okay, so you think you could just tune out a really bad, like every bad comedian, you could just tune them out, is what you're saying. Okay, that's fair.
I do it all the time. It's easy. Look at me go. You had to re-explain this premise.
Are you calling me a
roasted?
Calling me a racist comedian? What the fuck?
No.
What is
you
it?
did though? Apparently.
Why are you call? Why you just said you can just tune out racist comedians?
Well, I just kind of tune things out by default most of the time.
Oh, okay. Well, lead with that. That's a much better. When you.
I'm not here to be nice to you.
Well, I didn't say to be nice to me. I said don't call me a racist comedian. That's my hard limit. I'm not asking for like generosity here. Not asking for grace.
Andrew has been racist since like 2013.
What? Wait, what?
Where's this rubber going? Is it going anywhere? What? I had rubber going to the base this whole fucking time. I'm so stupid.
What? You can't just say that on the internet. What do you mean? What do you mean?
No, I don't think you were a racist. You were a libertarian, which is wild.
Yeah.
Andrew's politics were really bad when I met him. We had some very baffling conversations.
The most I could be racist is that I hate the human race, which I guess in a technical sense is racism, but not in the way anyone ever. Yeah, I'm a racist. I hate the human race. If there were aliens, I would be alien supremacist, and I would be like, humans should definitely be killed.
Chat just watched such a fucking odyssey where I was trying to build modular engines, and I had everything there but rubber.
Mm-hmm.
So I then took the YOLO all the way to my refinery to go check out rubber to see how to take it here. And then I went and saw the splitter that was sending rubber all the way across my refinery to the train station there. And I'm like, oh, it's in the train station already. Then I rode the train and went to where the rubber comes out of the train station by my base. And it was literally like 20 feet away from the place I'm trying to take rubber to. It's literally right there.
You should probably use the map. That's
really funny. The map would not actually convey shit. I don't know what you mean by that.
Oh. I just assume that the map would show you where you are and then where the train is, and then you could be like,
yeah, but you don't know what's on each train.
Doesn't it show the name of the train station?
Yeah, but none of the trains are named after the list of ingredients that are on them. Especially when it's multiple things. Like this requires me to remember that I later added rubber in a second cart to my aluminum train. Which I did to solve exactly one problem weeks ago, and so no longer remember that I did that.
Understandable. Wait, why are both of these automated? Should they both? No, one of these should be heavy reinforced frames. Why? Okay.
I actually just had some food arrive, so I'm going to craft stuff at the bench. I'm going to craft a lot of ammo. I'm going to hold that button down and just run and eat food and check back in and
the power of hitting space bar.
Hell yeah. I'll see you guys in a minute.
Have you ever been to a...
He left us.
Keith, what's the worst comedy show you've ever been to?
It's a little hard to say because I feel like comedy shows are usually vaguely okay simply because you're just in a room full of laughing people, so if you want to have a good show, so on some level you kind of just give in to the vague energy of stuff. I've been to a lot of Reno and Vegas comedy shows, and in general none of them are my actual sense of humor.
That makes sense. I know what you mean.
So I've probably never been to a good comedy show.
Okay, that's fine.
I've watched
a
bunch of them online or on Netflix. Not on Netflix, but back on Comedy Central and stuff. But I've seen Louis Anderson. I've seen Carrot Top. I've seen what the fuck is wrong with this thing? Is this conveyor backwards? Motherfucker.
Probably. That happens.
I hate that all these.
It should.
After the first 2 conveyors, we can never tell what direction they're going in because they're so fast, and they don't just have big arrows everywhere to constantly indicate what direction they're going in.
Yes.
There's a tell somewhere, I'm sure, but it's not helpful enough.
It would be cool if you could paint arrows onto them. If you could paint your conveyors to have arrows, and then that way, when you're, placing more down, you have that paint already applied, and you can see where it's going.
God damn it.
That'd be cool. But
yeah,
no, I know exactly what you mean.
Yeah. Like, I mostly don't remember any of them. Like, I saw an entire Gabriel Iglesias set. I don't remember any of it, besides the fact that I had a fruity rum smoothie thing called the Fluffy. And I remember that's that, because that was his whole thing. It's like, I'm not fat, I'm fluffy, because he's a very, very large man. And that became a lot of his bits. But I don't remember a single joke he said in the actual show that I saw him at.
That's not a great sign.
No, I also don't remember a single thing that Louis Anderson said. I just remembered, oh, it's the guy I used to watch Life with Louis when I was a kid on Rabbit Ears TV.
Oh, okay.
Because Life with Louis was Louis Anderson's animated show where he voiced like every single character.
I do remember that.
So I think the most memorable comedy show was probably Carrot Top. And it's particularly that, like, he kind of just was, like, mostly coasting entirely on, like, just having manic energy the entire time. And, like, being really wired and not really necessarily having, like, any jokes that I can point at as jokes. And a significant part of the laughs he got were him essentially getting mad at people for not laughing. Like, yeah, he had like a snarky response to any time a joke would fail, and that was like half of what would get a good laugh half the time out of people. And he kept playing the song I Would Walk 5,000 Miles or whatever, like way too much as a joke for some reason that I don't remember anymore.
This is incredible. Okay.
I think the funniest comedian I've ever seen in person that I can even think of, 'cause like, it's really hard to think of comedians I've actually seen in person despite watching a lot of comedy on TV. Might be Christopher Titus? Because Christopher Titus
I don't know Christopher Titus.
You don't know who that is?
No. I mean, I might have heard his.
Yeah, he had a show. He had a show that I think was just called Titus. Let's see.
Okay, well, a TV show's pretty rare unless it was a banger.
Yeah, he just had a show called Titus. I think it was after his show was over. Because his show aired in 2000. It became locally, and as a teenager I thought he was funny, I guess.
Okay.
I don't remember that much about that either, but yeah, he came like
time.
he came locally, like, so we just saw him, like, he just drove over and saw him, and was like, that's neat, it's the guy from TV.
Cool. Yeah.
I've never like sought out comedy shows.
That probably is healthy. You just, watch what shows up.
I send this back now, God.
Have a good time. I think for me, the worst one I went to was I went to like a local comedy show. I went to like a local one, and there was some guy on there that I think was an actual like TV comedian, like a guy who has a legitimate career. But all of his jokes were just about how he has a really hot young wife. And so they didn't really land too well, because I was like, I don't think I'm the target demographic. I think you're probably looking for, like old guys who are dating young women, and like that's just not me. So, but the other people that were there weren't bad, but they just weren't funny for me. They just weren't my type of humor. So it was one of those kind of like, okay, well, nothing about this show is bad, right? There's no like terrible racism or something like that. It was just a comedy show that I didn't really find funny, which is not a crime.
Yet.
So yeah,
but we're working on
true.
That.
We're working on it. I hope. God, you guys really need to catch up.
We're gonna make it illegal to not be funny.
I've got so many reports to make. I'm snitching on every.
If you want to be a comedian, you have to do the college circuit, where you go to all the most woke colleges in the world, and if they don't think your jokes are funny, you're executed summarily.
Okay, well, wait, that's pretty funny though.
I am technically on some level a professional comedian.
Is that true? I don't know if. Okay, well, that seems a little. That's like, I don't know. It feels like Vsauce saying he's a scientist, and I feel like that's on a technical level, maybe.
That's like a level of credentials that requires a level of authority, whereas I just have to make people laugh and get paid for it.
Yes, that's true.
It's just my dumb response whenever, because like just in normal daily life, people are like, "Gee, yeah, you're an oddly like funny person or something." I'm like, that's all I do. I do that every day. That's like most of what I do. Most of the time,
I wish I could be.
It's just trying to think. I was thinking of whenever somebody's like they fix it on like my choice to phrase something strangely for fun, and I'm like, yeah, that's my bit. It's like so much of my day job is me finding a funnier way to phrase something than normal. I could tell you've paid attention to my life, family.
Okay, wait, that's not good. Your family should know your type of humor just in general, right?
No.
Like they live with you. What do you mean?
I don't.
I beg.
This might be shocking, but the people that I wasn't out of the closet with are probably not the people I was not the most open with in general.
I can't believe you weren't. Well, okay, that's understandable. That's a very different situation.
Yeah, it's the thing that people don't fully relate to. But it's like, yeah, like growing up, my parents after a certain age, my parents kind of didn't get to know my personality because I was closed off from like most people in a variety of ways. And so,
there's a lot of reasons for that too.
And to this day, there's such a irreparable distance, just in like culture and politics and like social background and so on. There's just so much there's such a big difference between us that's like you kind of like can barely have conversations that are comprehensible, let alone like make your sense of humor legible.
Totally, I 100% understand, especially coming from
like to this day, every family gathering I go to, people ask how my podcast is doing.
That's good
because they think that's my
at least.
Well, it's because they think that's my job. They think that I do a podcast for a living.
You know what, man? At that point, that's honestly pretty good.
It's not that good because they just know what a podcast is because of Joe Rogan and stuff, basically.
Yeah, well, I have to say, doing IT isn't great. People just look at things and go like, can't you fix that? Like, I don't think you understand what technology is. I don't think you have a concept of like what you can't just like point at a tractor and go like, don't you do IT? What is that supposed to mean? I'm not John Deere. What the fuck do you want from me? Like, why would I know how to fix that? Like, what? There genuinely things that people just don't even bother to comprehend. They just assume like a wave of their hand as if like, okay, an RC car, you're good with computers. You can fix that. I'm like, why? Why would that make any sense? Why would
I was cursed by family to be the one that people thought was good with computers, and I really wasn't. I just had even the most basic willingness to kind of troubleshoot a little bit, but I never knew any. Like to this day, computers scare me. Like in our friend group, I'm the dumb baby that's like, somebody help, the thing isn't turning on. Every like 18 months, my computer stops working, and I'm like, Marty, Andrew, help! I'm scared.
For me,
and I need this or I'll starve.
My job isn't turning on. Make it turn on. I hate when my computer strikes. I'm gonna make it.
It is scary
work.
when the thing you need for a living just stops. And you're like, oh.
You okay there, Andrew?
Yeah. I'm just reenacting what it's like when you're a blue collar worker and your back gives out.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's what it sounds like. The sadness, the pain in realizing that your future may be perilous from now on because you don't have the one necessary tool.
Right?
Yeah, you cannot work anymore. Yikes!
Just a genuine fear.
No, it's. I you know what, again, considering what it was like to try, I was there. I was in those, I was genuinely with you when you tried constantly to explain your job to family. Like, I would be at those social gatherings. Right. I would see you try to explain this to your mom.
Power outage your mom day. That was a weirdly memorable day.
Because your mom like is really your mom has this thing where she really wants to be proud of you, but she can't quite articulate exactly what it is that she needs to be proud of you for doing.
Yeah, because
you know most parents could be like
anything.
Because obviously for most people, most parents want to be proud of their kid doing a thing. Like, my kid's a doctor, my kid flies planes, and it's like she wants to just say like my son makes a living on YouTube. But she doesn't know how to like articulate that if someone interrogates it. If someone's like, "What do you mean he makes a living on YouTube? Like making videos or something?" She's like, he does like podcasts, and like that's not bad. That's not a bad. That's not too
far off.
Yeah, that's not too far, right? Because like again, is your mom going to explain Let's Plays? Is your mom going to sit down and try to articulate what a Let's Play is to already somebody who doesn't understand YouTube and someone who doesn't understand video games? Like, how do I articulate to you that there are people on the internet who want to watch other people on the internet play a video game that they may or may not own on the internet? And that's just what they do. Like, you watch, you watch people date strangers. And these people watch strangers play video games. Like, that's just, people watch different things. Like, at least there's like the concept, the understanding of like, okay, my son is making entertainment. Good. That's good. It's
very funny because like the day before the Beastars video game came out, I just like, I was helping my mom move coincidentally. And like, and there's that thought of like, she's gonna be mad if she finds out through a video that I'm gay.
If she finds out about the video?
That she finds out through the video instead of like in person.
Gotcha.
So I was like, I just ambushed her at random by just coming out to her in the middle of nothing.
While
like,
you were moving?
Yeah, because I'm just like, how do you? What's really frustrating about the whole coming out thing is that there's like no transition to it. There's no like there's no natural time to bring it up in conversation. No. Like, I haven't come out to most of my family simply because I'm like, I don't have a Facebook to announce it on, and I don't want to randomly just make a random dinner about me most of the time. But what's funny is that I came out to her on a time pressure, being like, well, if I don't come out to her, she might find out via the video, and that's just like wouldn't be happy to find out that way. I think she just wouldn't know still if I didn't tell her directly, because I think she would have never been because she would never look closely enough at my content to actually understand. Like, even though I have literally like have a giant channel that has a 1 million view video, another video with 500,000 views, and every other video thumbnail has a rainbow flag on it, I think she would have still not figured out that I'm gay.
Which is
it's very funny to think about.
That's the plot of every high school anime, is that misconceptions are very easy to break out of. It's hard to explain something if someone doesn't want to understand. I mean, what is the... I mean, I guess there's worse ways that you can come out to your family, for sure. Was it like in the middle, the beginning, the end of moving? Did you start this like right? She grabs a TV and you're like, I'm gay, and she has to like take a moment to like process something while asking you to pick up the other end of the TV for her, or are you?
It was literally like we just finished. Like, she was moving from one place in the mountains to another place in the mountains, so we were just literally driving shit in the truck in separate trips over and over again. And my brother was there, and there was just a random part where both of us had carried in individual just loads of stuff, just regular handheld stuff. It was just me and my mom,
didn't know
and we were about to walk back outside, and I just came out to my mom out of nowhere while she was about to open the door to go back outside.
Okay.
I didn't do it in front of my brother, but my brother already knew because he lives with me.
Okay. I mean, hey, you can... I don't know. maybe it's a secret you were keeping. On the first day, I came out to like 8 of you guys and my brother and Stephanie and so on. Okay. That's what I mean. See, it wasn't like he didn't know off the top of his head. He wasn't like, he found out like everybody else. Okay. Wait, what is this?
I want to say I think I told my brothers before I told my parents, I think, but it was probably just within a couple days. Mine was funny, where it was very logistic. I had a very logistical timing reason to come out, sort of.
Okay.
Where I was hanging out with my parents. This is when I lived in Philly, and I had plans to stay with my boyfriend, my now ex at the time, that night. And so my parents were like driving me back to my apartment because they didn't know I was seeing someone or that I was gay. And it was just kind of like, well, I live in South Philly. The ex was in the center city. It was just kind of like, they're dropping me off in the wrong part of the city. I'm gonna have to like go back out, take like public transportation to get there, which is like not something that I'm like afraid or shy about doing. I mean, I commuted between South and center city like every day. I did that for work, but it was still just one of those things. It was like it was getting later at night, and it was just kind of like, oh, my mom would actually be. I put myself in her shoes for a second. I'd be like, she'd be genuinely pretty bummed that like I didn't just ask her for a ride to like where I was actually going, and that I was gonna like be taking extra like trip around the city in the middle of the night, Yeah. So I was just like, so I came out and explained it and was like, and could you give me a ride to this place? Kind of like instead of dropping me off at my place, because there's no point in us going here. Like, so that's how and why I came out.
Interesting.
What is it called?
And I'm assuming just it was fine. Just like, oh, okay. Well, have fun.
Yeah, I mean, it's still awkward. That's the thing. Like that. Like,
it's awkward.
Oh my Jesus Christ! Of course it is. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Like,
why?
You don't want to, after like a lifetime of hiding it, like you don't want to have that conversation. You don't want. People,
coming
like,
out fucking sucks.
You. Like, it sucks.
Because inevitably they will always say something that reveals that they're kind of holding it against you that you ever were in the closet.
And here's
when you come out to people, they inevitably like make it about them in a really fucking annoying way, and it happens all the time.
And here's the thing. I had it incredibly lucky. I had a left-leaning I have a left-leaning family. Like, I knew I wasn't going to be rejected by anyone off the bat, so I have it like easier. Like, it's funny for me to complain because I literally have it easier than like, vast majority of gay people on the planet. I knew I wasn't going to be rejected by my family, but it's still just like an awkward thing to talk about, so it's like it's inherently awkward and a little uncomfortable to like have that conversation. And then when you add the extra layer to it for other people, that like the risk is actually a million times worse, but it still even gets to you. It still even gets in your head, like even if like the threat of rejection isn't like serious, it's still awkward. So there's a baseline uncomfortableness to it. To begin with.
Interesting.
And then you go downhill from there for a lot of people. So
I guess it's
for me it was a situation where it was like I knew I wasn't going to be rejected, but it's not like they like my parents really had openly gay friends. Like I didn't really like there weren't people like that in my life growing up. So I knew there weren't bigots. Right. Yeah. Well, I knew my parents weren't bigots, but it was still just kind of like still kind of had to just do that. It felt like on my own, in a way, like there wasn't like didn't really have people to talk to about it close to me. It was just kind of like, yep, this is who I am. This is
Yeah, I mean, you're still taking a gamble. These are people you don't have 100% assurance on their reaction. People can
on the
act
reaction
certain ways around you.
Yeah.
Right. You may not know that your parents. Are
because even people who don't reject you for it might still like ask awkward questions that they don't realize are like kind of weird and like
that's my thing. That's pretty much my only hold up is that I have such shit social skills that I know that unintentionally I would probably say something insensitive without the intent to be, and that's more of the like you just deal with it. Like you can't stop. There's no like way to stop that, right? You don't know what is or is not insensitive unless your goal is to maliciously be insensitive. Like you won't know something is insensitive until you say it without having greater context to that culture, I guess. And so but you just, that's just the way it is. Like, you just apologize and move on, right? You're just like, oh, I'll never say that again. Then, sorry. And you just go on from
if the people you're talking to are understanding, of course.
Yeah, of course. But I mean, like, that's the general hesitancy in something like that, where you're like, oh, it's a whole new thing now. I have to try and, can I not say gay anymore? Is that a derogatory?
No,
like,
Florida.
You have to figure out, like, I mean, there's a lot of things you can't say in Florida. They don't understand words. But yeah, it's just I can understand that hesitation of, like, not knowing what the outcome is, because nothing is guaranteed. And for other people too, that kind of, like, awkwardness of trying to navigate a space that you've never had to second guess or think about. You don't really have to think about when you don't risk offending someone. Sometimes you don't think about saying something that might offend somebody. Like, you don't consider that the words you're saying might offend somebody because you're not considering that it's possible to offend somebody, if that makes sense. I'm guessing not. Okay, interesting.
It's a bit of a sentence spaghetti where
it is.
I have
it's
to
like
write it down and read it to, like, tell what you said at some point.
It is, you are uncertain what a different group or a different culture's reactions are to specific words or even names, right? I'm assuming there are people, like, who probably don't like the F word to be the way that they're referred to. And some people may grow up in an environment where it genuinely isn't, it is said or it is co-opted from a derogatory place, but they don't have hate when they're saying it, if that makes sense. This is, like, one of the most annoying parts of not educating people. There are ways to interact, or there are ways that you adopt a way or a manner of thinking that you don't find to be hateful, kind of in a more genuine way or a less disingenuous way of when people say, like, the Confederate flag is heritage. When they say something like that, like, oh, this is a normal word. Like, I just hear this word being said a lot, but I don't think of it with context of hate, if that makes sense. I'm trying to think of a good example of this. I know there's, like, a good example of a good example is when the Hillary Duff thing of, like, you can't call things gay. Like, that's a thing that people weren't saying. They weren't interrogating the thought deep enough to be saying it with an intentional amount of hate. There are people who are saying it with fuck, how do you describe this? There are people who said that, who would say it in that way to be derogatory, but then there are people who are just saying it because it's something they've heard be said that way. The way that a child picks up you saying fuck about something. Like, they're not saying fuck with hate. They're just saying fuck because they heard their parents say fuck when
just a broader ignorance, not thinking through the meaning of their words.
That's a good way. Broader ignorance. I like that. Yeah, that's an awkward space to navigate when you find out that you are now needing to navigate it that way. You need to be considerate of how someone else feels about something you're saying, and you may accidentally step on a landmine of saying something that is derogatory to somebody without intending to do so, and that kind of, like, awkward friction that happens from that, where you're like, again, they're not, hopefully not being hateful about what they're saying, but you also do need to correct them, like, no, don't say that. Like, don't, that is kind of offensive to me. Please don't say that. Like, that kind of thing is just I can imagine there's a lot of situations like that. If your family is less, openly left or right leaning. When things are very ambiguous, you can probably find people tend to be less critical of things that they say like that. They don't really often interrogate whether phrases or mannerisms are offensive until they have to sit down and interrogate it and go like, oh, maybe that I can see why that would be offensive now. Okay, that's not good.
Is he like, you know?
Yeah, or
I had a funny one not that long ago where my boyfriend's mom introduced me to one of her friends as a friend of her son's, and I'm just like, I'm not even gonna. I've been out for, Jesus Christ, I don't know, 15 years more, and like, so I'm just like, I don't have the energy. I'm just not even gonna correct her on it. I'm like, there's one side of me where it's like I could stand up for myself, but I'm just don't even like have the interest. Just don't even like, because she's not mean to me or like hate. Disapproving otherwise. Yeah, it's just like, they're all conservative leaning and just like it's part of their world to be that way, and I'm like, it shouldn't be my job to educate all these people. I'm not doing it.
Like, totally. Like, that's a very healthy response to that kind of interaction. Yeah. It is not your place to teach.
It is if I decide it is, but it's sure also, if it's not if I don't want it to be either. Like,
yeah, you're not under any obligation to be the educator for someone's ignorance or someone's lack of social tact in how they refer to somebody. But that is a good example. That's like a classic. The old this is just my son's friend. Or my daughter's friend. Just like, very good friend.
Did my best to not roll my eyes and just moved on. Like, oh, okay, yeah, that's. I'm like this. Oh, this is actually happening. No, that's fun. Like, I haven't had that happen to me in a long time.
It's cool to see. It's cool to see history happen in real life.
It's a reenactment.
Yeah, you could be like, oh, now I get how those journals came to be. Oh, their family were just scribbling over the word lover and writing friend. I get it.
They were good friends.
They were good. Does that say lover? Yep. Friend. Must have misspelled that. It's a hard word to spell, I know. Friend.
Balls deep in a good friend. So I set up a factory, Andrew, so that if adaptive control units and supercomputers are on the sushi belt, they'll go all the way down to a factory I set up by the space elevator that will turn them into the first of those four things.
Fuck yeah, sounds good. What are you putting in there?
Adaptive control units and supercomputers need to be put on the sushi belt.
Supercomputers. I think those are already going on the belt.
Yeah, but I think they're not being made because none of them it hasn't succeeded yet at a single one.
That's interesting. I do see them being
made. So I'm gonna go back over because I tried checking the conveyor for both of those things a minute ago, and they seem to be both going on the sushi belt.
AI limitters are in need.
But it seems like nothing's actually being made right now.
And you need AI limiters too, which means that AI limiters are not getting all of their supplies. Because if two places are running out, that is a bad sign. All right. Hello, I'm here to check your AI limiter. You're not getting enough quick wire. Okay.
Oh, that's why. Because the adaptive control units are not being told to go on the conveyor, on the sushi belt yet. They only go there if it's
I have to reset them up. Sorry, yeah.
Let's see.
That can't be right. Are you full? Oh, full of shit, because you didn't connect yourself to the fucking goddamn line, so you're not putting all the fucking things in. Okay, well.
What?
All right. I forgot to finish a project because I have, so I have this thing. It's called ADD. Sometimes what happens is that you just don't finish things that you start because your brain is actually a supercomputer that is poorly and disgustingly built incorrectly. Your brain is just fucked, and it is not doing what brains are supposed to do. And so you do things at an incredibly fast speed with a great deal of thought, and then you don't finish those thoughts sometimes. You just let them cook, except they just overcook and burn, and then now the kitchen's on fire, and you fucked. It's over for you.
And you fucked.
And you fucked. So, okay, that's fine. Everything else is good. Okay, those should be good. I just need to reconnect the line, and then we're set on the adaptive control units. I don't know why I needed to make that better, but I wanted to, and I did. So, like, you know.
I just manually... I set the connector so that it goes straight onto the conveyor and only puts overflow in the box, and then I put a bunch of them back in the machine so they would spit them back out onto the conveyor to send them down the sushi line.
Nice.
I don't know.
We have like 500 of them in that box.
I don't know if my game is bugged or if I was doing it incorrectly somehow, but it was somehow working. There's going to be a very bizarre question for what I was just doing while I was eating. How do you get the crafting bench to automate, to hold down?
Spacebar.
I was literally just doing it. And I've done it multiple times, and I can't get it to work again.
Yeah, spacebar.
Spacebar.
No.
No?
Huh? What do you mean no? It's not like a
I have to hold it down. Like, it's not, I'm tapping it briefly, and it's like just not holding.
Are you already crafting the thing and then you press it?
Just breaks all the time, I guess.
I'm gonna leave the crafting bench.
Start crafting. Yeah, leave the. That's a good idea.
Why is it not succeeding?
There it goes. Yeah, no, it was glitchy. I don't know.
What are you trying to do? What's going on?
I'm trying to confirm that the supercomputers actually get onto the sushi belt. I literally drilled through your entire building to watch the conveyor spaghetti all the way through to see that it seems to come onto this one conveyor.
Yeah.
But they're not making it. I haven't seen a single one come out. And they look like they're all currently building them all the time. So I'm like, where are they going? Because they don't seem to ever go there. Oh, they're
half of them go into the half of them go into the box that's not full yet.
No, not half. All of them.
All of them. No, it should be splitting.
No,
it should be a smart splitter. Oh, overflow.
Yeah, both of them were set to
gotta
only
fill
go
the box first.
Yeah, so both of the separate things that I need were both being said to only go in the box after overflow starts, which means none of them are actually going in the system. So I switched them so it only goes in the box on overflow, because we do need to actually use these.
Okay.
All right, there we go.
In that case, give me a second. I'm gonna fix this real quick.
I just changed the connector on both of them. They're
I'm
actually
relieved
sending them
that
to where I need to go.
The homing rifle ammo uses completely its own ingredients that aren't building on the because the turbo rifle ammo needs regular rifle ammo, but the homing rifle doesn't use ammo at all.
Because I'm gonna get rid of these. So if you'd kindly, here you go. There you go. That should be enough.
Oh no, I was mistaken. Homing does need one of the regular, but it uses circuit boards. Oh. They're high-speed connectors.
Oh. There we go. Perfect. What a great loop. I love it.
Alright, well the sushi belt's about to get fucked!
Oh my god, there's so many. Why are there so many? Where? Oh, you put them in here. Okay. I was like, you can't be making that many. That doesn't make sense.
Well, it's because both things were backed up by like 500 of the thing that they make, because they're just going in a box.
Yeah.
They weren't allowed to leave the box.
No, I meant how are there so many coming out of the actual manufacturers? I was like, there's no way. That can't be happening.
Oh, yeah. No, it's because
but you put them
until
in there.
You did that.
Yeah.
Because my immediate solution was to grab 150 of them and just put them in the outputs of each machine so that they spit them onto the conveyor to just give me the thing I need.
That makes super sense. Okay, good. So that's dealing with itself.
Now we just need to start making nuclear pasta, hopefully. Which seems scary.
Great.
But then we'll get phase 5.
Yeah.
Or we
Have you ever been
phase
in
5, and then we'll get on the we'll be in the last research tier. The 5th phase of what? The moon?
Yeah, 5th phase.
A waning gibbous or something.
Yeah.
I don't know moon things. Isn't a gibbous a cloud?
Waning gibbous.
This is not a cloud.
I like it. Well, I mean, the moon does wax and wane, so you got part of it, right? Well, is gibbous a cloud? I have no idea. It doesn't sound. I mean, it sounds cloud-like, but I don't think that is.
The gibbous is in retrograde.
So that'd be a fun way to like. You gotta start a con where you just say random stuff like that, but
just fuck with people.
Go viral.
Yeah, okay, they're finally making a thing. No, that was when I watched that reality show on Nebula, that was actually a really good bit that they did, is that they had a part where they had to memorize a sequence of cards, and then get to a destination and then put them down in the and successfully input the combination essentially via the cards. And there was a twist where on top of being the actual cards, the backs of the cards' colors mattered, so they had to also be the right deck of cards on top of being the right card. But the major twist was that the host of the show was waiting them halfway through, was waiting halfway through, and in order to get to the destination, you had to ride one of those thrill rides that just drops you. And it was like kind of like those ones that are outdoors normally, but it was like in a mine shaft, so it was like an indoor, just huge drop nightmare. So he was just in the seat next to you while you're dropping, and he's just yelling. He just starts saying, he's like, oh, okay, so what's the combination? And then as you start answering him, he then just starts shouting a bunch of random cards, and he gets increasingly out of there until he's like saying like, you know, like the four of triangles. Like he starts saying made up cards that can't exist, like the 5 plus 8 of clubs. It's like just and you just start rambling nonsense while you go on this thrill ride, and your objective is to successfully get through this fucked up ride while this guy is shouting nonsense at you and come out the other side still remembering the combination, so you didn't have to loop back around, check the cards again, and ride the ride again with him in order to try to get through. And I'm like, this is so deeply fucking cursed. I would be so upset. Yeah, we have 3 out of 500. Okay, it's working. All right, what the fuck is pasta?
Oh, the high-speed connectors are being uploaded, but they're just slow to. We don't get many of them frequently, huh?
I don't think we're good at making those now.
No.
Copper powder.
That's okay, but if you need a bunch, you might be in trouble.
Oh.
Andrew needs a bunch. Andrew needs to get us a bunch.
Of what?
Figure it out. The AI limiters. You were just talking about needing them.
Oh, yeah.
And the high-speed connectors for ammo.
Yeah,
copper powder's just made of copper? All right, well, that's easy.
Well.
What's wrong with the print conversion queue? What's the challenge there? It is a radio control unit and a fused modular frame. Fuck.
A radio control unit?
Yeah.
Oh, that's awful.
Yeah, it's
what
two
if it
of the.
Didn't do that?
The good news is I already have these parts because I'm literally already using them to make one of the other Phase 4 goals. But the downside is it's just another complex part that requires the whole base to be functioning to make it happen. But as far as making it functionally be crafted and sent to the spot, that should be easy. I just got to find those 2 things again and put them in it, and then send copper powder to it, which is just made of copper. Copper powder is just made of copper ingots that are powdered. You just put them in copper ingots in a constructor to make copper powder. So it's the 4th copper product we have where you just make copper into a thing in a constructor. That's it. Copper is just always that easy. The hardest thing you do in the hardest thing that ever happens in copper is you turn a wire into cables by putting the wires into another constructor. But you make copper sheets and wires and powder out of just putting ingots into a constructor. That's it. That's the whole process. It's very funny.
You know, it's not everything has to be complicated, you know? Some things can just be easy. That is one of those things. How is it too steep? Okay. That doesn't make any sense.
We're not making very many radio control units. That's going to be a huge limit for us.
As opposed to our other limits that we have going on currently.
Well, it's like over here in my construct all the complex things base, things are relatively backed up. Most stuff is like, we have a bunch of parts of everything, but we do not have radio control units coming in. And I'm about to split them for another thing to make with them, so that's not great news.
Okay, I think that solves the problem. There we go. Problem solved. All right. Let's get that shit. All right, so now I just need to wait for heavy reinforced frames, which, take it. You can have one too. Whoa, I just keep pulling these out of my pocket.
Yeah,
where do I keep getting these?
The biggest limit on radio control units is computers not being made fast enough.
Okay, well, computers. No, never mind. I lied.
You lied.
I'm curious to see how the cluster obelisk actually works, because I'm like, a cluster bomb sounds horrible. I mean, is it gonna throw like? Do I need to be like far away from the area that I'm throwing it? I'm guessing that's the only thing that would make sense. If it's gonna throw bombs out randomly, they might come in my direction. I don't know what to expect.
Well, I don't think you should throw bombs randomly.
I wonder if like it'll always like blow up with the same kind of radius around the center thing, or if it like has physics and it will randomly toss more grenades around, so it's like different every time. Like, I don't know.
Don't throw bombs randomly. Throw them thoroughly.
That sounds like an ad that I would see.
Make sure they get everywhere.
Very dystopian.
I'm thinking of the cluster bombs from Worms. That was always a annoying grenade to try and use. No. Did you guys play Worms? Was that a thing?
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah.
I loved a lot growing up,
and we did a series on. We did a bunch of like Worms videos over the years too.
Oh hell yeah. Yeah, Worms.
I like Worms. Worms is pretty fun.
It's reasonably fun. It's it gets a little old just because like as a competitive game.
If one person's like really good at roping or whatever, then I can. There's like weird like.
It's also just there's just a lot of like king making element to it too. It's just people randomly picking a target of who to kill and probably killing them in one hit every time is like most of the game. So it's just like who in this clusterfuck got focused the most is like half of what decides the matches. But I'm also just bitter I'm just bitter as the person who gets eliminated first every match, sometimes before I have a turn.
Oh. Yeah, the blood in the water thing is rough.
You just gotta rebalance the matches to be more playable and fun. Give the worms more health, or do whatever you gotta do.
Is there a reason I don't have enough plastic?
Oh. You should have enough plastic. I'm giving you 1 billion plastic.
Oh, I know. I can see it. That's what I'm asking. Is there a reason I don't have enough plastic? Oh, you know what? I bet I know why.
Is it not plugged in? Because that would be my guess.
No, it's plugged in. It's because where is this going? Can I? Oh no. You don't need to do that. You know what? Actually, you can come with me. We're gonna put you directly in line with there we go. With this guy right here. Right here. Is there a I don't like this. Is it better to
Is it better to what?
I'm thinking about things before I say them. I'm trying this crazy radical new strategy. And so far it's working. Okay. You don't need to exist. I'm not to be rude. You just don't need to exist. I am going to take on good authority that you have value in this world. And cable. And then we're going to connect that to here.
But at what cost?
Yeah, exactly. There we go. Okay, and then what I can do is I'm allowed, by law, I checked with a lawyer, to put this stuff in... oh, wait.
I'm taking to just putting giant billboards everywhere.
For what? Just general? You selling something?
I'm just literally labeling every section of the base with a giant billboard that just says what it makes. Just so when you're flying around, you can tell what the fuck is around. It's like, even in my base, when you get past the aluminum area, you have an area that's making automated wiring, modular engines, heat sinks, fused modular frames, cooling systems, thermal propulsion rockets, pressure conversion cubes, and turbo motors. And they all look like the same building over and over again with different conveyors sticking into it. And you're like, what the fuck are all these? So I just put a giant billboard on each one that just has the icon and the name on each one. And I added some of them near you too, to like just start labeling. This building makes like that one. The roof of that one building just has a sign that says rotors. Going, this is making rotors. Just every place where I find that I have to fly up and click on the building to see what it makes, I'm like, fuck it, put in a billboard here that just says what the thing is, so I can see at a glance where things are, instead of getting stuck where I inevitably have to just like press E on every single building one by one, trying to figure out which one makes the thing I'm thinking about, because now there's so many products that it's actually hard to find things. They called me a visionary.
Okay. That must be tough.
It is. It's hard to be this smart.
There's a sloop in this area. Okay. Let's go.
I can totally understand that. Wow, this plastic is completely consumed. That's crazy.
All of the plastic
surely
from the entire train?
Surely you're making more. No, there's still another set, like but it is getting close.
There's like 30 refineries worth. If you're talking about the two tracks that join into your thing, they're both joining into the same track at two different points, so one of them just gets backed up and the other one drains faster because it's just closer to the front.
That's what I'm noticing.
Of the thingy.
I'm seeing the input kicks in through here. I was just wondering like what was going on. It's fine. Everything is fine now. Plastic should be at an all-time high. How come this stopped? The sushi belt has... Wait. Why are you stalling? How are you... you can't stall. How? I have contingencies. You're stalling... Okay. Man.
Is it everything you dreamed it'd be?
What in the fuck? How? Wait. Any undefined. Okay, how did we get here? Where is the line? You go... Where are you going? Oh, you're going into the ship. Okay. You want... No, I don't want that. I want... Yowzers. How do I deal with you? And also, how are you not AI limiters? Okay. Yeah.
How's it going?
AI limiters are somehow not producing. And last I checked, that was not what they're supposed to be doing. So you're idle, even though you are at max capacity. That's an interesting choice. I want to know what it is about that made you not do your job. This looks incredibly backed up. Can I get a... Can I get a sanity check? Why are you not... How are you not producing near finite amounts of quicksilver or quickwire in a pace that is like staggering, a pace you can't even match?
I guess they're just built different, am I right? I mean, quickwire is a good problem to have. It's easy to get more quickwire.
Oh, I know. I have a lot of it. Literally, I am generating... how many is that? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5.
Are you hitting
6,
conveyor
7,
limits? Because
8,
quick wire,
9,
I think,
10.
is created and consumed in like huge quantities, so it's like a conveyor stressor.
10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17. Okay. I am producing 1,020 quick wire, which is more than the conveyors can push, which is fine. Because we have a box that can move stuff. You know what I'm gonna do? I am gonna make this. Conveyor, yeah. I do have a second conveyor actually. What I'm gonna do is I'm gonna slow it down a bit. I'm gonna slow this conveyor down.
Crazy.
And then slow this conveyor down. And I'm gonna slow this conveyor down. There we go. And so when it gets to the top, you can push really fast. I don't give a shit, but for now, this should give a more even distribution.
Need a way to bring copper powder into the base.
What if I compensate by not doing that right? Okay, try it again. There we go.
Falling to my death.
I'm told you're not supposed to do that.
If you're a baby. Can
you define a baby? What in this context is a baby? What? How did that not?
Behold a man.
Oh my god. You let that thing outside?
God, what was that fucking definition? It was like a hairless biped or something.
For what? I don't even know what the context
what,
here is.
To define a horse or something? What? How does this go?
Somebody was told to like define what a man is.
Right. Yeah, I vaguely know what you're talking about, but I can't remember like any of the words that are actually involved. It's a bunch of nonsense.
Define a man. What is a man?
Well, we all know the answer to that one.
But a naked primate.
Miserable pile of
longing
secrets, obviously.
For community. One of these days. I think that will probably be my final hobby before I die.
Which is?
That'll be a fun one. Improv. When I get completely tired of doing hobbies that require crafting with my hands, I will just move on to doing comedy, I guess.
Plato defined humans as a featherless biped.
Who? I'm sorry. Who did this? Not Plato, right?
Then Diogenes or whoever you pronounce it as showed up at the plucked chicken and said, "Behold, a man."
Yeah, that guy was a loon.
But now, like, whenever someone shows, like, you'll see like a picture of like fucking like a pangolin standing up or something, or just kind of like any animal going a little gremlin mode, and someone will post it be saying like, "Behold, a man."
Oh, callback. I'm sure he would have liked that.
That's actually not true. One of the great
people
rap battles for history.
People historically love being made fun of.
Plato deserved it, man. You can't. He's not a.
Plato's not innocent. Remain true thousands years later.
How was that a
hot take? Plato deserved it.
He did. Fuck that guy. What do you mean?
There's just something very funny about the idea of you just coming for Plato.
He deserved it.
You're gonna cancel Plato?
I don't know. It's not canceling. He just deserves to get made fun of. Like, he can say what he wants. He's not saying anything that is like detrimental to society. He's just a silly little guy. No, I mean, he's saying stuff that's bad now. You can't quote Plato and take it in earnest. The guy is clearly not right. But I meant at the time. Look, he's talking to people who didn't even know how to make plumbing. You cannot act like this guy is saying things that are going to hurt society. Or not. He was well. Actually, was he alive? Hold on.
Just was he alive as a concept? Ever? Is it up there?
Yeah.
Is he like Hercules or one of those people that not Hercules? That's his name, Homer. I was gonna say it was like Homer, like one of those like debatable
figure Hercules.
Historical figure Hercules. Well, I mean, hey, Homer might be as real as Hercules, so I guess I got to where I was going with that, anyways.
Heracles, these nuts.
Oh, this guy was way dead. Never mind. Okay.
You won't believe how fucking dead this guy was.
No, this guy wasn't hurting anybody by the things he was saying at all. We're talking about we're talking about humanity that was way too stupid. Like way too stupid to be affected by dumb ideas. You can't mess with. No, this man died in like 400 BC. These people were not. You cannot treat these people like they had any intellect to spare.
Behold,
there's nothing there. Yeah. That honestly, that is like, that's proof right there. These people were saying tweets out loud. These people, no.
What the fuck are you talking about?
No. They're saying shit you would see on Twitter out loud. These are not people. You cannot treat them like people. Plato is not hurting anybody by saying dumb shit. He's fine.
Did you say to me?
Greek society was not at risk of intellectual collapse because Plato was hanging around here saying shit. Trust me.
This is chicken and the egg shit. Jesus Christ.
It's not chicken and the egg. I'm just saying that during the time that Plato was alive,
tweets out loud because the stuff that they said became tweets later.
No, I'm saying the stuff they're saying out loud.
It's not chicken and the egg shit.
I'm saying the things that these people are saying out loud are things that I would see on Twitter, which is a sign that they're not things that you would attribute to things intelligent people would say, because they're being said on Twitter. These aren't things. You don't go to Twitter to get intellectual conversations.
They can't be smart. So, people on Twitter quote them now. That's what
exactly.
You're saying.
Exactly. That's why it's so funny when you see people with like the statue heads. You're like, you can't quote these people. They're dumb. Like they're not saying prophetic things. They're idiots. They don't know anything that they're saying. Like.
Fucking clue.
It's like when people are like, oh, Nostradamus predicted thing. He can't even, this guy couldn't even tell you how to properly drink water without dying from it. What the fuck do you mean? Don't tell me this guy's prophetic in anything. This guy is dumb, like the bad kind of dumb. The dumb your parents don't want you to hang around because it's going to ruin your future kind of dumb. You cannot trust these people. Like, these are legacy hires. Like, these are people who got grandfathered into history because there wasn't literally anyone else to talk about.
Chad has a point. They were better at math than you.
Everyone's better at math. Are you like fourth graders are better at math than me? Would you trust a fourth grader to have prophetic thoughts? No, you would not. That's not a good litmus test. Trust me.
Andrew versus a fourth grader. Let's go.
I'll win in like a lot of aspects, but not math. I totally own up to that. I won't beat them in math. You can outmath me. If you survive.
If you survive. Jesus Christ. Oh my God.
Okay, Quickwire is back up to its
one
full production
constructor consumes 300 copper per minute to make copper powder.
Oh, that's kind of a lot. Have you considered that's kind of a lot?
Yeah, no, I just went all the way to a distant place to find a copper place to mine. It is impure, but I put 3 crystals in it, and so I gave it a Mark III miner, so it's putting out 300 copper. And then I'm like, okay, now let's turn this into the stuff I need. I'm like, oh, I need 1 machine. That's it.
Oh,
I need smelter still though, dude. Before that, whoops. Got a step.
Okay, the homing ammo is pretty neat.
Howard, what is happening? What's that button on? Oh, okay, this way. Oh. How? Who's producing too much of that? Where is this going? Here.
Who is producing too much of that? Stop it.
Stop it.
Stop it, Ron. Stop.
Stop. No. I changed you, right? You're not
this
going.
genre
Okay, good.
of humor was this child is being sexually harassed.
Don't just guys. Don't look back. Don't. If a thing made you laugh, if a thing made you laugh when you were young, don't look back. The moment you look back, you have to recognize the kind of humor that existed, and you'll always, every time, 100%, there is no one immune from this. Every time you look back in comedy, it is a little yikes, just a little yikes. That's not because things got woke. It's because we found out that actually maybe we were a bad person for laughing about that, and it's time we acknowledge that. You can't keep getting away with it forever. It's just, no, you tried. I'll give it to you. You tried, but no, that's not how it works. Eventually someone gets educated. The moment you get educated, it's all over for you. It's over. That guy has a college degree. It's done.
That guy has college. What the fuck you just say?
Mandy was saying that she hopes in the future that all comedians have to do a college circuit.
No, I said that to you.
No, you said that. I'm sorry.
Stream.
I had a brain. Sorry, I had a brain dump. You're right. There you go.
You're quoting me at me.
I'm sorry. A lot of thoughts were going through my mind at 1 second, and I thought that was whoever said that. That was really good. See, don't look back. Never look back.
That's not what your point was at all.
Don't look back. Why are you looking back to see what my point was? Keep looking forward.
Oh my god.
Context is the enemy of the future.
Oh, okay.
All right, I think computers are on a good path. I think we're generating a lot of computers. At the very least, the adaptive control units are not using them. So we have a lot of computers going into the main, the sushi belt, which is good.
Adaptive control units are not using them? What does that mean?
Hey, buddy, what's going on?
What do you mean adaptive control units are not using them?
Huh? No, I'm saying that the recipe for adaptive control units are filled up. They have, all of them have 50 computers, so they are fully
so they are using them.
Filled. They're using them, but I'm saying that they're not consuming they're not eating the line.
I thought you were telling me that you fixed the fucking computers by getting rid of the adaptive control units, and I'm like,
yeah, they're a waste of time.
And I'm like, that was the reason we needed computers.
No. You're thinking too broadly. All right. How do I
smash?
Smash.
I'm more of a passer myself.
Oh. Damn.
I don't believe in objectifying.
So the downside of making a train that goes forward and then reverses over and over again is that it's hard to add another freight container, another freight platform.
What do you mean?
When you go to add another freight platform to the existing train station, you have to add one. You have to add an unloader for it in the opposite direction on the other train station, which inevitably means that you have to dismantle one of the actual train stations.
Yes, correct. I know what you mean.
That shit awkward.
Oh, you're going this way. Right. I'm stupid. I don't know what I was thinking. Okay. How are you... As the AI kicks in. As the AI kicks in, we are slowly being consumed.
Any day now.
Can I?
We're getting technovored.
Can I make another one? Why
That's
is
when a protogen does it?
Are they specifically techno?
Yeah.
What does that mean?
Protogens are like they're kind of like robot dragons.
Robot.
Sure, but okay.
Sort of, but more specific than that. I was educated on this by Keith.
How many robot furries are there? Is there a limit? Or is
like a AI limiter?
Well, like, you know, is it just one of every type of animal can be a protogen, or is protogen like a type of animal? Wait, can you? Is it?
I think it's a specific form based on what was explained to me and shown, but I don't know enough. I could be wrong.
Unique.
Yeah, that's what
design.
I thought. Yeah.
Other AI robotic things would just be called something else. They don't have a monopoly on the idea of an artificial robot creature. It's just they're a literal specific design.
So protogen head on an elephant body. Still a protogen?
I don't care. That is the answer.
Okay.
That sounds stupid.
I'm just trying to figure out what the specifics are here. You can't say that's stupid. That might be someone's persona.
That's fine. Most furry things are stupid.
Well, now you're just being general. I mean, you can't just... I guess you can. That's fine.
Oops.
And yet you're part of the furry culture.
I'm back over here trying to murder you.
You would. There's so many things that I haven't used before that they still have the new tag over them.
You've barely played this video game.
Fuel powered generator.
Oh god!
Literally the 3rd level generator. Like it's like I've never hovered the mouse over that. That is.
We played this game for like 100 hours, and Illusory has mostly not even opened the crafting menu.
Oh god, the organization menu. Good god, I haven't like touched 90% of the things in here.
The fact it's enough to scare you is what makes it really fun for me. When you look at it and you go, oh.
Yeah.
Sometimes I do that. I'll just open up the menu. I'm like, oh, I didn't realize we have that much stuff.
I think my train is broken.
Wait, do you, Illusory, do you have a persona? Or do you have like a default?
I do not. No. Okay. Yeah.
I don't have your little guy for the Fugi, but that's a video game character?
I don't know who
his current Fugi is the Vagrant from Dark Souls.
Vagrant from Dark Souls.
It's an extremely rare, very weird creature.
Yeah, that was just I picked a monster from Dark Souls for my avatar.
The most that Illusory has a persona is that when you hold up Javier and Conrad, comparatively, he's like, no, I'm Javier.
Yeah, that's the thing. Like I've made a couple characters.
He identifies with Javier more than Conrad, so it's the closest thing to a persona so far.
Yeah, it's a de facto. Yeah. Because I don't truly have one. I'm only like quasi furry. I don't like fully identify. But I do have a de facto, which is funny because like I said, we've made a couple characters for no playing games, and like one of them is like, oh, I didn't know what I was doing when I was making the character, so like I pulled some parts of my real life history and put that into that character. So it's like, well, yeah, that's closer to me.
Okay,
because like in the first season we did, like one of your character traits, or I forgot what it was even called in that system, but it was like Urban Explorer was an option, and I was like, oh, I did that. So like I just sort of like went into like fantasy mode, like picking like a few real life elements and just putting it into the character kind of.
Okay.
But yeah, no, I don't know. Yeah, I usually just use the avatar from Dark Souls. If I ever get a tattoo, it's probably going to be of a Vagrant from Dark Souls. But
that's a pretty.
It's like that was like an obsessive thing for me because like it's a rare creature that spawns in the game, but no one knew how it worked until I figured it out. No, I'm like,
you personally figured out vagrants?
Yeah, like if you ever look up like specifics on how they spawn, all of that information sources from me.
That's crazy.
That's wild.
Yeah,
that's crazy. Yeah, that's genuinely crazy.
Yeah, I spent a long time like trying to figure out how they work, and like went through like I tried to do testing on PS3 back in the day without any special cheat tools. Like I tried to figure out ways to like just test things in game, and like it was ludicrous. I was like dropping items. Basically, there's a couple different vagrants you can spawn. The good vagrants spawn from certain items when they're dropped and abandoned, which is like, why would you ever drop an item randomly in Dark Souls, you know? And it usually only works with rare items, so it's like stuff you wouldn't go out of your way to drop. But if you know that they work, like you can drop them, jump off a cliff, and then when you die or like warp back or whatever, like whatever game unloads them, it can send that item back out to another player online. And if it gets passed to enough players who don't pick it up, it turns into a vagrant. So I was doing unhinged stuff where like we had a save edited file that had like 99 of each item. So I was able to cheat a little bit, but I still wasn't going in with like cheat engine. You know, I was like just playing the game on PS3. And so I would like, the thing is the item bag would get passed around. So randomly, if I spam the network with them, someone else will send them, you know, the recipients of it will send them to another random player online. That random player could be me, even though I originally created it. You know, I just, when it's further down the line, it's just being sent out to random players. So like I would pick a certain item, drop it like a million times in one random specific corner of the map and keep dying. And then if I eventually came back and found one waiting for me, it was like, oh, that's because it just got sent back to me by another player. And so I made a whole list of like every item you could drop to spawn them that way.
That's crazy.
And yeah, so me playing video games wrong is a tradition.
I mean, that is like genuine science shit. That's like essentially what a scientist does. They discover something and then just leave that legacy for everyone. Just like, yeah, I figure out how vagrants work. Bye. And you're like, huh? Thanks. Okay. What was why did you want to find that out? Did you know about them previously and then just
so their existence in the game wasn't a total secret. They were mentioned in the game manual, and the game manual did vaguely reference like can spawn when players like lose items or humanity. Like it was kind of like, is there vague? Like, huh? Like what does that mean? So it did give you some starting tips, but the actual specifics of what that meant were still just like completely, no one had any idea. And the thing that kind of inspired me is I remember reading about them on the wiki, and I read some things that just set off all of the skeptical red flags. It was like, no, there's no way anyone tested this. Like, there's no way no one would know this information. Someone clearly just made this up and put it on the wiki. And that sort of just like got under my skin, and I was like, no, I need to know how they work for real.
You liars.
Yeah, the wiki said something like, if if the bloodstain isn't picked up for 24 hours, then it can turn into a vagrant in someone else's world. And I was like, bullshit. I was like, there's no... No, you don't know that.
Just randomly guessed something with no context.
I was like, that's a lie.
You could tell just by like the nature of testing. I'm like, how would you test that? I know that wasn't tested because that doesn't make sense. Like you didn't
There's no way to
talk
confirm
to everyone
that.
on the network. Yeah, there's no way to confirm that. So just like, I started just chipping away at it in weird ways. Like I started off just like, all right, what can we know about them that's concrete in any fashion? So I just sort of like, anytime a video clip went up of them online or someone posted a screenshot to Reddit, I would like bookmark it and make a list being like, oh, these are all the places they can spawn, because they do have like fixed spawn locations. And I would just sort of chip away at it in that way, and like all right, what can I prove is real about them, and go from there. And yeah, so I spent months doing that, and it was a fun thing to be able to say like, hey, there's a secret monster in a video game, and I'm the one who like kind of cracked the code on them.
What was like the most frustrating thing to try and get working? Like
narrowing
how
down
to do something, but it wasn't working.
Yeah, so like for example, the evil vagrants spawn if you lose a bloodstain that has enough humanity in it. And a lot of the speculation was like maybe like it's a combination of souls and humanity, or like what is it that it actually needs. And I tried my initial tests, like kind of helped demonstrate like, yeah, the evil vagrants are spawning from lost bloodstains, but like I don't know what the threshold is. Because again, you're losing a bloodstain with X amount of humanity in it repeatedly. Like, okay, this one has 50 humanity in it. You do that like 30 times or more. You just keep jumping off a cliff, and a friend has the game open, and you're sitting there waiting around. seeing if one comes back to your game, seeing if one winds up in their game, and it's just like not working because you're connected with a lot of strangers online. So eventually you start seeing them fairly frequently, but then you're like, okay, so it's working. Let me drop it to 20 humanity. So trying to like pinpoint like how much was actually needed was like a point where I gave up. But then once the debug for Dark Souls leaked, then I went back and I was able to like connect to only one player and actually like control the network sessions and like actually whittle things down that way. So yeah, the biggest frustration was doing testing on PS3 and not having like cheat tools on PC yet. But yeah, once PC stuff happened, then the doors blew wide open. I don't know if you know, but they accidentally published the Dark Souls debug. That's how we have it.
What do you mean they accidentally? You mean like they did an update for Dark Souls and it came with it?
Yes. Yeah. They to Steam. Like, early in the game's lifespan, there was a version of Dark Souls that was published, which was the debug build. It's like they just put the debug version on Steam as the main version of Dark Souls by accident.
I had that happen to me with the crab game.
That's fun.
What do you call it?
I still need to play I had that with Crab's Treasure.
Yeah, another Crab's Treasure. I got stuck in they accidentally published the debug version through because I was playing it through the Xbox, the Xbox Ultimate or whatever app, and so I could not change the game to get to a different version. So I was just stuck with the current version of the game, which meant I couldn't play the game because it was in a weird, like, dev mode. So everything was unlocked. You could just go anywhere you want, spawn anything you want. All the achievements were given. It's like, I was like, well, I don't want to spoil myself. I don't want to ruin the game because I'm mid-game, but there's just a debug mode hanging out now for a while. So that's funny. It's funny.
That's cool.
Oops.
Yeah, the oopsies happen sometimes, but it's a very funny thing to happen with like a bigger game with like a major publisher, like oops, Namco Bandai. And the debug mode leaking like helped break down doors for modding and stuff like that. Like I think like that stuff probably would have been figured out eventually anyways. Like I don't really know enough about modding to know how integral the debug leaking was to like figuring out file formats and stuff like that, but I know it was used in that process. So yeah, modding probably wouldn't be as far along in the Souls games if that hadn't happened. It's just crazy to think about.
Just having that meeting of like, look what you've done. Now that you gave them the modding tools, they're making everyone do torque dances. This is awful. The immersion of Dark Souls is ruined forever. That's fun, though. What a fun thing to just... I imagine the first person to discover that was like, ooh.
Yeah, that made me the debug mode leaking like made me get a laptop that could play Dark Souls because I was immediately like, oh, I'm gonna use that to test the game from now on. Like, see ya PS3, like I'm out of here.
Oh my god. Dark Souls. Dark Souls made the PS3 no longer useful. What a weird statement.
For me, yeah.
Yeah.
No, but I did play the games primarily on PlayStation consoles. Like, so I had like a weird like PC was for messing around, console was for playing because I didn't have to even think about like. I don't care about getting banned in the Souls games because they don't do VAC bans or anything. So it's just like it's a per game ban, soft ban basis or whatever, and it's like I don't
like
care
your character or whatever, and you're like, all right, whatever.
Yeah. I was like, are you gonna put me in a server with other cheaters? Cool, that's fine. Like I'm not playing the game normally on PC. I'm just messing around anyways. So.
What the most incredibly terrifying cheat setup is. You just get into a match and you're like, oh man, that looks nasty.
No, oh my god, no, it went real bad. All the Souls games, like around the time Elden Ring came out, all of the Souls games had to be taken down. Some of them were taken down for months. They were taken down for a long time because there's a remote code exploit that was figured out. So you want to talk about the nasty stuff hackers could do in Dark Souls? They could like brick your computer.
Oh,
they could like steal like information off of your computer. Yeah, like they could do the crazy shit.
It's getting so old how many entire like history-defining video games are just ruined by bad actors. You're like, god damn it, man.
Yeah, and that's why you can't play
Dark Souls, Team Fortress 2. You're like, Jesus.
That's why Prepare to Die edition of Dark Souls 1 isn't online anymore because they were going through and patching the games to fix that. And they were just kind of like, well, you know, Prepare to Die edition was delisted a long time ago. You can only buy the remaster. So they were just kind of like, well, if you can't even buy it officially anymore, why are we going to bother patching that? So they didn't, and it's now forever offline.
So it's just a Wild West?
Yeah.
Oh no, it's offline. Oh.
Well, it's offline by default, but it is Wild West because you can finagle it to go back online. But it's like, do you really want to with the remote code exploit?
You want to risk that?
The thing is though, with the remote code exploit was
that's the version
figured
of
out.
the game that like to this day still hasn't even. It's still been like 720/30, hasn't it?
Yeah. You have to use like the DS fix to get it to run better. But
the cursed PC port.
Yeah,
no.
Paradoxically, if I remember correctly, wasn't the PC port the first way to play the expansion or something?
Yeah, PC port came out like almost 2 months, or it was like a month and a half or something before the console DLC.
Yeah, it itself is a weird important part of the history of the thing.
One of the most embarrassing aspects of it is that
calling it that did irreparable damage to the series. Prepare to Die edition. God damn it.
Oh yeah, that too. Yeah, upping the marketing of the games are hard. Like
these are hard games, and that's the point. I'm like, I wish that no one thought that, and I also especially wish that From Software didn't eventually start thinking that too, because this franchise needs to calm down.
Yeah.
the difficulty creep since then has been so intense that like that game's hilariously easy at this point.
But isn't that great though? It lulls you into a false sense of security. You think that it's going to be hard.
Now that you've beaten Elden Ring now, Andrew, it'd be so funny for you to go back to Dark Souls 1 after the trouble it gave you back then and realize that like it's nothing. Like nothing in that game stands up to anything you've faced in Elden Ring.
Well, look,
arguably the first major boss of Elden Ring might be harder than the entirety of Dark Souls. Like just fucking
what?
Like that just fucking right. Like Morgott. Or Margaret or whoever. He might genuinely be harder than every single boss in Dark Souls 1.
That would be upsetting.
I mean,
what's his competition? Ornstein and Smo and Artorias? Artorias is just not that bad.
Yeah.
Every single final boss of every Dark Souls game, or specifically, because sometimes the final bosses are anti-bosses, but the final DLC boss of every Dark Souls game has literally just been designed to be like, I'm Artorias, but... and they just keep getting more and more absurdly intense. Like, Gale is just like Artorias 1000. You're like, please, I want to go home, Dark Souls. Leave me alone. Like,
yeah, have you seen my Artorias?
Fight me in my giant desert. I'm covered in rags, and I do quadruple backflips and explode.
We've talked about this before, but it is wild to me that there are definitely people who go back to the older games and have a harder time with them. But I have such a hard time relating to that. I'm like, oh my god, Demon Souls and Dark Souls 1 are
it's like
incredibly easier than the later games. Yeah, I don't know what it is.
I feel like it might just be that the games are technically more punishing. But like they're not technically more difficult. Like on a technical level, none of the stuff that it asks of you is harder than Dark Souls 3 or Elden Ring or Sekiro.
Yeah, all of those games are much more demanding as action games. I think the difference in the philosophy.
Once Bloodborne came out, we just hit a tipping point and never went back.
Yeah. I don't know. I think it's a different gameplay loop than you're expecting. Maybe where like the bosses in the earlier games are much easier, but maybe the harder levels is like really like off-putting to people. But I don't find a harder level harder than a hard boss ever. You know, so it's kind of like. Oh, like, yeah, it might be the Valley of Defilement's like kind of intimidating in ways that goes harder than later Soul Swamps. But, I mean, I don't know. Use a shield and progress slowly, carefully. Like,
there are individual moments of Demon Souls where I do look at it and I'm like, what the fuck are you even supposed to do with that? But it's often like a place that's just like over there that you don't have to interact with.
Yeah, like I don't know. It's all just kind of like
has the moment where you have like. At the end, obviously, it has the super poison fucked up swamp. And it's like, check me out. There's like some babies in here and some random items. Don't you want me? And you're like, you just die instantly. What do you do with that? But also, you could just walk past it and never engage with that. And for Demon Souls, one of the defining fucked up things has always been like, in the middle of the swamp, there's that one island with like 6 giants surrounding it, just staring at an item on the island. And I'm like, what the fuck? Every time I look at that, I'm like, what the fuck do they want me to do? Like, I don't think in most playthroughs I even engage with that because I'm like,
no, you use a bow and arrow,
I look at that, I'm like, literally,
one at
what
a time.
The fuck are you supposed to do? It's
have a big stack of anti-poison stuff.
Yeah, it's a whole pack of giant enemies that are extremely hard to fight on their own, but specifically here they're stacked in a swamp where
water you can't roll in.
You can't move or do anything in, and you're being poisoned the whole time. Genuinely don't know what they want you to do there, but also I don't think there's a I don't think the loot's even good there. I don't even think there's a reason to want it.
I don't actually even remember what's on the island with the giant grape ones.
It just always stands out to me of like, what the fuck is that part of the game? I just don't
see like, baby.
I just don't see something like that as an obstacle.
Fun stuff to like. Again, a lot of people don't really fully appreciate or understand how much the Demon's Souls remake is simultaneously a remaster and a remake. A lot of people kind of like break their brains when you point that out, because they're like, no, it's a remake. They remade it from the ground up, and it's like, no.
They built it on top of the existing game, like it's fucking Halo Anniversary.
Yes, yeah, like oh my, and they did make some fundamental changes that are different.
They might as well have given you a fucking revert graphics button.
Yes, it's really upsetting that they didn't. Yeah, because there's stuff like, the thing that made me think of that and reminded me of that is in the swamp, those giant depraved ones. Like there's very specific spots where you can like see them from not that far away, and just like where you're stepping on the ground, the render distance like drops in and out, so you're just like, oh, they're like popping in and out of view, like teleporting away. So many moments in the remake are identical, literally like the exact same spot of ground you can like step on and off, and you'll see the enemy like disappear and reappear. It's like, yeah, it's the same game. Like like the logic and code is like,
it plays exactly the same until you get to the parts they change, like getting rid of inventory caps.
Exactly, or like the bow aiming and handling was like redone. Like that's like the mechanically like aiming and stuff like that. First person stuff is different, but yeah, it is very much built upon
made minor tweaks.
Yeah, the gameplay is 99% the same to the like original version of the game.
I don't think I like that. I
kind of do.
If someone commits,
it's kind of nice that it's authentic.
It's tricky. Sometimes it's damned if you do, damned if you don't. Make more changes, but
yeah,
that's not the most controversial aspect of that remake, anyways. That's the art direction.
Yep.
Which they did not do a great job with.
I do not like the visuals or the music of that remake.
The music, especially, is such a letdown to me.
Really rough.
Yeah.
Huh? How?
So
it's
you already have the music.
It's all generically competent orchestral shit, and the original Demon's Souls soundtrack is incredibly full of personality. It's weird. It loves like these like farty brass horns, and like the song that plays during the Tower Knight fight sounds like it's laughing at you. Essentially, like a whole chorus is laughing at you. And the fucking Fool's Idol song is the most discordant, slow, completely solo piano that just slowly escalates and gets weirder and weirder. And every single song in the entire soundtrack is replaced by a technically accurate but completely flattened orchestral cover of every single song. Like it's just a fucking orchestra every single time. It's so boring.
Some of them heavily reinterpret the songs, so some of them come out pretty damn different, but it's very, again, the biggest thing too with it's not just the personality, but it's also the instrumentation, which I mean, I guess contributes to the personality, but a lot of the Demon's Souls soundtrack is like chamber orchestra stuff. Like there are a lot of songs in the Demon's Souls soundtrack where like, okay, this is just 5 instruments. It's not a massive orchestra. It's not a big bombastic thing. It's like, oh, there's a timpani, there's like 3 horns and like 3 stringed instruments.
Ooh, it's a big boy.
And later Souls games go for like a big bombastic sound in their boss themes, and it's like, oh, in the remake they felt like compelled, like they had to do that. So like everything just becomes a big, loud, generic mess where it's like, oh, like you completely threw away. You didn't even consider like how the soundtrack was like arranged. Like you didn't
it just like
that aspect, or you thought that didn't.
I think about all the different little situations where I've used the song from Fool's Idol and how creepy and bizarre it is, and how it slowly seems to feel like it's like kind of stumbling and getting more and more out of like step with itself, and how the cover is just like you can distantly hear a piano in the background past the 50 instruments they've added, and an entire like
there's so
it's like
so
fucking,
much of
like,
that
it's like
cheesy
Maiden
choir
Estrella
stuff.
is
like,
there in the song or something. You're like, go away, what?
Yeah.
Calm down. This isn't what the song is. And then fucking there's the very direct like percussive element of just like the Tower Knight theme having this whole chorus going ha 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 is replaced by like a fucking string section going
yeah, trying to do it like an extreme version.
They're trying to make it like sound epic and dramatic, so it's like bum 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 with like a whole like fucking brass and stream section all doing it together, and you're like, no, Not why it was wide. That's not why it was impactful at all. You like missed the point of everything that you could have possibly missed.
They're just redoing it to redo it, right? There's no like reason. There's no reason like couldn't get a copyright or something. Like, what is the reason for redoing this shit?
The reason is blood.
It's just a remake justifying itself existing.
Yeah, well, there's a
but why the music though?
The people remaking Demon Souls, some of the people at the top didn't actually like Demon Souls that much, and I think that's part of the problem. Is
I mean,
so are you allowed to do that?
I mean, Bluehole is just famous for not making very authentic remakes of things. Or particularly, they started out doing a bunch of Sony remakes for things that were like extremely rote remakes, like just HD remasters of stuff for a while. And then when they were given control stuff, they started doing stuff like the Shadow of the Colossus remake, which also had an extremely inaccurate interpretation of the original game's art design and so on. Like that's just what they do. Like you give Bluehole a game and give them the permission to actually change things. They completely change everything about the design.
Well, specifically, like they again, I haven't seen these documents myself, but from a trustworthy source, Lance McDonald had mentioned that like they had seen design documents for the remake, and there was stuff in there like they just thought like Boletaria looked boring. Like, oh, the architecture is too boxy. Let's make it all like gothic, like Bloodborne. They just wanted it to be more like Bloodborne.
Well, I'm sorry.
So instead of just being
like, why don't you just remake Bloodborne?
Well, they probably
they weren't given Bloodborne.
then wait until you remake Bloodborne.
There's a very real chance they have been given Bloodborne to do that, because that's the other From Software game that Sony actually owns. Yes. or has exclusive console rights to, at least. So like,
that's probably coming next.
And it's been suspiciously silent for so long, despite how much Sony likes remaking everything all the time.
Yeah, their lack of handling of Bloodborne is bizarre.
Yes,
that's a bad sign.
Bloodborne goes viral. Fucking Bloodborne trends on Twitter like every month, basically. The moment anyone spreads any rumor of there being a fucking PC port or something again, every single time, like it just has such staying power as a game, and it's like, okay, Sony has to be working on something behind the scenes with this. Like they wouldn't just be ignoring this, because like they're the people that have already given us the Last of Us 1 3 times.
Right.
I don't think I ever beat Bloodborne.
It's tough.
Bloodborne is
cool. It kicks your ass for a long time.
Actually, no. You know what? I'm sorry. I'm lying. I don't think I've ever played Bloodborne.
That's also
I've never
probably
even booted the damn thing up.
It's because you have to go back to old console.
Yeah. Well, it's like
it's on PS4.
It's on PS4, so you can download it and play it on PS5.
That's not too bad.
It's not. It's really not.
It's completely accessible right now. That's also a reason why people shouldn't care that much about remakes, is that you can just buy and play it right now on your modern console.
Well, when you said I had to go to an old console, my immediate thought was like, oh shit, it's on the PS3. Because like I don't want to do that. That's way too much work. I constantly
think that Bloodborne's a PS3 game for some reason. I'm so ready to accept that when it's obviously not true.
You can get it on, obviously, since it's on the PS4 store or whatever, you can download it and play it on PS5. The thing that adds like salt into the wound of them like not doing stuff with the Bloodborne IP is that it never got, despite being like a kind of flagship, like, you know, exclusive title that it had, they never patched it to run at 60 FPS on the PlayStation 4 Pro, and they also never bothered to do it for PlayStation 5. So like you can play on a PS5, but it's going to have the stutter of an old PS4. It does not run better than it did on. Yeah, so it's going to run not even at 30 frames per second, but it's going to be 30 FPS with like frequent frame pacing issues and frame drops. And so it's just like a really choppy, like 720p internal.
It is a game that could definitely use more power, because it's just not. It does not run amazingly.
Yeah.
Which is tough, because it's also, at the time, it was the hardest game they've ever made. So it's like the fact that it had performance issues like every From Software game ever, it was like a little rough.
So does it run fine now on a PS4? Like runs at 60 frames a second?
No.
You mean on a PS5?
No, it doesn't run.
No,
good.
on a PS4.
No, it doesn't run decently on anything.
Huh? What do you mean it doesn't run at all? Like it just runs at like 30 frames a second or something?
Yeah, it runs 30 FPS if you're lucky. Yeah, it's 30 FPS, but with frame drops and frame pacing issues. So it's just that's how.
You know what? I'm kind of camp remake Bloodborne. That's not acceptable. I'm not playing any Souls game that's not 60 frames per second. static.
But that's the thing
100%.
is like that's the sort of thing that should have been patched into the game, and it'll be very funny if they never patch the original and just only release a remake and not a remaster. Like that'll piss a lot of people off, including myself. Like, I really hope they don't do what they did with Demon Souls and only do a remake. I hope they do a remake and a remaster. Like for the love of God, because then
but didn't the Demon Souls remake like get a lot of money? Wasn't it like super successful?
No, I don't think. Yeah, like I don't think so.
That's good. I mean, well, it's weird that they would give the same company access to a game that flopped.
Yeah, I don't know that it flopped, but it's just the type of thing that like PlayStation 5 was very hard to get for a long time. So there were a lot of people who were like, "Oh, I'll get a PS5 because it has the Demon Souls remake," and they just never got a PS5 or had to wait like a ridiculously long time. So yeah, that just hurt its sales. A lot of people could not get PlayStation 5s when they wanted to, and then because like there wasn't total universal praise for it. I think that impacts people's willingness. Like some people today, if they played the other Souls games and they hear some people like, the art style's kind of botched. Like, I don't know, like there's, it was an okay remake, but so that kind of killed the hype for it a bit.
It's all right. I mean, it
didn't have a good light post launch support. Like they patched the game twice very quickly after it came out. And like, they didn't even have patch notes. And they
really quick.
You can't delete characters in the remake.
What do you mean? Like you make a save and you're stuck with it?
Yes. You have to delete your entire save data, all of your characters, if you want to get rid of any one of them.
That's...
It's insane. It's just like there's so many things about it that are like, why was this the state that this was released in? Like,
that's pretty funny.
Yeah, which is I blame Sony and not Bluepoint, to be honest, for a bunch of it.
Sure. It's just it is funny to see. Like,
it was apparently
thing for a game to launch. that's how Dragon's Dogma 2 launched too, is you couldn't delete characters, and given that people were mad at the microtransactions, they were blaming that as being like an effort to make you pay to redesign them. In reality, they just patched deleting characters in like a week later. They're like, oops.
It's very funny to me, the idea that this isn't, it's not a requirement. Like it's not a hard, the game coming out is not a hard requirement for Sony to survive to the next quarter. It's not keeping them afloat. It's not like this isn't the most anticipated game of 2020. It is just a remake. Why not wait until it's good and ready? Like
they wanted it to be, they really wanted it to be a launch title for the PS5.
Well, a launch title for a PS5 no one could buy.
Yes. Yeah, exactly. So that's why it was dumb to rush it. Cool. Yeah. You're right. You're absolutely right. Yeah.
So that's what I mean is like that's incredible because like again, I talked about in the beginning, it feels like a lot of people just don't communicate. It feels like miscommunication is a terrible disease at a company because like how could you not just explain to executive like, by the way, this is just not going to go well. Like it doesn't, even if we push it out the door right now, it's not going to sell very well because there just isn't the access consumers have to getting the product, and that's not going to change by adding a game. Like
it's probably
adding a game
gamble. Yeah, I don't know.
I don't think that's a gamble. A gamble is like it's not knowing what the outcome would be, but that's like for sure. If you look at something and go like, hey man, this game isn't ready yet, and it's already kind of dicey because you're remaking a game people really like. Let's just get it good. Let's get it out the door at 100%, and then we unlock a lot of opportunity. Every Souls game is on the table now if we nail this one remake, and then you fucking love it, and you're like
this is pure speculation. Obviously, I have no inside info on this kind of stuff. But the thing that's funny to me about all of this is that like the original Demon Souls came out, Sony wasn't really happy with it. It wasn't what they were expecting or what they wanted from software to make. Then it turned into a cult classic, and they sort of had an oh shit moment with like Dark Souls became really popular and successful, and they're like, damn it, we kind of fucked up.
Originally, Demon Souls was so poorly received by Sony they refused to publish it, saying it's too low quality. So Atlas had to publish it.
Yes.
Low quality. Didn't these people release God of War Ragnarok? You can't fucking tell me they
as
don't
you
have,
might imagine, the design
standards.
of Souls games was controversial to early adopters. And if you put it in the wrong people's hands, they're like, what the fuck is this? This is unplayable. And so, like, Sony didn't want to publish it. They thought it was garbage.
Bro.
So Atlas published it, of all people.
So it's like eventually they realize their mistake and they come crawling back from war with Bloodborne, where they're like, okay, let's do another exclusive. So it seemed like they're ready.
They're just very lucky because of the fact that like like Atlas published it, but still Sony ultimately got to get like the exclusive rights to Demon Souls as a release. Like it still couldn't come out on Xbox.
Which
is like that's so fucking
money.
annoying to get like shit on as a thing and also be the only. They still get all the rights to it. They get all the benefits of having published it practically.
Yeah. And so they try to like warm up to From Software and like do something better with Bloodborne, and like the relationship between them was different at that point. You had like whoever was the CEO of PlayStation at the time, like play Bloodborne on streams, and like it seemed authentic. Like the dude like actually like he wasn't just he was doing like he was fighting like Chalice dungeon bosses that weren't even like main game.
Yeah, but
content.
what kind of build was he running?
So I don't. You had some people there who like understood that it was a good thing and seemed to like genuinely like it. But
was he a Dex slur?
Yeah.
But it's just weird because it seemed like for a moment Sony realized that they fucked up and were going to do a lot to like accommodate From Software. But then now it's just like, okay, Bloodborne never got patched, and it's like. It seems weird. Like I wouldn't be surprised if they're kind of pissing off From Software again. Like I wonder what the relationship dynamic is like. Like I feel like Sony's probably annoying in some ways to them, and
Sony is probably incredibly fucking annoying. I imagine they're hounding them every year to be like, when are you going to make Elden Ring 2? And they're like, fuck off.
For us,
like go away. Who even called
we just
you?
made an Elden Ring. Leave us alone.
But they might.
What do you?
They might be about to own From Software though, and I really don't want that to happen. I don't know if you heard about that.
I did hear about that. I would like
the big studios to stop, or the big companies to stop acquiring things in general. I don't think that's good
honestly,
for anybody.
Here's my personal opinion. I think you should let Sony. I think Sony should buy From Software, and I think From Software should just leave. Everyone in From Software just walk out the door.
That is the
and
problem.
Make a new company.
It's like if
make a brand new company.
If an acquisition's poor enough, like you just functionally lose that company. They cease to exist.
Yeah.
It becomes this question of like every time a BioWare game comes out, you're like, is it BioWare though? Like, should I care? Like,
but are you telling me
if you liked BioWare in 2007, should you care that BioWare made a game now? It's like, does anyone work there that you ever that ever made the things you cared about?
Okay, so if From Software came out and said, "Hey, we need to do a Kickstarter, raise, I don't know how much debt could this company fucking be in? Like, if we pay off our debt, Atlas or Kadokawa,
Kadokawa.
No, it's a Kondonsha or whatever. Our parent company, if we can get rid of our debt." Technically, the parent company could just give it back over. Like if I would donate to a Kickstarter if they were Kickstartering to get debt, so they could just leave and not get bought by Sony. That would be the funniest thing. Like the idea that they could go fully like rogue again, be like, anybody who wants to publish a Souls game, free for you. Like that would be funny. But also, if they bought it, that would be the end of it. You would, if they buy, it would be devastating for a lot of reasons. Even though I know a lot of people don't really particularly like the parent company that they're buying. I cannot remember how to pronounce their name.
Yeah.
But I know that company isn't like
just Bandai
the best
Namco
company. No,
it's their From Software is owned by Kadokawa, which is a
Kadokawa. Yeah,
they're a major manga publishing company. Like they own they actually
own
a really
Dungeon Meshi, right? I remember that.
They're a huge company already.
Correct.
They're a very big company that does way more than video games.
Sony would be buying them more for their actual like media, like anime, light novels, and manga is what they're really trying to get. And the bonus here would just be the fact that they also have the fucking Souls franchise or FromSoft.
Which is what scares me about it more, because if Sony was more dead set on wanting Souls specifically, I would kind of trust it more. You know, because I'm like, if you really wanted it that bad,
because if they just want that franchise, that means they value the franchise. But these fucking corporate acquisitions of entire conglomerates of nonsense just become this big mess where it's like, the thing I always like often go back to when I think about this kind of thing is like the fact that like the reason why, as far as I can tell, the reason why we don't have Rooster Teeth anymore is because Discovery Warner closed them down because they were in the process of doing that thing where they deleted a billion things that created art just in general that 1 year. They just deleted like a quarter of all art in the world that year. They just deleted so much culture in general just as a concept. Like they just untold damage to society that year, like just from Discovery Warner. Like it was bizarre to watch. And like, oh well, sorry, Rooster Teeth, your decades of legacy of being a weird offbeat like internet content creator thing that kept growing and expanding and doing new things and whatever, drama or not drama, whatever, but like that entire legacy just ends because, oh well, in the series of acquisitions and buyouts and blah 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 and companies being sold, they happened to be under Time Warner when Time Warner was just deleting art from the world. So that studio just closes its doors and everyone loses their jobs and every single thing they're working on goes away and that's it. And like there's no opportunity for them to be like, oh yeah, we'll just be our own company if you don't want us anymore. It's like, nope. The way that these companies work is when we're done with you, you have to go into the blender now. Everyone's dead. Yep. We will never like give up owning everything that we own. We just won't make it anymore. So everyone just gets to stop having art. And like that's I hate how that's large why you go back and you make a new their acquisition. So I never want to hear about someone being like, oh, I just want to own every company for funsies. Like that's why I worry about like Microsoft just buying everything lately. Like the way that Microsoft has Activision and Blizzard and Bethesda and Mojang. What the fuck? Yep. That's so cursed.
And they can't release a single good game. Can you imagine? What is it like to just be holding golden gooses and all of them shit brown eggs? Like what is going on? Like what an annoying. Cursed. I mean, okay, Bethesda's kind of a different one. Bethesda, you buy
has
Bethesda
not made
knowing
a single
you're getting
good game in like 15, 20 years.
The only game people
still just
even
sad as a concept.
Yes, but I'm saying it's very funny that Microsoft even bought them because it does kind of feel like, well, you know what you're buying, right? And then like Starfield was coming out, they're like, this is it. This is gonna be so like, no, who's making it? It's like Bethesda. Okay, well, guys, let's set our expectations, temper them very well.
Whether or not Starfield or whether or not Bethesda makes good games doesn't matter. Bethesda makes games that sell. Because disappointingly, people like Bethesda has
not
one
anymore.
Of those weird.
They're free on Xbox Live.
Oh, no,
they have not done amazingly, but like Skyrim had that somehow broke into that like sports game level of sales, and you're like, what the fuck is happening? Why is everyone buying Skyrim so much to the point where
nostalgia.
They're like buying it again over and over again at the exclusion of buying other games or doing anything else in their lives? Like it's just let's keep buying Skyrim more. It's like Skyrim was never good because nothing like Bethesda arguably hasn't made a good game since Morrowind, and that might have been their only good game ever. But it was bizarre to watch because Skyrim is so fucking boring and uninteresting, and it's also just like its cultural relevancy. Like you think it's gonna fade, but like as much as like it's weird that Dark Souls and Skyrim came out the same month. And Dark Souls is like an eternally relevant, massive, industry-defining, crazy project that was inventive and interesting. And Skyrim felt like the Avatar of video games. Like, it's just that one weird anomaly where like you can't explain why it's so popular and why people won't stop engaging with it. But also, no one you can't But it doesn't bring anything.
But every
to the table.
investor thought that it was like the company itself that was the golden goose. They're like, oh man, Bethesda just makes good games, right? Like Skyrim, and you're like,
Yeah.
No, that was a weird one. I don't. We can't really explain Skyrim.
I almost wonder if Microsoft will make them call the next game Skyrim 2. just
like just I don't think it'll be that bad.
It's like their whole
Skyrim 2.
The whole gimmick with Elder Scrolls is it has the extremely nerdy concept of having every single game in the series be based on a different region in its world.
Yeah.
And the game is just named that region of the world. Which is hard to sell to people as a concept that they keep track of and understand culturally.
Well, it's Elden. So I mean, it's like
if you bought this franchise, if you bought this company because they make Skyrim, I wouldn't be that surprised if you just made them make Skyrim 2 because that's the box that will ship units. People will want to have Skyrim 2 on shelves.
I don't think so. I think people are gonna go like, we have Skyrim at home. I actually have like 4 different copies of Skyrim. Why do I need to play a new Skyrim? It's the same world. It's Skyrim again.
That is the problem, is you're always wondering whether these people will move on to a new game, or if they're the equivalent of like sports game buyers or like Wii owners.
Or no.
Or like famously the Wii was a massive cultural, it had a huge cultural impact as a console, but it did not have cultural impact as a platform. So the Wii sold an ungodly number of copies based on its core gimmick and like Wii Sports, basically, like the pack-in. But it was extremely hard to sell games to Wii owners, and they discovered that very quickly. So it was very hard to make profitable Wii games, even though the Wii was the biggest console in several generations. It was a very bizarre concept, and like, yeah, I remember, because like I remember my mom wanting to borrow my Wii and stuff and taking it on a trip, and they fucking dropped it and scuffed it up and shit. But like these people that don't play video games wanted to play the
Wii.
They wanted to play the Wii because so many people were talking about it as a thing, and like old people that don't play video games and their coworkers were talking about the Wii, and so they wanted to like know what the Wii was. And so the Wii sold so many copies because it was not that expensive. It was like the cheapest video game console I can think of ever, while also having that gimmick. But that they couldn't turn that into like Metroid Prime sales.
Right.
That's I just
okay. All 4 of the Phase 4 things are technically plugged in and being made at some rate. It will eventually conclude, regardless.
Hey, one of them's already done, so technically 3 are left.
That's progress.
I mean, you did that like off camera between sessions.
I did
secretly did that because you are a cheater.
What do you? I'm looking at a fucking tower that I was not here for. What do you mean?
That's the rules. You don't make progress. You don't like make new things. You only scale or beautify between sessions. I never build something new when I'm playing offline or between streams ever. I just make more of what we already have every single time.
Well, by the time we started the session after I had made it, I had uploaded a whopping 10 of them, and I didn't even make anything. Besides 3. I made 3 outputters for it. And they're not even what I made, really. I didn't even make it for that. I made it for the stupid electromagnetic control rods. They just happened to also be part of the requirement to make the magnetic field generators. Wasn't even my goal. I just had to get rid of all these fucking goddamn magnetic control units, or control rods. We're not doing anything with them.
Oh yeah, because we're not doing nuclear yet.
Yeah. So I needed to get rid of them, and the only way to get rid of them is...
So I now have a particle accelerator.
Oh, okay.
Uh-huh. If you come to my base, you'll notice it pretty quickly, because it's big rings.
Big rings.
It looks like a Ferris wheel that's made of neon. Yeah, it takes a pressure conversion cube and 200 copper powder and, like, just loses its goddamn fucking mind for a while, and then creates nuclear pasta.
Oh, yeah?
This might be using a lot of power. It looks like it probably uses a lot of power. How much power does this thing use? Should I be afraid?
Probably
it uses 1.5 megawatts.
Oh!
Each.
Oh.
And I built 2 of them. So when these turn on, if these get enough parts to turn on, they'll use 3 megawatts at once for 2 machines. Okay, so that's why. So I think that's why you do nuclear power. Is to keep up with these things running. Jesus Christ.
How are we... What are we looking... Oh
my God.
Yeah, that's a lot. Okay.
These are scary.
Okay. Well, you know, sometimes it's good to make dangerous things.
How much energy do the radar towers use? Like, are those actually draining in any way? Is it going to hurt to cover the map with them?
No.
Cool.
You are fine. Gimme.
I didn't tell this thing to do it.
Huh? Is this hard drive not done? Oh, it is. Okay. Alternate coated iron plate or wet concrete. Stop giving me wet concrete. I don't want this shit. Why do I want an extra step to make concrete? What the fuck's wrong with you? Plastic and that. This is all shit. Give me this. Get this nasty ass concrete out of here.
Wet concrete? Wait. That's how you're supposed to let it dry. What do you mean the concrete's wet?
Yeah. I you know what? Keep going. Keep hammering home onto them. I agree. I think.
All right, so radio control units need to be scaled so that we can get more particle, or not nuclear pasta. That's the current obstacle.
Oh, we can just make alien power matrices? That's nice. What do we need? What the hell is that? Singularity cell. Okay.
Alien power matrix.
How many hard drives can I scan? One? Okay. Yeah, I'm at the ma'am.
Oh, the thing we haven't researched yet, right? Because it requires like a bunch of shit.
Ma'am.
Ma'am.
Ma'am. Ma'am. Ma'am. Okay. I feel good about that. I think we are making good progress on producing computers and supercomputers. I don't know how many we're making. I hope it's a lot. 2 per minute is not great, but it is an amount. High speed connectors are a little slow. Can we get that going? What's holding you back? Your dreams? Disgusting. Get these dreams out of here. All right. Where is... Give me a power shard. I'm sharding.
I've got aluminum problems. Got it. How do I get more aluminum out of the system?
Oh wait, why didn't I check how much I need?
Probably just need to get more bauxite to feed into the aluminum system because it just is not keeping up.
6 by 3. I think I did the math on this. I just didn't follow through because I have
original bauxite is probably not enough.
18.
I shudder at the idea of scaling aluminum more.
6 each. Okay. How much does it take to make 6
My aluminum
of these,
base was a little clusterfucky.
Perfect. Okay. 6. 6. It should be 0.5. Would it be funnier if it was 0.5? It would be. Let's do that.
Let's scale aluminum then.
Just to make it annoying. YOLO.
Let's ride the gay tube to the bauxite mines.
I
always knew this wokeness was going to lead to the mines somehow.
The woke mines.
The woke mines. The woke mine virus.
The conservatives always yearn for the mines again.
I'm in the death sky, the sky where you die.
That's definitely not the intended purpose of the sky. You should be reporting that to somebody if the sky is killing you.
Where's my bauxite? Is that the bauxite?
Yo, wait, why do I have so many? Wait a second. Whoa, what are you doing? Oh, you're making stators.
Chalice, how long the gauge tube took to make? Not that long, if you don't count the parts that were wasted effort. I was building it by hand at first, putting individual lights down on a grid, and I wanted to die. But eventually I've made a blueprint for it, and once I had the blueprint, it wasn't that hard to make. Because yeah, I eventually just made a blueprint for each individual foundation's worth of hallway, and that went pretty quickly. So the real reason that the real throttle for me making progress on the gate tunnel was actually we didn't have enough quartz. It would consume so much quartz to make one foundation's worth of stuff that, like, it was just like, Jesus Christ, man. Like, even though I had an entire dedicated place just for processing quartz over there, where that's all that does, and it wasn't being used for anything meaningful, it just wouldn't process it fast enough because every single one of those things covered entirely in a grid of lights would just use hundreds of it per click. So it's just like, I just had to, like, go away and come back periodically, basically.
Terrifying. How many got in here? None? Why am I not buying that? I'm not buying that. Do you have, yeah,
I'll probably make another gate tunnel.
Whoa.
I should make a grain. I should make the equivalent of, like, the Vegas Strip, overhang thing, but for one of the train station, one of the train paths. That makes a lot of sense.
What do you mean, like like it's lights all the top?
Yeah, like have a domed or a roof over the train tunnel that is all covered in lights and stuff.
Okay.
Because when you go to the Vegas Strip, when you get to the actual strip, or at least part of it, like the main-ish part of it, there's like an entire canopy that has like projectors being shot onto it to like do like a sort of a show, and also the overhang means that people aren't exposed to the raw sunlight during the day.
I did that. I did something like that. I made a train, and then it went through like a kind of a Willy Wonka tunnel, and it was like a rainbow, like a cascading rainbow in a circle kind of thing as you went through it, and I called that the gay car wash.
Going to the car wash.
And that worked out pretty well. It was really fun to sit in the train and go through it, because you're just like, you got that kind of like third person view, and you're like, whoa. It's fun.
I'm gonna die. Save me, bacon. Haha, it looks like I really saved my bacon. That's probably why they called it that. It's probably the joke. It's probably the whole joke. Just cut up with that. Fuck.
Wouldn't that only make sense for a pig?
Well, fuck. Where is it? Where is it? Where is it? No. I'm fucking the strongest healing thing in this game is bacon.
Oh, gotcha.
I guess you don't go outside, so you haven't noticed this thing about the game.
I don't go outside, no.
Yeah, there's several healing items in this game. The weakest one is the nuts, and the strongest one is the bacon. It's a mushroom. I have never seen bacon in my life. It's a mushroom made of bacon called the bacon agaric.
Yeah, it's a red sandy mushroom thingy.
Oh, okay.
You ever noticed the mushrooms that are made of bacon?
No, can't. I do have to admit, I did not notice.
I'm fascinated by you and Illusory's just extreme opposite ways of playing this game, where neither of you are fully playing the game. I'm the only person that actually runs around doing everything that is entailed in the game. Right? You guys are both like playing half of the game that you share, and you never mix with each other. Yeah. We need to know something. Was there a divorce? Like, do you guys not want to hang out anymore?
We are committed to covering all sides, so you, the recording person, get to have a very good, equal, balanced view of the game, right? Me and Illusory are taking two of the extreme positions, which leaves you free to do fun things.
Yeah, I totally thought about how it would be good for Keith streaming. Definitely thought about that.
Exactly. Yeah. See, like I said,
the illusory part of this experience being him constantly shouting out things we can't see.
Yeah.
Whoa, this is crazy. Yeah. There's like a poison guy, and he doesn't attack me, or he does. Like, what the fuck is he talking about?
It's called hype.
He's talking about cryptids.
It's all hype, man. Because then you go out into the woods and you're looking for the thing that he hyped up. It's building suspense for your audience.
I like this explanation.
You can't win. I'll spin it anyway. I'll always win the spin.
You'll always win the spin?
Yep, I'll always win the spin.
Only because you'll never admit defeat.
Exactly. So that's, I mean... Find the lie. How are you still at 100? I'm gonna kill you. And maybe even...
I will murder you. You will not survive the week.
I will. I remember one of my most annoying things about, or one of the most annoying things about going to therapy was that like they're really insistent about fixing things. Like they really want you to commit to actually bettering yourself in therapy, which is quite annoying. And so
I had surprisingly little guidance or input about bettering myself in therapy, and I've been doing it all year.
I will give you some pro advice. Your therapist should have the same name as you. It helped me immensely.
Little life hacks from Andrew.
It was so cool. I was so much more invested in therapy because my therapist was also named Andrew. That was like such a nothing like in my mind. It was the most like I'm
gonna level with you. You should drop your therapist. Like no, I'm gonna level with you. Your therapist is not named Keith. Big mistake.
Yeah, I'm telling you. Look, if you get a therapist that's the same name as you, you get so much like unearned self-fulfillment. You get to say like, you know what, Andrew, you're right. I should do that. And then you go do the thing, and Andrew's right. Of course Andrew's right. Andrew's smart. He knows exactly what he's doing. It's, oh my God, what a fucking, what a hack. No one tells you the trick, man. This is why rich people are so fucking rich. This is
thinking about how like every day someone gets really mad at Andrew in the comments, and I'm like, they just haven't seen his vision. They haven't seen what this is, what Andrew brings to the table. This fucking insane energy.
It's so good. I'm telling, man, nothing made me more upset than when I was like, when I got laid off and I was like, shit, I can't do therapy for a while because I have to, like I can't afford it. It's expensive. And I was like, oh no, what if I can't get my therapist back? How hard is it going to be to get another therapist named Andrew? Because none of the other ones worked. I tried everything, man. I even got a therapist that looks like RoboCop, like the actor who played RoboCop. Because I thought like, okay, well, if he looks like an action star I like, then maybe I'll actually give a shit about what he's saying. But it didn't work. That guy just didn't give a shit. It was awful. I was so disheartened. I really thought that was gonna be it.
Oh God.
You know that actor who played RoboCop's like a history professor or something like that?
Yeah.
Yeah. He like doesn't like he doesn't act primarily.
I was gonna say Andrew probably doesn't know because he's extremely invested in 80s action heroes more than almost most concepts.
Yeah. Peter Weller. He's great.
He's fantastic. He's got a really good
to Andrew
voice
in general for a while was just like all art is bad except for anime and 80s action movies.
And I was not wrong.
Everything has to be One Piece or Face Off, the two genders.
I mean, you're describing the best night of my life.
One Piece Face Off.
Yeah, just watching One Piece and
Buggy the Clan and Zoro have switched faces.
I mean, I can
only name things that happened 70 years ago in One Piece.
Oh, I thought you were naming it because it was in the One Piece live action.
It's been running for 5,000 years. I've not watched the live action of any of the animes. They all
incredible. You are dodging like bullets here.
Yeah, no. On paper, I'm like, this looks stupid. My one moment of weakness is because I kind of like the lead actor. I gave a shot to Cowboy Bebop, and the first episode was fucking garbage, so I just stopped. It was so aggressively awkward. And also, I was just abundantly aware of the fact that, like, Faye was in the episode, even though she wasn't in the show yet at that point in the storyline, so she didn't have anything to do. She was just wasting time. And they're like, let's try to make Faye funny. And I'm like, that's not really what Faye is. That's not what Faye's there for the most part. She's the femme fatale.
It's so funny to get straddled with life-changing amounts of debt that I can never pay back after being basically mentally assaulted after waking up. It's so fun. I'm just such a silly guy.
Yeah, like the first episode of
Like,
Cowboy
what a
Bebop live action was so
character.
just completely illegible as being Cowboy Bebop that I'm like, I didn't care to keep going, but also didn't have any merits on its own. It just wasn't entertaining at all. It wasn't funny, and the action was bad. So I'm like, what is the point? Why would I keep going?
Yeah.
And that was my one moment of weakness of even trying a live-action anime adaptation ever. I'm like, who cares? Well, my other one was we both watched the Death Note movie, which was
we did.
Insane,
bro.
One of the
that
worst
movie
things I've ever seen.
That movie's wild. I can't believe. Could you imagine somebody in the room when that movie was being made had to have been a Death Note fan. Like someone had to live through the horror. And I can't fathom what it was like going to the set every day. And like the only part that makes you sane.
How bad it was coming out.
Yeah. But like you also get to have this like quiet moment of like, yeah, but man, Willem Dafoe was like such a good pick. Like that is such a good pick for Ryuk. What a great pick.
Yes.
I'm so like, you know, like there's a guy sitting there like, fuck, dude, I can see the movie. Just not like this, you know, like you're just like, man, just not like this, dude.
Like, not like this.
Again, I imagine someone doing it like the Dragon Ball movie was the same way. Like, okay, like you could do it.
What's funny
but
is
not this way.
I don't know who did the Dragon Balls movie, so in my brain, it's just the same actor that's in the Sonic movies. Because it's the same brand of generic funny white man. It's just there to be the white man in a movie that people that didn't have a white man in the first place.
Yeah, very interesting. It's a very interesting moment to watch Journey to the West get cannibalized like that.
Yeah, it's like an adaptation of an adaptation of an adaptation of an adaptation of Journey to the West until you're like, what are we doing, man? What's up?
Yeah, it is a weird game of telephone. When you look back and you're like, oh, how? Like if you showed that movie to a Chinese person, they're not gonna get it. They're not gonna go, oh, you know, like no, it'll never click. That movie is so far disconnected from even like the thing that it's trying to be an adaptation of, that you get something that's wholly new, but for like legal reasons has to have this iconic name. It feels like someone filmed an entire movie
the fuck
and
is
then
this train track. What
is this?
You just have a train that goes nowhere in the middle of my base.
Don't. Whoa. First of all, thank you for reminding me. I totally forgot about that project. I'm gonna come work on that right now.
Just made a nightmare train in the middle of my base.
No, don't worry about that train. Yeah. Thank you. I was totally doing this. I forgot about this. Whatever I was saying didn't matter. I can't believe you haven't. One Piece would be funny to watch.
It didn't matter.
It didn't. It would be very funny to see you watch One Piece. I think you wouldn't enjoy it, but I think that there's also.
I've read a lot of One Piece. Not a lot by percentage, but a lot as in like what anyone would call a lot of reading anything.
What's the last thing you remember happening in One Piece?
I told you a bunch of times. You should remember by now where I left off. It's not necessarily where I left off, but it's the last thing I always say I remember. We've had this conversation before.
And I always forget because I know 7 people who refuse to finish One Piece. So I know where a lot of people are stuck in One Piece, but also I don't know where any individual.
A struggle is that I didn't know enough about it to even know it was spoilers. So that was that one time that you were watching it with Kel and Joe, and I accidentally was spoiling something. Like, no, stop! And I'm like, oh, is that it? I literally don't know that's a spoiler. Because like in the video game, there's just like a robot guy being a robot. Like, no, don't say he's a robot. I'm like, I didn't understand that. That's literally all I know about him from the Musou game. Because I played One Piece Warriors.
Yeah. Okay.
No, I'll talk.
So
the last thing I remember, and it's probably not the last thing I read, but this last thing I can specifically remember is the candle guy.
Perfect.
Like, I'm gonna kill you with a birthday cake. It's spinning, I think, or something.
It is spinning. It's the candles.
Can confirm. The cake is spinning.
It is. The cake is spinning because there are candles that are lit, and the candles that are lit are spreading wax as it spins. You are just in time.
It's like a
You
stand.
are just in time.
A candle stand.
You're catching on now. The what is it called?
I also haven't finished JoJo's.
Well, that's okay. Yeah, I don't think that's...
Anyone paying close attention is like mad at me by now because I've been like hinting about the fact that I watched the first 2 arcs of JoJo's and didn't make it to stands, and I've been there for like 2 or 3 years now.
That's okay. You're fine. You can say like that.
Admittedly, JoJo's
honestly.
doesn't grip me the way that like Dan did, or Odd Taxi and a bunch of stuff that's like moment to moment very entertaining. JoJo's is like it's weird. It's also it's astonishingly slowly paced.
JoJo has a lot going on for it. There is a lot of praise that you can give JoJo. However, there is definitely, I think what you said, the pacing is kind of one of the biggest hurdles in JoJo. It does feel
weird. Like, I was enjoying
very
it, but
funky.
Like the first episode is way too fast. It's paced way too fast, and so much shit happens. So you're like, wow, we gotta go the entire history of this guy hating Dio in one go.
I mean,
and then
you hate him by the end of that.
the moment that episode's over, JoJo's becomes the slowest show you've ever seen because every single fucking scenario is here's a fight that technically took 10 seconds, but we're gonna explain it for 2 hours. You're like, all right.
Yeah.
I don't hate this, but I don't feel like I need to binge it right now, which meant that I just kind of never got back to it because I don't know, what pace do you watch a show you're behind by 20 years? It's weird. It's weird catching. It's like the same thing with like Twin Peaks, where I was like, what rate do I get caught up on this at? Because it's too much to binge at once. But
you're not in risk, right? You're not in risk of like there's not a current cultural zeitgeist and spoiling this thing that you're trying to catch up on, and there isn't like an immediate need to do it because there isn't like a second thing. You know, there's not like a show coming out this fall that you have to watch. So you are in like a position of
there's already been multiple new JoJo seasons, I think, since I started watching it. It's just
correct. And so like you could take this
they're also all new stories anyway.
They are. So some of them. Yes, you are correct.
I already know that like some JoJos are sometimes in other JoJos.
It's all connected. It's just a linear story.
Like, I think Ben Diskin JoJo comes
world.
back as Grandpa JoJo. You don't know him as Ben Diskin JoJo because you've watched him in Japanese.
Correct. I watched him in Japanese.
The second Joe is played by Ben Diskin, who plays Jack in Beastars, and Haida in Gretzko, also all in English.
Gotcha.
So for me, I'm like, it's that guy. That's funny. But that's because I like those characters. Well, I used to like Haida. It's really hard to like Haida.
Hey now.
Haida turned into like a crypto bro by the end of Gretzko. Am I wrong? Spot the lie. We're ready for that comment.
How giants fall, man. What a brutal. I
forget what exactly happened, but I remember the penultimate season of whatever happened so far in Gretzko just did a lot of damage to Haida. It's the season where it's like,
I don't know, man.
Like
he had like a...
It's like at the end of the Idol season, he like finally takes the plunge of actually kind of pursuing a Gretzko.
Jesus. Been a while.
Which I felt iffy on in general. It felt weirdly like boundary, like it felt like he's kind of violating boundaries the way that he like pulled her out of her room and was like weirdly rude to her in that finale, but whatever. Otherwise, that was my favorite season. But it's like, okay, you guys are dating now, right? You're actually like, you're on a band together and you're actually doing a life together. Like you're gonna finally do the storyline of what it's like for you two to date together, right? Then fucking the next season, it's like Haida can't step over the threshold of Retzi's apartment door. He just physically, for some reason, can't go in her apartment. Like he's so upset by the idea of being in a relationship for some reason, and then he just becomes like the equivalent. Like he feels like a crypto bro. Like he just becomes like a huge brown noser for this weird shitty boss, and like the whole season just like spends the entire season doing like irreparable damage to Haida. And you're like, this guy's not even hot anymore. I hate this character.
he gets like cucked by Elon Musk.
And sucks.
It really melted him.
Dude.
Like the sheer fact that happened.
I don't know if you fully understand how much Agretzko fan art is literally about him being cucked by Tano.
I mean, bro, what do you? How would that not be your default answer? He literally, he flew. Okay, this guy flew him in a jet to tell him, "I'm gonna fuck your girl." Like, what do you mean?
A significant
man?
of furry art about Agretzko is just Haida getting fucked by the same dick that fucked Agretzko already.
Oh, I bet. I bet it's like the weirdest.
Genre.
The weirdest, like, gayest NTR thing you've ever seen. Like, it has to be, man. Like, just. God, that was wild. I can't believe, I don't know who it was. Someone woke up and was like, I fucking hate this character. I want this character gone. And they just they just went into it.
Haida was a great character for like one season and then became it's like the show hates him so much.
I don't know who he rubbed wrong
all the time.
My conspiracy theory is that it's okay, you may not know, I'm going to say something that's really okay. All right. I think that character was based off of somebody's ex. And they weren't an ex when they made that character. I think they liked that guy, and then when it went sour, that dude turned into who he became, because that is something happened. Something happened to whoever was writing that character, and it was I don't know what, but there is. I say that because there's another anime that did the exact same thing, where a guy the author inserted his wife as one of the characters in a harem anime, and they got divorced. So for like a solid year and a half, he could not make this character appear in the manga because they were going to court to figure out if he was going to have to remove her from the series completely. Because he literally just drew her straight up. Like, it is a hairstyle, like, everything. Face, everything was just made to look like his wife. It was wild.
That's quite the choice to make.
Quite the choice. And so, like, the moment that all the legislation, all the legal kerfuffle was done and that character was allowed to come back on with some slight alterations, never the same. The tone is just so like, I think he might have got divorced. Like, you can feel it, and it's like that's what it felt like watching Haida or whatever. Like, it just brutal. Something happened, and I'm so sorry for it, but also R.I.P. guy.
God, Agretzko is such a hard show to watch now. Like, it's like whatever. It comes out like every 3 years, and the entire season's only like the length of a movie, so whatever. But like,
yeah,
they've made so many choices they can't walk back. One of my things that really fucked with me is that season 3 made her an idol, and specifically it made her like a YouTuber idol. So she has like a fucking large passive income in the background that she's always sitting on. So at one point, like when her old boss gets fired, she just like hires him to run her social media and her YouTube channel, and just like she can just single-handedly finance him having a fake, like basically a fake job in the background. It's like, what? What are you talking about? Like, I don't understand. This whole premise of the show is supposed to be about how you're stuck in Japanese work culture, and here's a series of like financial hardships that raise that up. And like specifically season 3, which is my favorite season, really ratchets that stuff up. Like, when you're watching that season and she bumps into the other guy's car, you have a fucking heart attack because you're like, no, Retsy's already hit so low, and now she's gonna be liable for this car thing. But that's the beginning of the Idol storyline where the Idol manager is played by FroZD, and that's the storyline does irreparable damage to the series because they can never walk back the fact that she's an idol. Like them trying to do any storylines never makes sense because like she's famous and has an income, and like at every storyline always shits on Haida in a new way to the point where it's just like, okay, like at some point just fuck this character. Just leave. Like why would you be putting up with this character ever when he's like this?
Kill him or put him out of his misery, but you can't keep doing this to the guy.
Yeah, they had to do industrial espionage to save Haida from doing crimes. And then the show just keeps going, and
maybe that's true love.
One of my favorite details, though, is that there's an official comic for Agretzko, and you would expect it to be a manga because it's a Japanese show. And there might be a manga too, I don't know. Like but there's like a shitty, there's like a kind of shitty Western created like American comic series for Agretzko.
Like an Archie comic?
I guess just like a comic. You buy them as like issues.
Okay.
Western comics for Agretzko. And what really gets me about Agretzko's comic adaptation, and everyone should look this up, they can't draw Haida. Haida always looks like a giant teardrop head. Because he does have a little like hyena mohawk. Technically, his little point on his head in the anime. No one can draw his head shape that ever works on the comic. It's so fucked up looking every time. It's so distracting. He looks like he's supposed to be it looks like an offensive caricature of like old like Pinhead concepts or something like that. Like when people make characters that are like just this, he's supposed to looks like he's explicitly drawn to be the idiot. And you're like, that's not what he's drawn like. Why is he being drawn like that? It's very strange.
Looking up the comic now. Can I find this character in the comic? Oh. Is this real? Oni,
right?
What?
No, it's so badly drawn. It's like appalling how badly drawn the Agretzko comic is.
Oh, they did it right once? Oh, wait, no. That doesn't count. Okay.
They also like don't really seem to get the idea of it being about class or work culture, so it's like in this issue of the comic, it's like a zombie apocalypse parody. But the joke is that like everyone's sick at the office, so you're running from the sick people, but they're running from them like it's zombies gonna get them. Like they have premises like that. Like they don't even slightly touch upon the basic premise of what Agretzko's about. It's such a bad comic. I read one issue, I read the one volume or whatever, and I'm like, nope, never looking at this again. Never trying any more of these.
I'm pretty convinced that the age demographic they're going for here is like 4 years old. Oh, this cannot be real. Wait, this isn't real, right?
Oh, this is a blueprint.
No. Wait a second. This is a web comic. Okay, no, hold on. I'm sorry. I have to share this. This can't be real. I'm gonna put it in the voice chat dump. This is a page.
Let's take a look-see. Yep.
But that can't be right.
Yep.
That can't be. This is not like the real this is not the official comic, right?
Take a look, everybody.
No, like no.
It's real.
What?
They cannot.
Is it
they cannot draw Haida at all. It's so bad.
What?
Yep, that's even the zombie apocalypse storyline that I said, where everyone's sick and oh no. That's Haida showing symptoms and sacrificing himself like in a zombie movie because he's got the runny nose. Look how fucked up every separate drawing of him is in a different way.
Yeah, what the fuck? Oh man, dude. No, this has to be the name of the chapter is Down with the Sickness. Oh, we're hitting like that kind of Western adaptation. Oh. Okay, can I ask you a question?
Let's see this.
Was Hilda always that fucking tall? This guy's towering.
You say Hilda?
Haida.
Here, let's see. For any uninitiated people at home, here's what Haida looks like in the actual comic or in the actual manga anime. Fuck. These top ones up here. Oh, he's really tall.
Okay.
But yeah, like Haida looks like that. That's what his head looks like. It is like a little. He has a point, and it's shaped. It's. I think it's based on the little like, the tiny little mohawk that, that hyenas have. Further accentuated by the fact that his brother just actually has a little brown mohawk that's drawn in detail. Which, like, that's a kind of funny thing. That's like his brother is drawn in higher detail. Like his shit is more together than him, basically. And Haida looks like a dumb cartoon. And then this fucking official comic just has no fucking clue how to draw him at all.
Wait, I'm sorry. I'm reading this comic real quick.
You think that you would have like... You would just think that you would have like the model sheets, right? Like just the model sheets for how to draw him. Like officially.
I mean, I imagine they have
just
Google.
Like go off of that. So it's just really, I don't even know how you get this far off.
Keith, they're not even drawing fingers. Like I have not. I'm looking at every page and I have not seen a single finger.
Oh yeah, it was just a really bad. It was a very bad comic.
The thing too is like it doesn't even make sense. Not only is this like a very weird story, but what's made weirder is that nobody is spared. Like nobody's
Chat says
character...
that's Cutman from Mega Man 1.
Oh,
is it?
What?
Cutman, Mega Man, is it? Okay.
Yeah, right. You're
sort
right
of.
over there.
All right.
Sort of. Yeah, I was having a reaction to that. I was like, "What? Is that Cutman?" No.
Okay. I mean, I can see the vision.
If you unfocus your eyes enough, and yeah.
Yeah. It was close. It was close. I'll give you that.
That's really funny.
I was gonna say, is it? That would be. It does look like a Mega Man boss head, though. That is very true.
He's pretty fucky.
He's pretty fucky. Man. That's, bless you. That's crazy. No. Sorry. That's wild. I can't believe that was we went to a lot of visual places that wasn't very interesting for the stream audience, but I am incredibly taken aback, let's say, by the art of that and the storyline of that. That is very interesting. I always wonder what the I'm imagining whoever made Agretzko probably has long sold the rights off, or at the very least is just like, hey, I'm just here for the, I'm just here to get paid. I'm not really. There's no like.
It's the Hello Kitty company, so I think they just made it on purpose from that premise. I don't think it was like adapted from anything.
No, I'm saying that, but like, usually that's made. I'm assuming it's kind of similar to the way that it is in. I guess I don't actually know. I'm assuming it's kind of similar to the way it was in. What do you call it? Like product marketing, like the Paranoia Agent, where you like make a mascot and that. Yeah, it's like where you make a mascot.
Animal thing from that show.
Yeah, that was literally what she did. She basically made one of those characters, and then she was like consumed by it being a legacy. and not being able to like make another one. It's great. What a great theme. Anyways, the point being is that I assumed it was similar to something like that, where you have this like character you've created, and you kind of, not that you own it, right? Obviously, your parent company owns it, but it's like you are the lore master for this particular creature, and so your goal is to shape that lore correctly or guide it. I don't know. So I'm wondering if there's like, if that's a job that exists or is real, and if so, is it like the person just left or, you know, got fired or something and someone new took over and that's like, oh, that's the direction I guess we're going in? Or is it something, I don't know. Because it's just such a stark departure. Like the Agresco does just stop being a class relatable story. It's now just turned into like a weird, almost Simpson-esque kind of thing, where it's just a silly parody of Saturday morning cartoons, Waka Waka. You're like, what funny antics is Agretsuko gonna get into this week? Or Retsuko gonna get into this week? Maybe she'll go to the moon.
What?
I actually don't remember where that show even left off. I don't remember the last.
She went to the moon.
What?
What? God, man, what the fuck? Why is that so good? Is there like any other? I can't. I'm sorry. I have the. I have the fucking. I have the theme song for Paranoia Agent in my head all of a sudden. Like I wasn't even thinking about it, but like the moment you did the like I just can't. It's there. It's living here now. Like honestly, it's good. I can't.
It's a wild intro, just unhinged, just a weird montage of aerial like shots of the environs and so on and other things, and then like just the entire ensemble cast of the show laughing at the camera while floating in a void while that song is playing. I think it's so surreal to sit through every time.
It is. I definitely think that's probably why. I think watching it in my formative years and seeing something so incomprehensible, like I just couldn't fathom why. None of the stories made me feel like they would do that. I was too young to have like really any depth in media literacy. I was, you know, I'm stupid. And and it was I don't know, something about it was still just so good. I could not forget it. There's a lot of anime openers during that time that I watched, but that is the one that, like, the moment you sing it, I just know I'm singing the whole theme song in my head right now. It's wild. I don't know why. I don't know why.
Just one thing. I don't know why. Doesn't matter.
How hard I try, deep down inside.
I really don't remember how much aluminum I had at the source, and that's a problem. Chat, does anyone remember how much aluminum was coming from the mine that I did settle this up with? Fuck,
what was I doing?
I gotta go all the way back, probably.
Fuck, what was I doing?
I can YOLO there to fly there.
I need to unload.
Especially with Andrew's new YOLO cannon. There it is.
Wait, is there a new one?
He set up a YOLO cannon at my oil refinery to fire back at the base.
Oh
yeah.
Put your fucking thing on. Your parachute. Put it on, or else you'll fly into the ocean.
I mean, you always have to put it on.
I didn't twice, and I flew into the ocean. That's why I'm saying this to you.
Yeah, well, it always has to be on, because otherwise you die. You're gonna land on the ground and die.
You're gonna land on the ground and die.
Yeah. Why are there two different entrances? Are they different?
No. They're just so that way if there's a lot of people or two people want to go at the same time.
When will that happen? When would two people have to fight over?
I appreciate that, the redundancy. Yeah.
If you just use it 0.5 seconds later, you're fine. What do you mean? There's no competition for space in a hyper tube.
No,
I know, because there's two spots, so you both can go in at the same time.
Does that make any sense? Wouldn't you collide? If anything, it feels like it's less safe to have you going at the same time.
I don't know. I'm thinking no. That's my final answer.
Look how much time we just saved, everybody. That's crazy. Now I'm gonna YOLO right back at it. Because I use that YOLO to use this YOLO. So I need to go back to the bauxite mine and actually check how much ore it's giving out, because I don't know. Unfortunately, you can't check the rate.
Maxing.
You can't check the rate of anything in this game unless you're actually at the source. If you forget, then well, fuck you, I guess.
Man, is wait, what is it? Okay. Are you alright? Having a good time?
Falling from the sky, it's easy.
Oh.
It's 600 per minute. Okay. So I can use 600 bauxite.
What are you trying to
Just in time for Chan to give me a wrong answer. Shots fired.
Well, I mean, the chat knows.
They don't. I just said that. The number was wrong.
No, they knew that it was wrong. They did it on purpose. Despite you.
They gave a number, but it was not my number. Also, ow. Radiation damage. Don't worry. Bacon cures that.
Damn, that is some really strong bacon.
I tried cooking bacon this last few weeks, mixing it into my breakfast stuff, and I didn't like it. I don't know if I got it wrong or what.
What were you
bacon,
making?
But it wasn't great. I'm doing breakfast burritos that have like onion and bell pepper and egg, and I was like, let's do bacon.
Interesting.
Because I previously did like ham. I was like, let's do bacon. Like, this feels worse than bacon normally does for some reason. Yeah, when I use ham, it's good. When I use bacon, I'm like, this sucks. Why does bacon suck?
Okay.
Is it the wrong bacon? Did I do it wrong? I don't know.
Yeah, bacon's the good one.
Did I do it wrong?
I don't know.
What's wrong with my bacon?
What's wrong with my face? Whenever I cook anything, I just reflexively think that I did it wrong.
It's probably most likely true. Like, it's not a bad assumption to make.
Yeah, I somehow do the cooking wrong.
Yeah. Yeah, that's a pretty good assumption to make.
I already used a lot of good.
I don't know. I'm trying to imagine like what you could have cooked, or how you could have cooked it to make it not work out.
Yeah, I'm just cooking up I chop up some peppers and onion, and like slabs of like squishy bacon, and I cook them together, and I put them in a tortilla with egg and sriracha, and
sounds nice.
And I eat it. It's a nice breakfast, but the bacon was just worse than ham. It was just worse.
I mean, it is greasy. How greasy was it?
I don't know. One thing I'm stuck with is that lately we have like a cast iron pan, and I'm like struggling with that.
Oh,
it's
yeah,
like,
that is.
It's like high effort cooking. It's like, it sucks.
Well, there is also spice to it on some level. So, you know, just depending on what you cook ahead of time before you cook the bacon could also inject itself into the meat.
All of my rates were completely perfect without me knowing the math.
Good job.
Perfect.
Instincts. Total instincts.
Yeah, I'm very bad at cooking.
What do you mean? What makes you very bad at it specifically?
It's hard.
Okay. I mean, you're not wrong. Cooking.
Yeah.
Cooking is hard. Yeah, cooking. It is
just kind of hard.
It's a skill. I just
wasn't
sure
ways that it goes wrong.
Okay. Didn't know if you had a particular thing going on. Wasn't like it was.
Part of the struggle is I feel like I can't research from the ground up and like prepare a kitchen for my ideal uses and so on. I'm always dealing with somebody else's kitchen, and I'm not gonna like further crowd out and complicate somebody else's house and kitchen by like adding different utensils on top of that and not having anywhere to put it and stuff. So I'm just dealing with like other people's stuff that that probably isn't the stuff that I would like to use and so on.
Just annoying roommate problems. Those are very unfortunately relatable. I would try
coal again. Damn. Okay.
I'm wondering like what would be good. What would be good as a neutralizer for a cast iron when you're gonna cook bacon? I'm sure there's got to be maybe. I'll think about that. I know there's like a. That's more for like greasy food though, like a hamburger, not for bacon. That's tough. Yeah, I think you might just be getting something weird because if you're cooking ham on it and it's fine, it might be because the ham is not being cooked for as much, or as I guess I should say is the piece of meat you're cooking isn't as thin as bacon, so it's not absorbing it as much. I'm assuming you're cooking the ham, or are you just putting cold ham on there?
I'm not adding ham afterwards. I'm putting it in with the peppers and onions when I'm cooking.
Yeah, okay. That makes sense. So then, yeah, might just be something weird with the cast iron. That's frustrating. Throw it in the ocean. Cast no more.
The cast be gone.
The cast is over.
Oh my god, sloppy alumina is so nice. Big fan. We stan.
Don't kiss and tell.
I was like, sloppy aluminum just is like, fuck it. Just give me 200 bauxite a minute and 200 water a minute. And the output's 240 a minute? The output is 240 alumina per solution per minute. The next step of the process requires 240 aluminum per minute.
Oh, that's perfect.
So it's just like, you just build the same number of refineries in the next step also. And like, oh, this is just cleaner and easier than what I did before. It's called sloppy, but it's actually easier. Maybe the efficiency is bad or something. I don't know.
The efficiency is bad? You mean like the rate or something?
Yeah, just maybe some kind of math is bad about it or something, and that's why you don't do it.
Math is bad.
Something I find interesting is that I think it doesn't output any water. I guess it didn't output water last time either. I don't know what's different.
Something's wrong, and I don't know what.
Make sure you use the smelter alt recipe for the next step. What? I don't know what that means.
To prevent rust? Ooh. Things rust? That sounds unpleasant.
We don't... If there's supposed to be a different way of making aluminum scrap, we don't have it yet.
Or...
keep scanning those hard drives.
Ooh, that's true.
Andrew doesn't keep up with it.
I am currently doing something right now.
You're almost always at the base where we process them, and in any given stream, given that one's done every 10 minutes, you could have just finished the entire backlog.
And how many do you think I've done today?
Haven't.
I've done 3 of them
probably
today.
A dozen of them still.
No, well, yes, there's still 30 of them, but I'm telling you that I did.
You could have just done them all at any point.
That's 31
per.
He does not.
31 online.
He does not find them very fast.
That's 31 online. There's at least 19 in one of the storage things.
No, that I put them on. I put them online.
But he does not find them very quickly. Not more than once. Not more than one every 10 minutes. Usually, I don't think.
Oh, well, I'm not denying. I'm not saying that there's not enough of them. I'm saying that I am currently not.
I'm saying you gotta step the fuck up.
When I have been,
you gotta step the fuck up.
When I have been, I've been putting the damn drives in there.
You haven't.
I'm not I have been. Where do you think we got the wet concrete from?
Yeah, you did that today a little bit. I'm saying you probably do like two per stream most of the time.
Bro. This is character assassination, and I am calling the police.
Yeah, we're character assassinating Andrew.
What the fuck does that mean?
As if, like, being on YouTube hasn't done that already.
Having bad character doesn't mean I don't have character. I still have character. Jesus.
It's like, can you character assassinate the joke? I guess we did find out that this year you can.
Yes, you can.
Is it bad that I want to watch the Joker 2 now just because I want to watch Jack Zane's video about it, but with the background of having actually seen the movie?
Wait, how did these...
I mean...
One of the channels I watch actually made a video about Joker 2 now, so I'm like, well, now I need to watch Joker 2. Fuck.
Well, somebody I like wants to talk about it, so now I have to watch it.
That's annoying.
Have you tried not thinking like that?
I like things.
Which is why I'm positioning you to not watch.
I did a
thing
series
that you might
on
not
Lisa. Like the secret reason I did a series on Lisa in the first place was because H-Bomber Guy had a video on Lisa, and I was continually not getting to watch it because I kept meaning to play Lisa. So I finally did a series on Lisa so that I could watch H-Bomber Guy's video on Lisa.
That's a story. That's incredible.
I like video essays a lot. I legitimately rewatch the same ones over and over again from like the creators that are good enough to make them actually good. That's
totally reasonable. I watch a lot of videos
at the expense of new video essays that are like often very disappointing.
That's unfortunate.
Did you see my my YouTube gaming rewind?
No, I didn't see that.
Let me bring this up. This is good lore.
How do you find that?
You have to go into the gaming app on YouTube, or not the gaming.
Oh yeah, I saw people.
You go into your YouTube app on the phone exclusively, then click on the weird compass icon because that's how you navigate to YouTube Gaming. And then YouTube Gaming has like a Spotify recap of your gaming viewership this year, basically.
Wait, what the fuck is this menu? I've never been here before. What is this?
Let's see here.
Get your recap.
Let's look. I'll bring up my recap for the audience here. So here's what I said was like, alrighty, let's see it. Wait, what the fuck are these games doing here? Oh, so slide 1. 19.1% of my watch time was gaming. That might be surprisingly low for some people because I run a gaming channel. Almost nothing I watch is about video games. I don't watch gaming content. I don't really watch Let's Plays or streams or discourse about games all day. Pronouns. No. So I've watched very little gaming content to begin with.
Where are you posting this?
But I looked at I'm streaming it right now.
Okay.
But then it says my top games of 2024 are, you want to guess what they are, Illusory? Want to try to guess what my top viewed games were this year?
Yeah, okay, I'm gonna guess really hard here.
There's one easy answer.
Elden Ring, Donkey Kong 64, Fallout New Vegas.
You're looking at it. You saw it. You got
it. I was like, wow, he's getting it. He's getting every single one right.
So number 1 is Elden Ring, and number 5 is Overwatch 2. Those are easy to explain.
Wait, huh? How many times did you watch the H-Bomber Guy video? Jesus Christ.
Yeah, number 2, 3, and 4 are Donkey Kong 64, Fallout New Vegas, and Roblox.
And Roblox because of the Roblox oof. Okay.
Yes.
Yeah,
so it's like Donkey Kong 64 makes a lot of sense because this year I finally hunkered down and watched the H-Bomber Guy stream.
Live stream, yeah.
The entire thing, like just running in the background. And if all of those are properly marked as Donkey Kong 64, then that's like 50 hours right there of one game. So no games to compete with that. Fallout New Vegas.
YouTube was probably like, this guy.
I have a pet theory that maybe H-Bomber Guy's Fallout 3 video might also be flagged as Fallout New Vegas because it features Fallout New Vegas content in it. It might have been because if you don't manually flag them, sometimes YouTube just guesses what game it is.
Yeah.
And so he has a Fallout 3 video and a Fallout New Vegas video, and those might both be flagged as Fallout New Vegas videos. So that might make sense. And then the fucking Tommy Tallarico video is
responsible for Roblox.
It's technically a Roblox flagged video? As a Roblox video, and it's 2 hours long. So like every time I like put that on the background because it's very funny. It's a very funny video. That's another 2 hours of me watching Roblox content on YouTube by YouTube standards. So YouTube thinks that one of my most watched games this year was Roblox. It thinks I love Roblox, and I've never watched a single video of Roblox gameplay, maybe ever.
Amazing. I gotta find this. Where you said it's posted,
it's
is it under gaming? Oh, gaming. Okay.
Yeah, you press the compass on your YouTube app to go to the gaming tab. But yeah, and then you go to my third image I posted. It's like, I was in the top 2% of H-Bomber Guy fans. I watched 10 times as much as the average viewer. It's like, okay, that makes sense. That explains everything. That's why that's why these results are so weird.
That is...
My stats are super skewed too.
Very funny.
It's easy to skew them because I don't watch that much gaming content, like I said. What I noticed particularly was that it listed my top 5 gaming YouTubers, and I think second place was Smowtown. And it's like that's one of the Vati Vigio like channels that like explains lore, but his videos are pretty long by comparison to Vati's. And that was literally just me trying to be like supportive to Toaster at the beginning of the Elden Ring playthrough and like actually try to learn lore and catch up. Yeah. So I was like binging all of that channel and repeatedly rewatching videos and listening to them while I went to bed and so on. I listened to so much fucking Elden Ring lore earlier this year for that co-op playthrough, trying to participate and be supportive and helpful and not sound like just a random Luddite asshole that's just being contrarian and like anti-intellectual and unhelpful and like no one understands Dark Souls games, am I right? I put all that time into the point where it destroyed my stats on YouTube. None of it stuck.
That's incredible. I love that.
The fucking storytelling of From Software is so incompatible with my brain that even when people explain it, none of it sticks. It's just, I can't, I'm sorry. It's not interesting. It's like a history class. It's just, I know Blythe's story because he's right there. I know Siegmeyer and Siegward's stories because they're right there. But the frenzied flame and shit, I'm like, nah, it's just, I don't get it. It's like the crazy thing. It makes you crazy. But like the actual like wider long-term historical context to anything, or like which characters are the Golden Order and the thing and the stuff, and like exactly which things is the, like sometimes you hear, and this, I only know this because the Shammy video, really anything, like the most that the story's ever stuck with me is watching Shammy's Elden Ring video, but there's like, maybe the Elden Tree is actually a parasite for the Elden Beast, and the like slight abstract concepts almost stick, but like the way that the government fits together and all the different factions fit together and the characters fit together throughout history and the different orders and groups fit together slides right off my brain every time. Just boom, it's gone immediately, over and over again. I put work in to figure out Elden Ring this year, and I still couldn't do it. And it's like literally being like regurgitated and puked into my mouth by people that put all the work in, and it doesn't matter. I will not remember it. It doesn't. And the problem is that it's a history class. I'm not being emotionally engaged. And so I literally don't like process fiction without being emotionally engaged, basically. Like, it doesn't work. It doesn't attach to my brain. Like, I love From Software's video games, but like their storytelling is just, I would gladly just throw it out and replace it with a completely different style. Like that's my that's my Dark Souls take that is extremely controversial potentially, is I'm like, I just, what's the point? What's the point if I literally never know what's happening, even though I'm literally paying attention the whole time? Like, it doesn't go in my brain.
I like the approach.
When I try.
I like the approach to storytelling and concept, but I think it wears itself a little bit thin when you have a game with such a huge cast of characters. Like, a game that's more Demon Souls in scope, it works a lot better in. It's like, oh, like the storytelling is pretty light and you can like expand on the lore a bit. Dark Souls 1, I think, was like in a pretty good sweet spot for that. But yeah, I don't know. I know when the worlds get like bigger and bigger and bigger, it's just kind of like, I don't know. Yeah, it's kind of a lot.
It's I think it's a little telling at some point, and you can't all say that it's my undiagnosed ADHD every time, but like
sounds kind of like ADHD.
At some point, if I'm playing my favorite video games and I don't know what's happening in them, even though I've played them 6 times, like that's maybe not a me problem. Like they're like my favorite things, and yeah, on that note, I know the story of Dark Souls 2 story sticks more than any other From Software game. And it's because it's like it's delivered in a different style to a large extent. Like you witness a significant amount of Dark Souls 2 stories firsthand, and they do a lot of emotional reveals of like, oh, this big build up to all this big build up to this king. You're finally gonna find him, and he's just like a fucking zombie walking in circles. You're like, oh no, and like you meet Nishandra, and she talks to you directly and stuff, and it's like it's a very different approach to storytelling than everything they've made besides Sekiro.
I like Sekiro's storytelling.
Yeah, Sekiro is closer to what I would want in general. The problem is I just don't like Sekiro very much as a game. Sekiro causes me emotional strife.
Why? It's so good.
Sekiro is it's just so in on one gameplay mechanic that is the specific thing in every game that I never quite can get down, is parrying. And so I'm like, this is torture. This is all torture. Why are you doing this to me?
I think Souls games are the only time I can't parry.
It's so relentless because of the fact that like, it's like parrying is a very frustrating thing to get wrong, because all you're doing is seeing attacks come in and having to press the button at the right time as the attack comes in every time. And that's like the whole game, more or less. And so when you're getting it wrong, you're like, I don't know why I'm getting it wrong. I see the attack. I know what's happening. I know what to do. Why can't I do it? It's really frustrating to functionally like solve the fights and then not have it count. Oh,
no,
fuck,
I got
this is compacted coal.
Uh-oh.
This is funny. I pulled up my I quit out of the game already, by the way. I gotta get running. But I pulled up my stats.
Oh.
26.7 of my watch time on YouTube was gaming related stuff. So that's a little bit higher than I was expecting, honestly. A quarter? That's okay. Yeah. Crazy. I guess I'm a gamer.
Who would have known?
You would have never known
that
my top most watched game though. You'd have a 0% chance of guessing it.
Fortnite.
Super Mario Maker 2.
Super Mario Maker.
Yeah, that's like if I'm just like eating cereal or something like that, and I just want to like put something on quickly, I'll just like look up someone playing Mario Maker levels.
You can put a lot of time into that, and just watching the infinite content there, and people.
It's infinite content.
Doing insane things and stuff. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's where I retreat to, is Mario Maker videos. The other non-Souls thing on here is Silent Hill 2. It's just funny that made it on that list. Because it's like, I don't feel like I've watched a lot. I've watched a few secret sleepover society streams on it. So I guess it's popping up from that alone. Interesting.
I've got Lethal Company as my top.
You watched? That's interesting that you watched Lethal Company content?
Yeah, I've watched mostly because I watch VTubers, so I'll watch them play Lethal Company. Yeah, this is all nonsense. Mine says like Lethal Company, thank goodness you're here, which is because I watched one Let's Play of that. So I just watched one.
What was your overall percentage of gaming content?
5.1% of my watch time.
Yeah, then
wow,
then anything you watch will immediately be your most watched thing.
Yeah. I am like absolutely not a game watcher. Yeah, because the other two is Unreal Engine and VR chat.
Even looking at my stats, once you realize how much of it is video essays that they're counting as gaming content, you're like, oh, he's watched no gameplay content this year. Right. Like the fact that most of the stats are based on video essays, you're like, oh, okay.
Yeah, because I'm looking through like I'm looking through my top game creators or whatever. And two of them are the same VTuber, but just different channels. Because one is for their full live stream, and the other one is for edited, condensed Let's Plays.
That's funny.
And then one of them is Video Game Donkey, which I don't think really counts as video game content. But
it's video game content. It's just not like watching Let's Plays or anything. But like,
yeah, it's not like watching a Let's Play.
His videos are 100% gaming content every time.
Yeah.
For me, the funny thing is just that like a not insignificant amount of my supposed gaming content is video essays that are not about video games. I mean, but the majority of the Tommy Tallarico video is about gaming on some level. It's about an industry professional, the history of gaming stuff, and several video games all at once. The funny thing is that the YouTube calls it a Roblox video.
Yeah, when that's just like that's the launch point framing. It's definitely not about. It's not really a Roblox video. No, it's a Tommy Tallarico video.
Yeah, I imagine there's several entire other video games that have more on-screen presence than Roblox does even in that video that's called Roblox.
Yeah.
Like Metroid Prime maybe or something.
That's the power of AI.
His mother's very proud.
I mean, wouldn't you be?
No, because he's a liar. I'm starting to think. By the time you watch the end of that video, you're not even sure if he has a mother, given that everything else he's ever said was a lie. So how are you gonna trust that his mother's real? I don't think. I'm starting to think that his mother's not actually proud.
I think that was the first lie. The first lie was that he had a mother, and he just had to keep spiraling from there. He couldn't help himself. No one could find out that he didn't have a mother.
That video's incredible. I'm still waiting for HBOM to make a fucking video this year.
He hasn't made one this year?
No.
I feel like I watched a... Oh my
He made an
God.
Oreo video on Patreon. I watched that.
That's fucking...
And he also had a Newgrounds video on Patreon, incredible. Which I think I leaked to you. So if you watched the
believe he hasn't made anything this year.
No, his last video was the James Somerton plagiarism video. Which he did... Specifically, my memory of that was that I was at...
Man, that really messed him up.
I was at MFF when that released, so it's like a new H-Bomber Guy video. It's crazy. Oh, it's like 4 hours long. Jeez, I can't wait to watch that when I get home. But then like the news was relevant to me, so I was slowly finding out over the course of the weekend that it's about James Somerton. Actually, the video is functionally spoiled for me because people were like warning me that it's about a guy that I featured in a video once, and I'm like, uh-oh. And it's like over the course of, so I was getting increasingly nervous over the course of the con, where I'm like, is this gonna blow back on me somehow? Is this gonna be like a, should be worried about this? And I don't have time to look at it until I get home though, because it's a fucking massive 4-hour video, and I specifically was like on this big, I was like, last year's MFF was the busiest I've been in my entire life. It was insane how overcrowded everything about that was. Oh god, no. Weird menus by accident.
But yeah, thanks for playing.
Have a good night, Illusory. Yeah, thanks for playing.
But let's see. What's funny about that was that by then I was already on H-Bomber Guy's Patreon, and I was on Folding Ideas' Patreon. Two people that are like were rallying against James Somerton, but in secret. So because I'm a H-Bomber Guy slut, I watched. I had access to the...
Is that what you call it?
Sure. I had access to like the early access version of the stream.
Yeah.
Or of that video. Wait, do we have normal coal here? Wait, do I have normal coal? I had access to the normal version of that video, or the earlier versions of that video, a long time ago. And even in a revised version where he like added more but also trimmed out some of the old stuff, because like his original version of the video was so overindulgently into a particular part of like ripping into like he went so much into the stuff about Illuminati ripping off that documentary that it just went on forever, and so he cut that stuff out. Like there was like feedback going on there, so like
there's a lot of meat there too.
Yeah, and at that point you're already watching a video that's like 2 hours long, so you're like, this must be most of the video. He's like almost done, right? The fact that there was secretly 2 more hours about James Somerton that still hadn't been revealed was so deeply unhinged and completely blindsided me as somebody who thought I'd already seen most of the video multiple times at that point on his Patreon. I was completely... Nothing could have prepared me for that coming up. So having that blindsided and being like, oh god, it's specifically someone I featured in a video before is like, should be worried about that. Like that was just kind of like a cooking thing over the course of that weekend. That was also around the same time that like the completionist was coming under fire for like pocketing all of that charity money supposedly. Because he had all those charities and none of it had actually been sent out for literally years of running charity events. That was weird. It sounded like he still had all the money and just hadn't. It just was just sitting there, not going anywhere for some reason, which is
correct. Yeah,
strange, but whatever.
He said they couldn't, or I guess his excuse was they could not find someone to give the money to, but they were also claiming that the money was going to a particular place already. They claim they were one of the biggest donors for a charity,
while just
but
continually
also,
not sending charity out.
But also we're not sending it, so then it turned into like actually Gerard's
it's like
family
how
fucked
it's
up.
like how we found out
like
this
messy.
year that like Mr. Beast like still hadn't paid some of the people that did all the surgeries that were supposed to restore people's eyesight when that was the premise of their video. It's like, well, then you didn't do it if you didn't pay them, but supposedly that got rectified after the bizarre oversight was pointed out. So it wasn't like them like intentionally doing that. It's just like
evil. Yeah,
it's just like the mess of running a company and stuff. Yeah, but it
also begs the question: this is maybe why the government does stuff like this and not individuals.
But what stands out to me is that was a work in progress video that came out during MFF. I saw multiple drafts a month earlier, basically. Then the final one came out while I was at MFF. MFF is like next week. There are no drafts on HBomber Guy's Patreon of a feature video.
Oh.
He's hinted that it's going to be about like Adobe must be destroyed at all costs or something like that. Like it's going to be about like how fucked up Adobe is as a business, which makes sense because everything they've been doing with their subscriptions and all their weird shit has been like predatory.
Yeah, it's been a nightmare.
So I'm sure it's going to be Kafkaesque nightmare and shit. But like the fact there's nothing at all on the Patreon about it yet, besides the vague hint that that's going to be the topic, is like, wow, he really is not he is not like at work on the production part of the next video yet at all, and it's about to be the 1 year anniversary of his last video. Like, huh, that's wild.
That is wild. I mean, it must be a good one.
It's like it happens to every video essayist of that scale. It seems like they just get a bit. It's like every single video takes 20% longer every single time until eventually it's like they take a year between projects. Like how I think Jenny Nicholson also disappeared for like a whole year, and Folding Ideas takes a while. Lindsay Ellis disappears, but for different reasons, I guess. But I find that interesting. I think. I mean, it makes sense. Video essays are a lot of work, but I imagine that at some point these people are in a situation where like they are. Like, there's a sense that like it's like he's only allowed to make important videos now. Like the fact that he made a missed video and a Newgrounds video, and they weren't like fuck around vlogs or anything. They were full on like, this is a video he would have made back in the day, and they're just secretly on his Patreon and not on his public.
Why
thing.
Release that shit? What the fuck?
Like I don't understand. It's like it's almost like he thinks his channel can only be for big serious things, and these are like side projects, or maybe just his Patreon support's big enough that he feels indebted to make good Patreon content, even if it takes months between each normal video or something. But like it's unhinged that he's made like hour-long video essays that are exclusively on Patreon. I'm like, that's so weird. I don't understand. Not even just timed exclusives, but just like full on. They've just never come out.
If it's just Patreon content for the sake of having a value to Patreon, that's totally reasonable. I get that. It sucks because I would like to see those videos and I can't donate at the time. But I mean, that makes more sense than just they don't belong on my channel. Because like, come on, what do you mean?
What do you mean?
What do you mean? It's like it's you. You're the person. It's not the. I don't know. I think with video essayists, it's very much about who's making the content, not what the content is about. Like I do not have a singular large amount of care for any of the topics that HBomber Guy makes videos about. I just genuinely enjoy the content he makes. I like the way he makes it, and I like and I feel that the videos are well informative, funny, and interesting. But like, I don't follow it because he talked about Fallout New Vegas or because he did the James Somerton thing. Like, I follow him because for his content, him making things. So like the idea that it's just like, no, I don't want to show this one because it's just not, it doesn't belong on this channel. It's like, no, whatever you make belongs on that fucking channel. It's you're the channel. So hopefully it's just Patreon exclusive stuff. That'd be nice. Patreon's important. Give him money. But if not, put your shit out there.
I don't get it.
I want to watch more H-Bomber Guy videos, man. What do you think I do when I play video games? I need something to focus on. Otherwise,
I've seen funny responses and stuff before too. Like supposedly Jenny Nicholson's active on Patreon in the huge stints of her not making normal videos for like a year at a time, and then like I think I've seen Shannon Strucci tweet that like people keeps asking if I'm active, like where I went, but like I'm still active on Patreon. It's like, okay, sure, but for the public, you haven't made videos in like plural years. It's not a weird question. Kind of fascinating that you can be that insular and be doing well on some level or whatever. I'd like that. Gimme.
Yeah, I would like to have any modicum of talent necessary to cultivate such an outcome.
So I have to go check the rates on these courses.
But it's hard to make things. Why is this so hard?
Oh.
Uh-oh. It's not what I want to hear?
I'm fine.
Oh, okay. As long as it was just something happening to you.
Yeah, no, I just controls weird.
Oh. I love when that happens. A good... Do you think it'd be silly to have planters in front of the train station? Trick question. No. All right.
Are you currently having the mountaintop, like, space elevator drone do something? Is that doing something?
You'll need to be more specific. You mean the one going to your base?
There's a drone. There's a drone I built by the space elevator, but then I was like, I can't actually use this for anything, so I abandoned it. And I think you might. Yeah. Like, are you sending it somewhere?
I am. I have it going and grabbing encased steel beams to put onto the sushi cart.
It might run out.
Might run out of what?
I just flew past and saw that the conveyor going overhead that's full of turbo fuel is only half full. Which makes me think that the train that delivers the fuel up the hill to that place might not be getting turbo fuel anymore. And it might be on the path towards running out.
That's not
because that used to always be full because it wasn't really getting used.
Yeah. Okay. I need to make my way back, it sounds like. Okay. But have you considered...
Do you remember?
Oh, yeah? Alright, train.
Yeah.
Big pillar support.
Big pillar? Yes.
Big pillar support. Oh no, big pillar.
Pillar these nuts.
No, big pillar.
Big pillar, no whammies.
There we go. Okay. All right. Then I guess I'll just do... Yeah, that looks fun. Can I zoop it? I can zoop it. Hell yeah, let's zoop. Mark 2s are good.
No, we want the new Mark 3s.
Mark 3s are good.
What do you mean clipping may occur? Fuck you.
Whoa.
Kill you.
He's just letting you know. Damn, man. Just letting you know. No need to get so aggressive.
No, that's not why it's red. The game was making a billion pop-ups. There's a whole bunch of error messages about what might be going wrong all at once. And one of them was like clipping and stuff. I'm like, what? I don't care. Just let me post it. But in all the chaos, one of them is that I don't have enough portable miners uploaded. And I'm like, oh, okay. I really should just make...
That would cause a problem.
Actually, can you even make portable miners at a constructor? An assembler?
I do not believe so, no, because they are technically equipment or whatever.
Oh, yeah.
Or you just want to have a whole bunch of them going up into the cloud.
I mean, if they were perpetually uploaded, then you just never would have to check.
True, you're not wrong.
And the dumb little side factor that makes them would just stop making them the moment the cloud was full. So every now and then I just need to go upload another like 20 of them or so I can then go back to upgrading every miner I see or scaling things and so on.
Do we have a tiny one? Small pillar support. Aw, but it's kind of too big. I want a smaller one. Yeah, there we go. Can I put something on there, or am I stupid? Okay. No, don't go swimming. No, don't go swimming.
No.
No. No, please. Do not go swimming.
1,200 a minute. Okay, well, I will never need more power, more quartz ever again. Jesus Christ. Jesus Cristo.
Jesus Cristo.
Oh, these are not Mark V belts. Oh, damn it. I did this a while ago. What are these? Mark IVs? Okay, so I gotta upgrade every belt. Right. Going all the way back.
What is that? What are you building? Refinery. Oh. I was looking at you had a, whatever you call it, blueprint Mark II hanging out over here.
Yeah,
checking it out.
I just slowly keep making another another blueprint for every type of production building, which is like here's how many I can fit next to each other in a row on a single blueprint with all their connections and stuff set up. Because the more I keep having to build more factories, obviously, the more I just need to be able to like forget being consistent and pretty. Like here's how much I can fit on this interval of foundations. And there'll be an awkward gap between each blueprint as I spam them, but it lets me quickly be like, okay, I need to place 40 constructors. Let's go. That's how I'm able to scale stuff the way I do. Because at some point it's just so much work to have to build them all in a row and then wait for every single one for their hologram to generate properly, so you can then finally see where it spawned to line up the next one correctly. Because the game shows the stupid blue bar to say that you're lighting it up, but you can't see exactly the boundary and distance of how far you need to place the next one to be able to fit it. So it's like when you're trying to place one, it turns red when it's clipping, but you can't tell if you're doing it exactly end to end or if you're making it further away by accident. Like, it's just a very annoying process. Then you have to plug in all of the outputs and all of the inputs and all of the power, and it's just like, when you're doing it at scale all the time to make these factories, it's like, it's incredibly time consuming. So I'm making these like sloppy blueprints just so I can like spam my way through entire factories. At some point you're just like, I just need a thing that makes a thing, please.
I need block signal. I need it here. And I need a block signal. And I need it here. Perfect. What's your problem? Conflicting entry signal types. Have you ever considered you're a liar?
Have you ever considered shut the fuck up? What if you shut the fuck up?
There we go.
You ever think about that?
Okay, so now that's... Oh, what are you doing here? That's why it didn't... I knew I wasn't wrong. I'm never wrong. It's always someone else who's wrong. Damn it, I put the stupid wrong thing in. Fuck, it's supposed to be fluid. Okay. Right. I needed to take the nitrogen gas. Okay. All right. That's what it was. I remember now. Can I back the train up? Okay, good. Super handy. Okay. So let's okay. Let's do that. And then, wow, I cannot believe I forgot what I was doing. Load. Okay, good.
Aluminum sheets aren't being uploaded fast enough. Fuck.
Aluminum sheets?
Yeah.
How many we have to be making plenty of that.
Kind of. We have some base dedicated to it, but also the whole point of my current project is to scale up aluminum. But it's also just, it's just like whenever you have to spammily build a lot, you just quickly run through the entire SAM collection and suddenly like, oh man. Gotta wait for it to replenish for each individual segment now.
That's a lot of smart plating.
I'm spamming long distance conveyors right now. I'm mass upgrading conveyors.
Heavy modular frames.
These conveyors take quartz from mid-continent and take them all the way to my refinery so I can keep the base there.
Oh.
And I'm upgrading all of those conveyors from 4 to 5, so that's just thousands of aluminum sheets. And every time I do this, I usually run out of the resource and then have to just awkwardly wait for the next amount to upload so I can then upgrade the next segment over and over again until I can finally get there. Because yeah, over by that blueprint for a refinery is my new refinery. That's supposed to be just me refining more aluminum so I can train more of it over faster.
What is this stupid fucking place? Okay, I need to rename this. Train stations coming out with the weirdest names. Drain me, daddy. Alright.
Whoa.
Edit timetable here, and then... What did I call the other one? That can't be right. I don't think I called it that. I think I gave it a real name. Okay, that's fine. Save changes. Alright. What's going on? Did I turn on the self-driving? Did I not? I didn't. Okay, good. Alright, so if you could reverse a little bit. There's not like a special liquid car, right?
The car of liquid.
No, it's just freight. Okay, that's what I thought. Do you not have liquid in you? Current amount in storage. No, you're full. Okay. So what's your deal? Are you gonna...
Actually, is there not a liquid car?
Not particularly.
I know there's separately liquid. There's liquid freight stations, but I don't remember if it specifically has to be a liquid freight car or if the same track just if the same car will just pick up a tube, a canister on it.
I mean, how's your car doing, or how's your thing doing it? Your train's doing it just fine. Okay, yeah. I don't know, whatever. Shit. Damn, dude. All right, I'll take the way back. All right, let's turn this on. Turn on self-driving. Get me out of here. Bro, what are you doing? Why is this train going so slow? Are you okay?
My game is chugging.
Oh, okay.
The more satisfactory base you make, the more it feels like you're bullying your computer by playing this game.
I was wondering, I was like, bro, my train isn't moving. Is that okay? But it's because your game's lagging. Alright.
Oh, is it because my game's lagging?
I guess. It must be. Why else is my train not moving? Set to autopilot.
I don't know. I don't know the rules.
I don't know.
I'm not a god.
I don't know how anything
I am but
works.
a man, a miserable pile of... Good evening. I'm a PR manager at Shopify. All right, thanks for reminding me why I don't check Twitter. Block?
You blocked him?
Yeah. No, it's literally the exact same email template I've gotten, like... the
you
exact
don't open
same,
a
like,
store?
It's the same DM template I've gotten, like, literally dozens of times. I'm like, that's not... You're not real. There was like, I'm the PR manager at... And it's like, you have 20 followers. This is clearly a fake account.
I'm the Barack Obama. It's like,
I am Barack Obama.
Oh, instant scrap. You want some instant scrap? It produces 300 per minute, and all you need is 15 bauxite, 10 coal, 5,000 sulfuric acid, and 6,000 water.
That's a lot of acid. And water. And all of the numbers, really. That was all of the numbers, but a lot. Can I have less numbers?
It was. Yeah. When I scan this hard drive, since I finally am back for the first time in hour.
Why'd you say it like that? That was weird.
I said it like that because it made me feel better when I said it like that.
Why are you
Why don't
weird?
you say it like that?
I'm not weird.
Wow. Well, what if you were? Would you like it if I called you weird? I didn't think so. So maybe next time consider...
Wait, you're saying I'm not weird?
Yeah, I'm saying you're weird and not enough weird. You need to step it up. You need your weird to get up a little bit higher.
Step your freak up.
Is there any kind of... How is this still going? I'm sorry, what? Are you full? Oh my god, you are full. How did this happen? Holy shit.
Maybe all right.
Okay. Sorry, my bio burners are like are completely full. There's so much there's so much solid biofuel that it can't even make anymore. My little automated thing is just stuck moving grass in
a circle
perpetuity.
forever.
Yeah.
That makes sense. Those things aren't really useful.
How could you say that? They are so useful.
Pattern recognition?
Pattern recognition? What are you, a witch?
Observable fact.
It sounds like the kind of shit that my teacher was trying to gaslight me into thinking was real. I didn't fall for it then. I'm gonna fall for it now. Honestly, it would be a disrespect to her memory to fall for it now after all this time.
A disrespect to her memory. She died failing to put this in me, and you're not going to change that fact.
Exactly. I'm not going to tarnish her pristine legacy. All right, I'm going to build 1,500 biomass burners to compensate for this egregious reality of having too many. Solid biofuel. Oh man. I've managed to finish like a couple of projects that I've been working on, but I am very frustrated at the time it takes between the completion, because the longer any project I'm doing goes on for, the less motivation I have for it, because the more I feel like I've already failed by not having it completed by now.
Oh no.
And so it's just like I keep feeling like, oh man, I'm just right there. A little bit more. Also, it's taken so long that I think that I am already a failure and there's no reason to finish this. It's just like, okay. Thanks, brain. I love you too. So cool to make things together.
No, you don't. You're lying.
That's very true. That was one of the key things I had to learn in therapy was positive self-talk. But I couldn't do it. So the solution was to have negative external talk.
That seems not right.
It sounds worse than it is. It mostly just means that I'm going to have a negative talk about circumstances that are of my own creation, rather than be mad at myself, or rather than talk to myself negatively about not having accomplished the things that I wanted to accomplish by my own hand. It's a form of self-care by not hating myself and hating the things that I have yet to do, and blaming them for my failure preemptively.
Uh-huh.
Mm-hmm. It's healthy. It's like
is that what it is?
It's like when you don't eat meat anymore, even though you still wanted to eat meat.
That's not where I thought that was going at all.
I like how the entire justification for me being here from you is just that if you let me cook, I will sometimes deliver. That's like the only... That's your entire excuse for my existence. Otherwise, that's it.
We're hanging out.
Boom.
We're playing video games.
He says with a gun to my head.
What gun? There's no stakes for you.
We're hanging out. We're having a good time.
I mean, yes, as of 13 years ago, we started trying to play video games together on camera for the purpose of saying funny things sometimes. It's not a revelation.
I think the incredible part is that after all that...
pulling back the curtain on my unethical labor practices or anything.
He is so bad at this. He will never... He just doesn't let me come back from cigarette breaks. He keeps telling me to take them. Yeah. Do you see this shit?
Oopsie.
How is talent supposed to kill itself if you got someone trying to make you survive?
I wish you took fewer fucking cigarette breaks over the years.
You sound just like my old boss.
I would drive all the way to your house to play Zero Escape. And,
sometimes it's stressful, man. It's really stressful.
There would be multiple cigarette breaks where it's just there it goes. That's another half an hour of hanging out in his backyard or something.
It's a lot. I have a lot of... much like Toaster, I feel very... I'm one of those kind of people that I will have the best day of my life. I will lay down, go to bed, and then I will like immediately realize that I am genuinely not supposed to feel good about the time I just had. That it is actually embarrassing that I'm not doing more with my life, and that most of the stuff that I said was cringe anyway, so it would have been better off if I had just never said it at all. And these are unreal things. My brain is just gaslighting me because it knows how to get me, and I hate it.
Oh yeah, I spend most days thinking that all my ideas are bad and most of my jokes are bad and all my friends like me less now because of something I did.
Yeah.
But I also I guess I just have whatever it takes to just keep going, because a lot of the people that because everyone around me seems to have anxiety and ADHD and stuff like that, but that was manifests in them not making stuff.
Yeah, I'm very much
going forever.
I'm very much paralysis decision prone. I am very easy to hang up, even if it's something so important to me. I don't know what it is, but it's like I'm confident that I'm not going to do the right thing in the right moment. Like I just have already accepted the failure and then embraced that failure as if it had already happened prior to it happening. Which then makes me not make things because I already failed, right? Why am I gonna... What am I... You know... It's dumb. I'm very glad you don't have that, honestly. I think you're... I hope you never do. Not useful. Very useless skill. It's like pattern recognition It's like having a pattern recognition for edible poop. Like you don't need that. You won't ever need that. Don't ever use that. And yeah, just where is it? Wait, where is it? How do you get the second? Am I stupid? No, the video game's stupid. Okay. So I need
no, the game is wrong. Oh, this isn't plugged in. That's what's wrong.
Where's that? Is there an outlet already here? No, fuck. Oh, no way. Really? Oh, it's a 4 though. Ugly. Could you not do that? Could you be like better? Okay. And then let's do another 4. 4. Are all of you connected? No, a whole row of you are not connected. That's so cool. Man, that's so cool.
That's so funny.
That's so funny. How did you get like this? I hope you go see a fucking doctor. So funny. Okay, everyone should be getting unlimited power. 2040. Okay, hey, we're up to 40 megawatts. That's pretty good.
Neat.
I'd say that's a pretty respectable amount. And the biomass burners are back in full swing. So I added a whole nother layer of biomass burners, and we will never run out now.
But that would cost.
Biomass burners forever. Oh, someone said ma'am. All right, I'm on my way. Ma'am.
Someone's yelling ma'am at you.
Ma'am.
You're getting ma'amed.
I'm getting ma'am. Did I already upload the hard drives? I already did. Cool. Ooh, tough decision. Do I want to make iron plates out of plastic, or do I want to make more instant scrap? I'm going to say iron plate. Hard drive in my pocket? Nope. Just
there's a hard drive in my pocket.
Me. What is this music? Oh, okay.
It's art.
Yep, it kicked in. Just took me a second. Took me a second to have the stroke necessary to understand the greatness happening in front of me.
I had to make mirror images of every single blueprint.
Oh, I was like, huh? What?
Which all my blueprints are annoying because I need to have like an output left and an output right version of every blueprint so that I can have the fucking output be facing the direction I want it to for the next step each time.
Oh, yeah.
It gets so annoying that the output's constantly in the wrong direction.
That can't be right. You go here, you go there. Okay, you come from here, you go to here, you split, right? Normal split? Banana split? Who's splitting? What's splitting? Okay. Yeah, everything's fine. All right.
Gotta split up them nanners.
And you had me super scared there about the fuel. I was like, what the hell's going on with the fuel? But it's okay. Fuel is okay. Whoa. Oh my God, he hit me. Hey, yo, that robot ran me over. Where's its license and registration? What the fuck? Hey, don't run. Get back here. Over. What the fuck? This robot's hitting and running. No, I didn't want to get in it. I wanted to check its box. No, stop running from me. Oh my God, I just drove off the ledge. Can you come back up here? Okay. That's fine. I'll come to you. Stop backing up. Stop backing up. Okay. Completely empty. That's exactly what I wanted to know. Okay. All right. That train is fine. Definitely generating enough. You're fine. All right. Is there anything else I need to take care of in this area before I go back to doing whatever it was I was trying to do before? Because I need to remember what that was.
Chat, what was it? Help him. You're all paying attention. You're all paying perfect attention to have perfect recall.
Why would I be taking gas? For what? Oh, I think I was trying to make rocket fuel. Are you making rocket fuel?
Oh yeah, you're trying to figure out what to do with the fact that the fuel's probably running out for the drone, right? Was that the point of what you
No, I already figured that out.
Oh.
That was what I was just doing now. Was just confirming that is
all new
in fact
fuel.
Okay. I think I'm trying to. Which one? No. Wait. Is it? Is it you? No. Yeah, it's you. It's you. I know it's you. Don't. Why am I gaslighting it? No, I have a train. It's going from your base, taking the nitrogen that you're farming, and it's bringing it to your other base, which has the turbo fuel, because I was going to use the turbo fuel and the nitrogen to make rocket fuel, and that would be the new fuel instead of the turbo fuel, because that's fast. That's fast fuel. Fast fuel.
That's the fast fuel. That's where the fast stuff goes.
Yeah, it's big and zooming and zooming. I should probably make.
Look at this stupid bonus base I made. It's stupid.
I'm gonna kill you, and then reposition your corpse to better fit the actual needs of the area. Can I go around? Yes, I can. Okay, so thank you. Connect. Can I climb a pole? Not really. Okay. Why are you in the middle of the water?
I need to figure out how to get rid of 360 water per minute. Ugh.
Get rid of 360 water per minute?
Uh-huh.
It's a lot of water. Okay. What is making all that water?
Let's see, we could use concrete, or we could use...
What are you trying to make? Are you trying to... Because we already have the phase 4, right?
I'm currently trying to scale up... I think it was radio control units or something like that. I need to be able to make more aluminum, like, containers or whatever they were called. I'm trying to scale up aluminum in this base so that more aluminum is going onto the train and being sent to my aluminum base at the other place, so that one of the things that's always stalling on being constructed can be constructed faster, and then we will actually finish our objective at some point, hopefully.
Ooh.
And this, I've got most of the chain set up, but because it's fucking refinery garbage, there's always byproducts that you have to figure out what to do with. And at this point, everything's set up except for the fact that I'm making 360 water per minute, and I need to be able to get rid of the water. And you can't put fluids in the sink. As funny as that sentence sounds, because I said sink, but if it's a fluid, you can't put it in the sink. You can technically package it, but that requires you to be making plastic packages to sink, which means you're wasting a bunch of plastic for the purposes of just getting this shit out of your inventory. So it's wasteful in a different way. So the question is if you can use it to smelt something, which looks like you can use water in, I guess, wet cement, for example. You can use that with limestone for that, or you can use it with caterium to make caterium ingots in a way that uses water. And either of that would be sinking water. Then you could either use those resources for something, or literally just sink the stuff you're making because you're just getting rid of the fucking water. So there's cement out there, so I could probably send the cement here, and just have a cement garbage bin, where I just sink all of the water into limestone for the purposes of just shitting it out of existence.
Oh. And nothing quite like shitting out of existence. A nice colon reset. No! Okay.
Chat says the easiest thing to do is to loop it back into the beginning of the alumina process and use valves. I don't really know how valves work.
Ooh, valves. a new system to learn and hate.
Because I guess the idea is you have that much water in the system, so you just want to turn off or restrict the water being added to the system so that it has an equilibrium.
Probably,
that would be easier than finding limestone, I'm sure. But also, I just don't trust pipes in these games to do what they're supposed to do.
They are a little finicky. Can I put a hypertube up here? That is pretty cool. Okay. Interesting. Is it, I'm assuming it just throws you out? We'll test it. We'll test it. All right. Connect here.
I would like to avoid going into the hills again to gather another resource again to ship over here again in the process of just doing this one fucking expansion to the base. I've YOLO'd back into the hills so many times in this process.
Yeah, that seems a little frustrating to keep going back and forth.
It's 120 per minute. That's 120 times 3 is 360.
Oh, that's a smooth landing. I did that so good. That's crazy good. Wow, I'm proud of myself. Good job. What is this? Is this poo-poo? Oh, okay. I mean, I guess this is doing pretty good, because I haven't seen any complaints about this. Here, I'm going to put a bunch on here just to stress you out. Enjoy. Okay. Yeah, we'll see how those go. Right back to where they were. How are you doing? Ooh, look at that. Have you already bought everything from the store?
No, there's still more robots. Or, sorry, more statues to buy.
Oh, interesting.
I think the next one to buy is the gold man for 150. Is the next ticket in the sequence of me getting each of them once, because it doesn't mark them as purchased once you get, so you can just buy them again, but yeah, it just seems logical to buy each one once and be like, I did it, wow. So you use a valve to set the maximum throughput of a pipe.
Okay. Why can't you? Are you still not?
Chat saying I might want to turn it off at first.
Is this train not moving? Why did you say operational, but you haven't even arrived yet? How did I get here before you? What is happening, train? Hello?
He's taking his break. He's on lunch. Leave train guy alone. You don't know how hard his life's been.
I mean, I know how hard it's going to get if he doesn't show up. Where is... Okay, well, fuck. Okay. Nitrogen gas can be used to create... Not packed nitrogen gas, right? Because
the funny thing is that I went through that work to bring more to pump up the output of quartz, but for all I know, I might be processing so much silicon that I didn't even need more. I just might have just needed to plug it in. I have considered the wrong thing at various stages of this process again and again.
Wait, am I stupid? I might be. Okay, but why would I need that? Okay. But you're making cooling systems, right?
Yes.
You making acid?
Acid?
Nitric acid?
Is it used for something?
Rocket fuel.
Looks like it's required to,
Okay, we're not making nitric acid. All right, so let me do that then. Nitric
Yeah, I can't
acid.
tell. I don't know if it's required for anything that I've actually made yet.
That's fine. It can be used to make rocket fuel, so it's worth just on that front alone. It's also good for non-fissile uranium.
Fissile.
Fissile. What does that mean? What is a non-fissile?
It
cannot be used in nuclear fission.
Yeah.
Okay.
Fission.
Fission? Is that what I said? Nuclear fission?
Yeah, I'm saying like that's what it is. Yeah, it's non-fissile as in fission. That's what they mean by fissile.
Can, however, be converted into fissile plutonium in the part. So what? Caution, mildly radioactive. What the fuck's the point of this if it can't be used in nuclear fission? It's just shitty radioactive rocks.
I mean, check the thing. Check the.
I'm reading it. It says uranium-238 isotope is non-fissile, meaning it cannot be used in nuclear fission. It can, however, be converted into.
It's used to create plutonium pellets. You combine uranium waste with non-fissile uranium to make plutonium pellets.
Uh-oh.
Which is then used to produce encased plutonium cells for plutonium fuel rods.
Oh, wow, this is very complicated.
Yeah, it feels like nuclear has a bunch of steps.
Yeah, nuclear's got a lot of steps.
Good luck, have fun, nerd.
Why is he saying that? I am gonna have fun right now. My God, it's water. Wow, you're just fucking stunning. Iron plate.
So how many of these am I making? Stick suit by 12.
You have iron around here, right? Map.
720. Let's add 720 worth of aluminum processing at my destination.
Deuterium, coal, whatever, gazer, copper.
I guess I use the yellow thing.
Sam. There's Sam over here and it's not being mined?
I don't think we use that much SAM.
Probably not.
I think our whole base basically runs on one SAM mine, and I think it's probably usually backed up. So what do you even use SAM for besides like when the research is done? It's like, oh, you use you use 10 encased SAMs per storage container. That's not a thing we use that we make very much.
It's a fair point. I will build it and they will come. Here is my drone bay. All right. How big does this need to be? Where is drone?
What does the external tube do? I don't want to go here.
External tube to where?
Oh, the external tube to the YOLO is just is it coming from my tube to here or something? What is this?
Oh, are you? Oh, yeah. So the external tube is just going to the center of your base. I have that so that way you can get to both. So you can.
You so nearly collide with a cliff every time you use just this YOLO. Stressful,
right? It's so good.
I like the dumb little pyramids I put on top of my giant concrete building, so it has ceiling art. Because you do have to pass this building constantly. It's like I like that it has like curved, all these curved corners and the multiple floors that are all terraced, and it has these like a series of different pyramids that are different depths and widths, and then some of them are chrome and so on. And
it is very good architecture.
It's a neat detail. The entirety of it is used to make heavy reinforced plates, and I don't even remember if it was ever ultimately fully purposed towards anything in a useful way, or if it might be laying dormant for later use.
I think it's fine either way. no reason to stress it out with expectations.
I don't remember how desperately we would even need that anywhere.
Need what?
Reinforced plates.
Oh. Not that I can think of. Well, I'm just in luck. There happens to be a metric fucking shit ton of turbo fuel here. So I will be using that, if you don't mind. Can I get a slight siphon? This is turbo fuel, right? Yeah, okay.
Give me a little bit of that. Gimme.
Splitter. Okay. Perfect. This is not great looking. I think we could have done better, but I think
entirely convinced I accomplished anything. Oh well.
Today?
With the trying to scale things, it's kind of hard to tell if any more is actually coming through. There's also sometimes where I look at trains and I swear they're not filling up.
I think the trains are lying to you.
Well, it's like sometimes it looks like the train, the freight like station, like will just like seemingly stop taking in any more freight. Okay. Does this work or not? What's going on here? Sometimes it feels like the freight station will stop taking in any more freight, but it's not full. So I just stare at that and I'm like, what the fuck's going on here? Like, it's not full, so why won't it take more?
Huh.
You'll see like the track's backed up, and I'm like, why is the track backed up? They just put more into the thing.
Good fuck. Okay, so I need to... Oh man, how am I gonna do this? I need to figure out how to drone port Kempegoda. No, I'm gonna call this
Funny Larry.
Creamy oil.
They want to know if you checked the navigator or not. They're invested.
Oh, fuck. Give me a second. I will check that. Where's my train is the more important question.
He forgot.
Well, I'm not even at the base right now. If I was at the base, I'd go immediately and check. The Ribbed Avenger train. Who's train? What is train? Who's... Was that my train? Who the fuck? Wait, what train was that? Did my train? No? Wait.
I'm pretty sure the Ribbed Avenger is mine.
Yeah, there's a train just out there called Train, and I don't know. No, mine... Okay, mine is still at the place.
Well, I think the trains are just called trains.
No, if you highlight it on the map, it says the name of the train. So if you highlight it, mine says PC Train. That's my train. If I highlight the Ribbed Avenger, it says the train. No, it's the train. The name of the train.
I think you only can name stations. I thought
you can name the train. I have the PC Train. Do you not see my political?
I'm not going to look for it. The map is massive and completely packed with nonsense.
Oh, okay. Well, anyways, you can name a train. Your train, one of your trains is named the Ribbed Avenger. Mine is PC, and then we have two trains just named Train. And I thought my train was named Train, which wouldn't be right, but it's because I couldn't see my train, which is hiding behind a vein of limestone and not moving for some reason. So I need to go back and figure that out, annoyingly enough. And then I need to figure out how to get, what do I need for this? Nitric. You want iron plates? And I need to figure out how to get iron plates here by drone.
I've skipped aluminum again. Okay. Like, how is my aluminum not backed up? I'd be running out of aluminum. I think I'd be like not keeping up with it at some point.
You'd be shocked. There it is. There it is. Take me away. Oh, I can't change my stuff in here. Oh, that throws me a little bit further than throws me a little bit further than I expected to. Okay, let's no. I'm thinking a wall. Yeah. Wall would be good. Yeah. Wall would be good. Okay, and then we're going to YOLO back. Before we do that, I'm putting my parachute on so I don't die. And go. Yeah. All right, and lie down. Oh, should I go over to? Yeah, I probably should. Oh, that's a lot of train depots. This fucking fuel sky train is just so nonsense.
Yep.
Just directly, just taking a nice scenic drive up to the...
Yep. It like immediately didn't have its own purpose anymore.
Very funny. Oh, give me this. Hard drive scan. What do we got? We've got alternate bio coal, which can be made from biomass. So we can make coal from biomass, or molded steel pipe, which is a steel ingot and concrete. That actually isn't a bad way to make steel pipes. I could probably do that at the steel factory really easily.
So much better multi-floor ratio. There we go.
I'll do the biomass of coal because that's actually pretty handy. Hard drive scan. All right, new hard drive scanning. Set the timer, chat. 10 minutes from now, we will need to come back. Run quickly to keep space.
You don't need to set the timer because the game gives you an on-screen notification every time research finishes.
Yeah, but obviously I can't read, or else I would follow that notification every time it comes on.
Checkmate.
Jeez. Yeah, jeez. Why is it so dark in here? What the hell is going on? All right. Oh, I'm just going to take the gay tunnel. Oh! My eyes! Flashing colors! Are some of them not working? That's weird. Also, why are some of them shifting? That's even weirder. Okay. Oh my god. And then if we jump down here. Alright, where is my train? Hey buddy, why are you not moving? Why is
this one full of sheets and not casings?
I'm sorry, why can't you drive?
That's weird.
Is it because of this? Are you not moving because of this? Is that all? Do you need me to like move it? Mom? Okay. All right, can you move now? This is wild. What is going on with this train?
Those aren't going anywhere. I'll just kill them. This floor's already right. I guess it's because the floor used to be used for sheets. No longer is. It's just used for casings, because casings had no purpose when I built this place and have quickly outstripped the use for sheets since I built this place, which has been annoying.
Okay. Now that he's tossed onto the world, can I get him to go? Turn on self-driving. Next station to go.
Oh, radio control units are still struggling.
Beautiful. Okay.
Well, it's hopefully working on some level.
Let's see. Minor.
Were radio control units needed for pasta? Should review what's needed for pasta, because that's the thing that's not fucking going anywhere.
You need more radio control units for pasta?
I'm checking. They're made of cubes. What are cubes made of?
What are cubes made of?
Cubes are made of fused modular frames with a radio control unit. Yep.
Oh.
The radio control units are the thing that's throttling my rate of pasta making. That's why we only have 23 still. We should be getting one. We should have been getting one a minute ever since I set this up.
And what are we been getting?
Well, there's 23 of them total, and we're 5 hours into the session, so I don't know, math based on whenever in this session I set up the things. I was like, look at these colliders or whatever. This would have been before I went to the... While. So it's like before I went to the refinery at the very least. All the time I've been down in the refinery, that's been... The base has technically been trying to make these and not doing a good job. Well, actually it looks like the throttle right now... As slowly as the radio control units are being sent in, it looks like my throttle for these right now is copper powder. So I need to find more copper to turn into copper powder, it looks like.
I don't need these, do I? As long as it's not coming through fast enough.
Because it just needs so much. Alright, well, time to refocus on copper.
Alright, you're stuck. Okay. That's fine, because now what I need to do...
Boringest resource in the game.
Okay, now I can go back to my base, and I can look at droning those iron plates.
Every time I look at Keith's base, I think I'm learning the meaning of a concrete jungle. No.
Oh. You heard it here first, folks. No.
Yeah, no.
No.
That's just not what that means. Concrete jungle is like New York. It's not referring to like a fucked up floating video game factory.
Yeah, but like, if it was, it would be your base specifically. Are you doing anything for Thanksgiving?
I'm going to San Francisco.
Ooh, that sounds fun.
Because I was invited to somebody else's Thanksgiving.
Ooh, even where am I going? Even more fun. So is it like a Friendsgiving kind of thing?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay. That's pretty good. Turkey is always good.
Somebody is visiting a friend in that area and invited me along.
Oh, how fun. Is this going... Where's... Andrew? Andrew, what are you doing? Andrew, what is this? This is not going where I think...
Andrew?
Okay.
Andrew, what the fuck?
Andrew, stop. Stop doing that. Stop throwing that away.
I'm gonna blow up your base.
What?
Yeah.
What the fuck?
I found a rock sticking out of the floor, so I blew it up.
Oh.
Someone's gotta do it. Apparently you won't.
I mean, I treat my base very well, thank you very much. I think my base actually doesn't want to be blown up. I think it actually is scared of being blown up because it knows... Ow, 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 ow. It knows how good it is, and I know it knows how good it is. Ow, ow, ow. I'm being attacked, and this is...
Watching all the fucking cement confetti out of you when I shoot you. Because you started building something, and I rarely see how stupid building looks when you look at somebody else.
Oh, and you're like watching someone else build?
It's kind of white noise, you don't think about that much, but every now and then when you build something, you're like, "Buh!" You like register how many weird 3D models are flying out of your character at the thing, especially when you build something long distance, and you're like, look at them go. Well, it's weird that this game looks that way. But when you see somebody else do it, it's way funnier. They just spew 3D resources at the direction that it sometimes turns into a building.
Yeah. It just like flies from you. Okay, hopefully this is fine. I'm gonna do that, and then... Is it all just going into here right now, or what's the deal? No? Yes? Oh, it doesn't need power? Oh, are you just being like a child? All right, here, I'll give you power. Look at that. Whoa.
Wow, much like a child, I'll convince you that you have power in this relationship, so you get the fuck out of my way.
Right. Where is my creamy oil? Hell yeah, to this port. What are we gonna call this? Hardy Steely. Okay. So Hardy Steely needs to come or Hardy go Steely. To creamy oil. Yeah. Okay. That is a good loop. And then I just need to... I think that the other drone should be here shortly, right? Drone should be on its way over. Should be on its way.
Incorrect.
What? What do you mean? Well, what do you mean it has everything it needs?
Get dunked on, nerd.
What is this? What is wrong with my drone? What is this? Drone? What is this? Oh, that's my train. Train is waiting unusually long at a signal. A signal error may have occurred. Well, have you considered that I don't care? All right. Do you have electricity? Does the other one have electricity? Fuck. The other one might not have electricity. Are you already out of plates? Oh, this might actually take time. Okay, that's good. That's good. No.
I'm fucked.
I like that. No, that's perfect. That's exactly what I want. No drone. You... don't tell me I don't have a drone. I have a drone. No drone? No, I have a drone.
2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. How is this thing backed up?
What's backed up?
I have 10 smelters making 30 ingots per minute. Then I have copper powder, which consumes 300 ingots per minute. 10 times 30 is 300. This thing consumes 300 per minute. Oh. So why is it backed
alternate up? For automated wiring? Stator 40 wire and 1 high-speed connector? Oh, that's way better. Ooh, that's way better. That's super good. Should I? Oh, blah. Yay. This scared me. Should I go save the day?
Be scared,
Should I
coward.
make the world a better place? I don't know. Oh, someone said, "Ma'am, too late. I already got it." But I did put another one in there. All right, so now I need to take the YOLO. Oh, I need to put on my thing, my safety harness. YOLO. Wait, that's the wrong direction. That's fine. We can curve it. Oh, that's a pretty good curve. Oh, it's a very good curve actually. Oh, it's going to just land me directly on the thing. Oh, well, how great. Okay. I definitely did not connect this to power, did I? Oh, right. No, I forgot. That's my bad. Okay, now it's fueling up. All right. Anyways, sorry about that, bud.
I assume the contents of every building is backed up, and that's why it has so much to use? Yeah, this is the test. Now the conveyor's clear.
There it goes. Drone is taking off. Okay. Let's see how fast you can get back here with some of that. In the meantime, what do I need? I need a blender. Will it blend?
Okay, now it's trending downwards. Okay.
What's trending downwards?
I was saying it was backed up, Chad, because the entire conveyor that feeds into it wasn't moving. Which implies that it's like, this stuff's producing stuff faster than this stuff can use it or something. Which is weird. But will this trend upward now?
Okay, let's kill these. And then we will put... would anybody notice? I don't think so, right? How do these things work? Like too big? How about this? That's kind of nice. I like its compact size. Does it have an alternative way to get out? It does. Okay, I'm just stupid. All right, sorry. Give me this. Can we do that again? Thank you.
The other one wasn't capped. The other one was using it faster than it uses, that it can be supplied, which leads to downtime where it's waiting for either of them to fill, which is bad. But if we just put crystals in this one, then it doesn't matter. It'll just go as fast as possible, and if it has downtime in between, who cares?
I mean, crystals is good. I like crystals.
You know, I think this is better than underclocking a second one and trying to figure out the weird math for it, chat. I think this is easier just to have this one be overclocked, because then it just goes immediately. Whereas if the other one's underclocked, then the other one can be like slowly filling up with nonsense. But then like any time where if there's ever any time where both of them aren't running because they're waiting to be filled, then you're creating downtime by accident. That's bad. Yeah, I could just make this full of crystals and then it's just more efficient it'll just pause whenever it's running out, but at least we know that it's not being a bottleneck. I need to find more copper.
How big are you? Oh, very big. Okay. Train should be coming back pretty soon. Hey, there it is. Are you full of nitrogen? You are. Hey, nice.
I'm full of
Pull on into the station here. Pain.
Without love, pain. I can't get enough pain. I like it rough. I'd rather feel pain than nothing at all.
Oh. I'm glad there's just some curses that are shared. It's nice.
What happiness, not enough. What a stupid era of music.
You know what? You're right. It is a stupid era of music. No notes. You've killed it. You've figured it out. You found the secret. How dare you? Let's see. No, what? No, the thing. Thank you. Obviously. Oh. Okay. So can I just ride the top of this? I mean, it looks like it. Okay. Beautiful. And so then we'll do a pipe like that. We'll get a regular pipe. Hello, hello, regular pipe. Is there like a less ugly way to do this? No offense, but like hideous. Okay. Beautiful. And then we'll grab some water. Water extractor. Sure. How nice. Right next to it. Don't even have to go very far. For some primo water. Speaking of, probably need to...
You can just straight up outrange some monsters and they can't shoot back.
Oh.
Like, I'm not even, like, dodging it slowly or anything. I'm just literally just at a distance where they don't shoot at me. And so the spitters just awkwardly standing around dying. This
feels fair. This feels like a fair fight.
They'll learn the hard way.
Yeah, they'd rather feel pain than nothing at all.
It's true. So what do I need for nitric acid? It just exists? How is it?
It just exists.
Well, do I need to put it into anything? If it's just in a, you know what?
If you're moving something like that, you need to pump it.
I'm not a big pumper. You know.
Well, then you're gonna have to be in trouble then.
I don't know how to. I'm not a pumper. I will put it into this big giant buffer until I can figure out what to do with you.
300.
I still need to build the infrastructure to intake your mess. Oh, no. Yes. Yeah, just like that. You did it. Wow. Okay. Get rid of you. Just like that. All right. And then give me an industrial pipe 2. Can I put pipes underwater? Hell yeah. Okay. That's fun. We'll connect these two. Let's do that. Logistics. Floor pipe. Floor pipe. And sure, floor pipe. Oh, you can't build underwater. Interesting problem. I can fix it. Okay.
Or I think you can technically build underwater. It's just you can't build when you're in water.
Yeah, that's the...
It's really annoying every time you fall in the water in my entire refinery area.
Yeah.
It just happened a lot. It only makes me kind of want to die.
It's getting a little frustrating. I have a plan, and I can't execute it because it keeps putting me in the water. Okay. There has to be a way to...
There's a reason why I've tried to just pave over all of nature over there. Pave paradise and you put up a parking lot.
Okay. So then what if...
Don't always seem to go. You don't know what you got till it's gone. You pave paradise and you put up a parking lot. Remember the Counting Crows? I don't know if anyone does.
I know that one song.
Me. Which one?
The one you were just singing.
That's it?
That's it. That's the only song I know from them. And I didn't know the name of the band.
Growing up, I always thought of the song Rain King.
How's that go?
No.
Oh, okay. Okay.
And then what's the there's the one in Shrek. Somebody to Love. Not to be confused with the other Somebody to Love by Queen, I think. It was like da 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 da.
I mean, I believe you. I can't envision it right now.
It sounds like a Disney song. It's always been funny to me. It's like, it seems out of line.
In Shrek?
Yeah. Oh, Accidentally in Love.
Ah.
Like, come on, turn a little faster. Come on.
Oh,
the world will follow after. Come on, cause everybody's after love.
Okay, I think I know that song.
It has like a particular cadence at the beginning, so it's because like, so she said, what's the problem, baby? What's the problem? I don't know. Well, maybe I'm in love. Think about it every time I think about it. Can't stop thinking about it. It's like that one. It's very peppy in a way that is like not like any Counting Crows song I've ever heard. So it was like, huh, they really got hired to do a kids movie and did a kids movie song. Like it's such a different tone than I remember for them.
Hey, I mean, you know what? You get the assignment, you nail the assignment. What more do you want? Okay, so I have the nitric acid. What am I going to do with this to make rocket fuel? I need
acid's bad for you, Andrew. You'll die.
And then yeah, but have you considered crows. Why would I be counting crows?
Just sounded funny
exactly.
To me.
Compacted coal. I don't want this. Okay.
No, I wanted to pull my hair out earlier because I accidentally I fed coal all the way to a place where I needed coal, and then after doing all that work, realized I'd fed compacted coal into it. So I need to delete all of that.
So cool. I can't tell you how cool that is. What is this shit even good for? Oh, it can go back into making turbo fuel. That's nice. Okay.
So funny being out here because everywhere I go, there's just always more weird shit that there's just always more weird shit out here that Illusory did.
You're just finding more of Illusory's adventures.
No, like the entire outside world is covered in Illusory stuff. Everywhere you go, it just looks like a natural part of the world.
Oh.
Like look at the I'll send a screenshot.
Like, what are you looking at?
Yeah, no, it's here's an entire beach line. Like an entire horizon. Look how many points of evidence there are of Illusory there. Every single weird orange wall or floating foundation and stuff out there, it's just all of the spots that Illusory's been through in all of his like platforming adventures where it grabs every piece of weird loot. If you leave the base, the whole world looks like this. That's what he's been doing for like 100 hours. There's just weird orange structures and pieces of foundation through the entire wilderness.
Honestly, that's really cool.
It's kind of fascinating. He's just been everywhere.
He is an unintentional ancient. He's just leaving things behind.
Like Illusory Wall is the Forerunners.
Yeah, he's just a Forerunner that was on like a fun adventure. The Davy Crockett Forerunner. He's just out there.
Davy Crockett Forerunner.
He's just out there looking at shit and leaving behind all these like vestiges of human exploration that no alien would be able to comprehend. They'd be like, huh? What is going on here? Why? How could you do this? Okay, so I'm gonna delete you, and then I'm going to connect you. Should I even bother with this? How much is in here? Okay, so if I were to kill you and I was to replace, are you a level 1? Bro, ugly, ew, stinky. Okay, put you here, like that. Here like that, and then we'll go down. Okay, and then we just need electricity. I believe there's some around here. Damn it. There we go. Okay. Get blending, and how are we doing? So we are making 100 per minute. And it looks like we are going to have more than
125 copper powder per minute. Is that enough to finally make this base work? God, I hope so.
God, I hope so.
Where would I go next for more copper? Even further, of course.
All right. This is very ugly, and
I don't want to do that. It can go fuck
itself.
So
sorry. It's so ugly. I can't promise it will get better, but I can promise I will make it count.
I should probably make all the overflow that isn't being used properly. Yeah. It's probably a mistake to make this base be split between sheets, wire, and cables when only cables seem to be actually going anywhere, and wires and sheets are stacked up. Ah, I can ride this instead of awkwardly walking across the base again. That'll be nice.
Is this generating enough? Okay,
no,
so it's getting enough nitric acid.
Again.
It's just the turbo fuel that I need. But you're going down, right? Or are you... Yikes. Have you considered not doing that? Okay, hold on. What's underneath? Oh, hell yeah, nothing. Perfect. I love when there is nothing below, because then that means nothing can stop the flow. All right, goodbye, and then we will come down here, grab you, and connect you here, which is a perfect downward spiral of fuel, which should be generating more than enough to fuel you. One would hope. Fine. We'll do it this way. How about we grab a junction? Put the junction like here. And then I'm gonna hit you in the mouth. And then combine. Look at that. Double the turbo fuel. Put the turbo fuel into there. And then that's gonna turn into this. Now we're getting somewhere. We need 150 a minute. We got it. Easy. Man, we're making a ton of nitric acid. That's crazy.
Give the powder. I've doubled my powder production. No excuses, goddammit.
Okay, we're making rocket fuel.
God, the entire time I was gone, we only made 3 pastas.
Oh, that's not good.
That's why I'm trying to scale the powder.
Speaking of, did you finish Arcane?
No.
Okay. I'm curious to hear.
I have 1 episode to go, but so far I'm not happy with what's happened so far.
I would not imagine. As I watched it, I was like, ooh, this is not... Keith's not going to be happy about it.
No. I really don't like what they've done with the politician lady. She ended up spending the entire season on a journey quest to discover her true fate and nonsense, and I'm like, okay, but... That means abandoning the entire story up till now that she was in, practically, so that you could find out that her life is a lie or something. And I'm like, okay, but once again, it's not. Doesn't really feel like it's a continuation of the story so far, and you basically removed it from the plot to do that. I'm not against Powder and Vi, like, being able to reconcile in some way, but I feel like the show kind of just cheated at it without earning it.
Yeah, they're using, like, Vander's doing so much heavy lifting.
Their relationship just kind of constantly changes, almost off camera, basically. There's a lot of stuff that I don't love about how it's handled. And yeah, like, the entire status quo of the show shifts so dramatically and so frequently that's just very frustrating. Like, oh, I guess, like, practically off camera, the topsiders and undersiders, or whatever they're called, are just cool with each other now. Like, the moment that Kate turned on the warlord lady, off camera, the 2 warring factions the whole show was about just stopped fighting, and they're just hanging out they're just suddenly in a council room together with each other, which would be, like, after the last 2 seasons of the show, it seems insane to see the council have underworlders in it. But that they apparently reached that point off camera between episodes, and I'm like, what? It very much feels like the show feels like Game of Thrones season, like later seasons, where it's like, in early Game of Thrones, you spent a whole season just with Jaime and what's her name, just trying to, like, cross the continent, like when he's currently a prisoner and stuff like that. With Brienne of Tarth and Jaime, or like a whole, or like half a season would be like Catelyn Stark and Tyrion, like, going to, like, the Reaches or something, like, if I remember correctly. Like, a lot of the early show was just spent, like, in transit because of how much a logistical constraint that was, and, like, it was a slow burn, but it was all about the politics and these characters' relationships and blah blah blah, and that was what was interesting. And then in later seasons, in the last 2 or 3 seasons, people are just teleporting everywhere constantly. I think one of the things that people really called out was the fact that, like, at one point, Varys is currently in Westeros, but then it cuts to Daenerys Targaryen on a boat, finally crossing the sea from Essos to Westeros after all these seasons waiting for that to happen, and Varys is with her, which meant that he, off camera, went back to Essos and then on the thing to Westeros or something like that, or like something along those terms happened where people were just like teleporting massive distances back and forth, and people just kind of casually go from King's Landing to the Wall in an episode and stuff like that throughout the later seasons.
Oh.
You're like the show just constantly like shortcuts these like logistical constraints. In a similar way, like when I'm watching season 2 of Arcane, the first 3 episodes were good, but after that, it's been like just disorienting how rapidly massive things change, almost off camera half the time. And it's like, I thought the show was basically about that conflict. What do you mean we're moving on? Like, I don't get it. And I'm gonna need more fucking copper powder. Okay.
I need.
It's particle accelerator. Nuclear pasta is hard to make because you just it takes a lot of just a lot of fucking copper. You're just like actively just trying to just like burn it basically.
Oh, I need.
Let's see.
I need aluminum. Is there any nearby?
And there's no alternate recipe for copper powder. There are 4 more alternate recipes for copper ingots, but we don't have any of them. I wonder if any of those are more efficient for making more ingots and more powder.
Deuterium.
Yeah, there's a lot of just like really iffy stuff. Like even on minor notes, I just think about how like Kate just kind of like randomly was in a new relationship, almost for like shock value to like reveal like, oh, you're cheering for this relationship this whole show, where now she's with that weird, like basically like what felt like the Squire lady, basically like a girl that has like 4 lines. Like she's introduced like she's gonna be a new main character this season, but she just continues to be a background. Like everyone in that squad is barely a character, and the guy, including the fact that one of them never speaks. But
Fishman, yeah.
Yeah, but the other 2 feel like they're gonna be like plucky main characters with interesting personalities, and they never do anything.
One of them dies.
Like Kate just forgets about her immediately. She's like it's like, oh, I was with somebody while you were gone. It's like, from our perspective, her being gone was like 5 minutes of showtime. So it's like, oh, okay, that was the whole relationship. Cool. Oh no. Well, time to go fix that.
Uh-oh. What'd you do?
I accidentally put nuts in the recycler. So annoying that there's like that's one of like the 2 items you can't recycle.
Yeah.
Now it's like, well, time to manually retrieve all of those from the track. Fucker.
Scrap. That's coal. Regular coal, not compacted coal. Can I make coal out of compacted coal?
But yeah, like I'm not here to nitpick, and like I want to enjoy this show. I especially like focused emotional storytelling. I like how visually oriented the show is, and how much it wants to have big impactful moments, and like how it like knows that it's like it remembers its job is to be entertaining, and it's not like having us sit through long exposition scenes about lore or like falling to just like the pitfalls that a lot of shows just generally do, of just being kind of like boring and padded. Like, I mean, especially it's on Netflix. Netflix is the king of shows that are too long, because it feels like they just like greenlight every single concept, and half of them could be like half of them just feel like movie ideas that are stretched for 10 hours. Like Netflix is infamous for horrible pacing and just being designed to be practically like low effort background noise that you just kind of like put on. So like this show trying so hard and making every moment count is the part of the appeal, But season 2 just really feels like it lost the plot, and like it's paced strangely. It feels like we're skipping stuff constantly. It feels like way too much shit. Like the magic lore for like half the cast got so convoluted, and everyone had to like go like split up to go on a vision quest to gain their magic powers, which no one knew they even had to do. It just kind of happened to them, which also makes them less interesting because they're not choosing to go on magic quests. They're just being kidnapped. The plot just kidnaps most of the cast to put them on magic quests to discover their true powers. To the point where like it was all about the first episodes of the season really highlighted how good the show is, because like having all the characters in play at once and seeing how they're all playing off each other. I said before, but I love the fact that the first episode is from Vi's perspective and from the surface people's perspective, and the second episode is from Powder's perspective and the Underworlders' perspective, including the kid being like the fake Jinx and stuff like that. Like that's all really interesting, setting up a really good season. Almost none of that affects the rest of the season. They mostly abandon all that stuff because the third episode or something like that, or the fourth episode is like Vander showing up, and then that just like the moment that happens, the show just like falls apart because he takes over the story for Powder and Vi and basically replaces anything they'd actually been doing so far. And then Kate becomes a different character for a few episodes, and they're frustrating. But above all, though, it's just the fact that like legitimately like 4 characters get kidnapped by magic or magic people into their own little pocket episodes of nonsense. And then they just have weird, isolated stories that have nothing to do with what's been happening in the surrounding story, as people just magic on them, or they gain a vision, or like for a few of them it gives them a massive new quest that recontextualizes their entire goals, but it's not based on like them learning something or changing based on interacting with the plot and the characters that we've been dealing with. They just are given a magic vision that tells them, this is your character now, this is your motivation. In the case of like, oh, that's my parentage, he's gonna kill everybody if I don't kill him. And then you have, I don't even know what they're going for with Echo yet, because I have one episode of Echo in a different land after him not being in all of Act 2. It's Act 3, he's in the first episode but not the second episode, so I don't know how it's gonna pay off yet. But like the whole show so far has basically just been Echo walks around with the funny little guy for the first act. Oh, he's in an alternate world now. Oh, I guess he's back. See you in the finale. We'll see if that pays off or matters at all. That was his entire season. That was Echo's entire season. Like what? It's just such a weird use of. It's just such a bad use of these characters.
I'm so mad at Echo's entire story. His entire story is genuinely upsetting to me.
He seems so cool, but you only really get to see him on that one cool bridge fight, and then otherwise he's like he barely gets to do stuff. Was Echo part of Powder's original crew?
Yeah, sort of. Echo was like
he was a little kid, I remember.
Yeah, okay. He was like a side kid or whatever.
Because during the Vision stuff, obviously all the characters that died in Act 1 of Season 1 are back, because it's like a world where they lived and Vi died. And with that happening,
which is a good world? Like, the best world in the show is the one where Vi dies.
But like, with that stuff, it's just like, it's like, okay, that's neat.
So mean.
Oh, chat saying my particle accelerator's not plugged in? That'd be bad.
What? You don't have it plugged in?
The output might not be plugged in to send it to the space elevator. The least important part, technically. Like, it has to happen, but it's not holding stuff up.
Yeah.
And it's like, I was amused that they're like, by the way, those 2 guys that died, they were gonna be gay together. It's like, okay, I've heard of bury your gays, but I've never heard of gaying your buried. They took the dead characters and made them gay and revealed them to be gay. I'm like, that's interesting. That's a bizarre twist on that particular dynamic. Yeah, I forgot, right? Echo was the kid in the little tiny kid in Act 1. Yeah.
I did not, I'll be honest with you, wait. Is the conclusion of Echo's stuff already happened in what you've watched? That was first episode, right? No?
All I've seen is Echo being sent through the portal back to reality, but I haven't seen what he does.
Okay, that's what I meant. The alternate dimension is done. Like, he's left
they
the
spent
alternate
a whole
dimension.
episode on that.
Okay. They spent a whole episode on it.
Like right when I was like, how are they gonna wrap up all these crazy plot threads? I opened up episode 7. It's entirely Echo's alternate world and the other guy's alternate world, Hammer Azeroth boy, and I'm like, that's not what I thought they'd do with one of these 3 remaining episodes.
Yeah, I'm not a very big fan. I did not like the alternate world. I think a lot of it. I think there's a lot of really questionable
shit. Kind of storyline in a. Oh my god! Okay, I did just shit out like 15 or 20 more nuclear pastas, so that's good news. Good catch, audience. That thing was not plugged in, so it wasn't sending them out. Oh. That explains at least some of it. Still trying to get this thing to have up 100% uptime, which it hasn't had, but I'm getting closer.
Hey, you know what? Pressure. Give it a little bit of space here, Keith.
Well, so I mean, obviously I scale up the stuff that goes into it, and I'm just hoping it works, but I keep never quite making it. But that is a lot more of them. Let's see, it'll jump from 29 to something else soon. We'll see how many of them there were.
Yeah, I don't know.
It's been interesting seeing people talking about it, because some people are like, I can't believe some people are not liking. I can't believe people are ripping on the Arcane finale. It's like, just because and like you gotta reconcile that something not turning out the way you wanted and it being bad are 2 different things. And I'm like, like I don't know what the ending's gonna be yet, so I can't comment on that idea. But the story seems to just not be being handled well. Is the problem.
I mean, it's.
Oh, this thing's backed up. What happened?
It feels like it would be fair to acknowledge that if Arcane was getting a 3rd season, this season probably would be much more of a banger. Like, it's very clear that there's they have a lot of ideas that they want to do, but they have
your shit broken.
Literally no time. My shit? Do not call my shit broken. My shit is not broken. If it's broken, it's because you broke it. No, you broke it.
It's the inputs to the radio control units aren't receiving their inputs because one of the outputs that's in your smart splitters is backed up on too many different types of resources that aren't going anywhere, and so the entire system's backed up and not reaching. So the common resources are blocking the rare resources from arriving. That usual problem.
I wonder if it's okay. That's weird. Nothing should be able to block it except for.
It's steel pipes.
Yeah, nothing actually. I have too many steel pipes?
Yeah. You have no failsafe for there being more steel pipes than you need, so it just clogs the entire system.
It should be throwing the extras away.
Nope.
Wow, that was stupid. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Interesting. Bold choice, Andrew.
Just the universal problem with these is like it has to have overflow protection or we're fucked.
Yeah, I usually am pretty good about that. Okay, I will come fix that after I fix the thing I just broke.
Well, I'm already here. Let's see.
Oh, okay. You can make it go into the trash. Into the trash. No, I don't know. My main thing is I really like. I did like the. I did like Jace's little trip. I thought that was a pretty good trip.
He had a bad time.
Well, he kind of deserves it, man.
Damn.
Does he not? What do you mean? Like he isn't. He's not like anywhere close to innocent here. This man is not a criminal, but like he's pretty responsible for a lot of problems in modern day Piltover. Like that's not a. You can't forgive him just because he grew a beard. All right, that's not how that works.
How does this setup work? It's really hard. It's so hard to tell how you're layouts work? Let's see. Okay, it splits there.
Are you talking about my shit? Or you saying mine's hard to parse through?
Yeah.
Wow. Well, I tried. God damn it, somebody had to. Oh boy. That should be fine. No, wait. First, I probably have to put it the right way. Yes, that should be fine. Where is... Perfect. Okay. So then connect to you like that. Oh, these are going to be weird. I'm going to have to put you guys underground. I'll figure it out later. Even
powered. All right. Good.
Sure. And nope. Knew I did that wrong. And there we go. Is there I guess it doesn't really matter. It's not interesting.
The way that my system lags at this point when I replace conveyors.
Oh.
Hey, we're up to 54 pastas.
That's a lot of pasta.
That's a lot of pastas. Train collision. Oh, what did you do?
Why are you saying me?
Because
none
you
of my
did
trains touch nobody. What?
Two of the trains just collided. Ribbed Adventure and Nitrogen just collided.
How the fuck did they collide? They're not on the same track. What do you mean?
You must have gotten them too close together or something.
Is that possible?
I don't know. You fucked them up.
Okay.
You're the one that's making complex train situations. I just do point A to point B, and none of my trains are near each other.
I did point A to point B, and our trains are kind of close to each other, but maybe they just don't want to be lonely on the road. No, I think they're fine.
And now my aluminum's never going to come into the base. I'm going to die.
I think it will be fine.
I'm going to die of not enough aluminumitis.
You want to... Okay. Interesting. Is that hereditary?
No, you're doing it to me.
That
was the whole point.
Ah. Sorry if you haven't noticed, I'm a little dumb. All right, let me... Can I no, okay. So like if I hated you, I would not put that there. I'm gonna do this and perfect. Okay. Hopefully Keith doesn't know I broke this. He'll never figure it out, guys. Perfect, flawless strategy. All right, flawless strategy right here. You'll never know, and if he does,
God, there's
it's because
so many
one of you snitched.
So many hard drives.
There's 30. No, there's 19. How many?
26.
30, 19, 26. Oh, okay. It's not as much as I thought, but
it's a lot. With so many recipes we could have.
That is true, and I have been doing them frequently, so do not come down here with everyone's favorite blame game, all right?
God, the remaining tech in the MAM is so hard to make for the most part.
It truly is. I'm working on the rocket fuel one right now, so we should have that pretty soon here.
The ionized fuel?
Yeah.
So it requires 200 packaged rocket fuel on a hard drive. Yeah,
Yep.
That seems like a nightmare.
I mean, not particularly. It's actually been pretty easy surprisingly getting the fuel. The problem is, the real problem I'm going to be having in just a few moments, though, is going to be getting the empty canisters. I need to do that, and I don't know how I'm going to do that because I didn't mess with the aluminum. So
if you believe you have heard this message before, please examine yourself.
So it will be a challenge, and I hate challenges.
Let's see. Packaged rocket fuel is made of empty fluid tanks, which are made of aluminum. So you just take aluminum ingots and make them. It's easy.
Okay, well, I gotta find aluminum. That's number one.
I have an entire aluminum base.
Well, good for you. Okay, can I do... So center is going to be overflow. Left is any. Oh boy, Keith is going to be mad at me, but I will forgive him for his transgressions.
What did you do?
I, unlike you, have been busy ruining everything. So... I am fixing everything that I ruined. Look at that. Back to production. Good job, everybody. The fuel flows.
So brave.
I know, right? It's very difficult being me. I need to get rid of these. Can I toss them? No. Okay. Man, it's really tough trying to not recycle. Can I even connect this? No, of course I can't. That would be absurd, Andrew. Think of the ecological disaster that could befell us. Think of the problems
that could befell us.
That could befell us. We are
befell.
We are susceptible. We are all susceptible to befelling. So, beef kind and rewind.
Say beef kind?
Yes. What is wrong with you? What did we just talk about?
What is the nudge button, chat?
This. If it could kill me, don't tell him what it does, chat.
No, the button for nudging something you're trying to place. It's just
that means you can move it over, right?
No, I'm asking what the nudge button is. The whole screen is covered in things saying how to do stuff, but none of them say nudge.
I think
H. Okay.
H is to lock it, and then you nudge it.
Oh, it's lock hologram is the clue, I guess. I mean, I used to, but it was broken, remember?
Oh, right. Wow, this game broke on you a lot, man.
Yep. It's been annoying.
It's been tough. Keith doing his best with what he's got.
Love is... It's what I got. Said, remember that. I got.
No, why would you... Look, man, I'm trying to make something look nice. If you don't want to be a part of that, just go away. Okay. I hate these pipes, man. I hate these pipes and how they just don't even want to pretend to be nice, like the conveyor belts. They just come in aggressively ugly. Okay. Both of you, Phil, are you even plugged in? Bro, why are you even telling me you won't make things if you're not even plugged in? How do you even know you're... I am gonna call the police. All right. Don't... Here, make more of that. And here, you can make more of this. Yeah, the nitric acid's coming in hard.
Glorious.
What's going on?
I made a pretty glorious display for our golden statue.
For a golden what did you make? What display?
Because we got 150 tickets, so I bought the golden statue because that's the next priced one that we don't have yet. And it's
okay, your chat is freaking out, so now I'm excited to see.
I mean, it's pretty cool.
Okay, this thing's making a shit ton of rocket fuel. I think we're good on that. I just need to figure out how to get a bunch of empty canisters here and also go fix a train crash. So give me a second. Let's see where that happened.
Imagine if you can upload any image on the billboard. Uh-huh. Imagine. Says any random furry artist.
What are you saying?
Well, it's specifically Crimson.
Why are you trying to put images in Satisfactory? What images are you trying to put in Satisfactory? Where could this train crash have even fucking occurred? Excuse me? Isn't that the closest they get? Where could they have... How could they have collided? Bro, how drunk are you guys? You guys aren't even like near... Okay. All right, you know what? I'll give it to you. Somehow that is just too close. Sure, I'll split them up. You know what? I'll split them. You're not even crashed. Shut up. What is this? Look at this. Look at this shit. What? Oh, you rubbed little toes. Oh! Oh my God. Okay.
You all right?
Hold on. Okay. There we go. Go on. Go on. Could you? Okay. I keep going. Sorry, the train's exploded.
That's so bad.
Okay. All right. Let's fix this one. Okay. So, I see what the problem here is. Let's make ourselves a nice, wide gap here, so that way this doesn't happen again. But also, I am so mad at you, and I am going to use my lawyer to turn your entire family into potato dust, and I am so mad.
Into what?
Potato dust. The dust that potatoes make when they die.
Uh-huh.
Uh-huh. We all turn into potato dust eventually. Just like my great ancestors and your great ancestors and every potato's great ancestors all became potato dust. Why can't my trains kiss? This is fucking trainophobic. I don't understand. This is some bullshit.
What the fuck?
I'm so mad about this. Sitting here redoing this dumb train line because these fucking trains can't so much as give each other a little smooch on the cheek. All right.
Why can't my trains kiss?
Oh my God. Oh my God. How much of this is just a danger to these poor
hard-working trains.
Touch
phobic.
These trains are just good friends, man. Please. Just let them touch. I don't understand. What else do they have to live for? They're trains. You can't nudge?
Just being weird and annoying. I was trying to make a roof to my stupid thing, but you can't put signs on floors and ceilings without having a bar there.
All right, so I'm gonna come over here and turn your auto train back on, so you'll have your things when you need the things. Turn on self-driving, get the hell out of my face or I will cry. Turn on self-driving, get the hell out of my face or I will cry. I will be back, and I am gonna go to the base to go see what's going on. You fixed the pipes, right?
Don't look.
Steel pipes? Don't look at what?
Yeah, I fixed them. Don't look yet.
Okay. Okay, well, where are you? Can you tell me where you are so I can avoid it?
I'm in the pipe network.
The pipe network is not. Oh, like in the okay. That's fine. I've got an idea. I've got a plan, actually. I've got a master plan to make this more beautified. Let's beautify it while we wait for Keith to finish doing whatever weird illegal crimes he's doing in the tube network. This is why the Queen of England died.
What does that mean?
Tubes, man.
Tubes?
Tubes got her.
As a concept.
No one escapes the tubes. Yeah, you know what? Just in general, yeah. Tubes are strong, all right? It's hard to... Pipe dream, what the fuck? It's hard to deny just how dangerous a good pipe can be.
Tubes together, strong.
We laugh now, but the tubes will get us.
One day we'll know.
All right, I'm gonna go down here, and then I'm gonna go down here through the floor, and then I'm gonna go down here, and then we're gonna go. Can I go straight? There we go. Thank you.
What do I do, chat?
And
how do I fix it?
Here. You're asking chat to help fix it. Oh.
Well, I don't know what cosmetic item will like make this bullshit happen.
Okay.
Ooh.
I like that attitude. It's a good attitude to have. Tells me funny things are on the way.
It's not that funny. I'm just trying to fill a space so it looks better.
You don't get to tell me what's funny or not.
Cool.
We had a word for that or something. Empty platform. Okay.
Oops.
Can I just do regular? Oh, I still need to kill it. It's not gonna be mad, right? Ooh, it looks kind of mad. That's fine. All right. Okay. Nailed it. All right. So yeah, go ahead and fill that back up. How are you filled? Okay. All right. And then that looks good. There's got to be a better way. This is so ugly. Okay.
I'm gonna say good enough, chat. That's pretty cool. All right, come to your building you made as our base's entrance to the tube network.
So our base is entry. Okay. I think I know what you're talking about.
I guess, you probably need to use the gate tunnel. Oh, wait, no,
yeah, is that okay?
Are you downstairs? Yeah.
No. Can I take the gate tunnel?
Yeah.
Okay. I'm tunneling.
Here he comes.
Here I come.
And we'll probably end on this because it is late. Alright, come on down here.
Alright. Whoa. Whee. Oh.
Found a place to put our gold statue.
Our gold... Oh my god, that's amazing. That's so good. Holy shit, that's so good. I love this. What a great room. So beautiful.
It took some finagling because I had to figure out how to place a large billboard facing downward near your like slanted roof. And that was a struggle. Like it's finally done. This fucker. What a setup.
That's so good. That's ridiculous. Oh, you just like walk in and it's just right there. You can't not look at it.
It's the first thing you see when you walk in. And the next thing you see is all this fucking grass that always sticks out of the floor.
Why doesn't...
Why can't I eat all this grass?
Building cannot be nudged. I'm about to nudge off a cliff. What is this?
Yeah, it's hard to put it anywhere. And if you put it on top, it clips out of the roof.
I don't want to put it on the top. I want to put it like...
Yeah, that one was in the right spot for a second.
Like that? Or like that? There we go.
What? You had it. Yeah, right there. Nope.
There we go. And then I think you can color it. There you go. So now blends in. Beautiful. Oh.
We did the thing. All right, everybody go to bed.
Look at that.
It's been 6.5 hours.
Get out of here, everybody.
Ta-da!
Now that we have achievements.
Our base is kind of working. It'll reach its goals in like 6 more hours. Haha, we tricked you into thinking this was a furry stream, but now it's robots stream.
We got him.
We got them nerds. Hook, line, and sinker, which is ironic because we're no longer playing the fishing game.
Awful.
Ironically, the fishing game was bait.
I hate this mobster. I hope he gets caught. Could you imagine the worst, like, mob henchman? He just only speaks in puns. Like,
sound like a Dick Tracy villain.
Sounds like my hero.
I feel it sounds like your underling. Like you would be the.
You're calling me an organized criminal?
Maybe an unorganized criminal.
I'm extremely disorganized. That's part of my testimony for getting medication.
You just told your therapist a lot of puns. He's like, all right, yeah, this is ADHD behavior.
But you not listening to that conversation is your ADHD diagnosis.
Oh yeah, it did not take my therapist more than one session to be like, yeah, I think you could be diagnosed pretty easily. But we do have to go through a year-long thing just for standard procedure because for some reason we just let the police decide if medication.
It's like they just want to make sure you care enough to waste a year of your life.
Which is great. ADHD has no problems with commitments, right? There's not a single issue.
No, that's the thing. It's like it feels like an intentionally selected thing to filter people out in a really frustrating way. It feels like they're specifically trying to like there's a lot of stuff with the comes to the government and medical stuff and a bunch of other things where it just feels like there's just like a minimum cost and investment level that's required in order to accomplish anything, because they can just like filter out the majority of people that way.
Yeah, there's specifically for ADHD medication, one of the problems is that we let the DEA decide how much is allowed to get produced, and the DEA has decided that it's like obviously it should be treated like heroin, and so they're like, no, you can only make the bare minimum amount because we don't want people on this drug, and you're like, okay, but like it makes them functional. Maybe we should do that. we should have a solution.
I installed a ladder well in your computer's building, or in your your whatever this other building is in the back, because it was just too frustrating to switch between all the floors when I was trying to diagnose what was happening.
Oh.
So I was just like in the corner that I just cut a hole and everything and put a ladder.
Oh, it's loading.
So now you can go up and down. Whoa.
That's fine.
Been trying to figure
Aesthetics
out
mean nothing.
Why this thing's not making
functionality
stuff.
Is everything. So where was it backed up?
Now we're backlog on computers, but we never have enough high-speed connectors to make the supercomputers. And I suspect that parts of that is because They just each machine needs so many quick wire per minute that like it's beyond the capacity of individual belts to supply them.
Well, it should right now there should be 2 belts going. Let me double check. Oh, we do have a backup in there, so yeah, there is a problem. Okay. So then we need to. You said it's the high speed. Let me go up. All right, I think you're.
Especially since we might want even more quick wire to feed into more of these buildings to make even more high-speed connectors. Because we might not be making. Even on a base level, I don't know if we're making enough high-speed connectors to even keep up with their intended use.
We should be, because they're all overclocked to exactly the amount that we need. The problem is that the 2 of them aren't getting quick wire, which makes it a problem. So let me find. That should be here. Who's supplying? Wait, who's supplying you? Oh, some fucking idiot did this. Okay.
I went downstairs and filled every single smelter and constructor at the beginning of the quick wire system, the Caterium system, with as many crystals as possible to just pump them all up to try to make anything faster by brute force, and then went around trying to upgrade every single belt I could to Mark 5. Because there was just random mixed in lower ranked belts, and a single one of those just permanently throttles the entire system, because if that one step is slower, then it doesn't matter if the rest of it's fast.
Yes, that makes sense.
There was a lot of like bottlenecks to find.
Okay, so can I just do it from here? Or would it be mad about that? It would be mad about that. Okay. Then we're gonna do it from here. Yes. No. Yes.
So we almost have everything maxed out, but we don't have all the nuclear
I'm not showing
pasta.
anything on the stream right now. LOL.
Whoops.
I think, there we go. That got fixed. Okay, and then
the Ribbed Adventures. Why is the Ribbed Adventure mad?
I don't know. That sounds like a problem you should check into.
That's probably why we haven't finished our nuclear pasta.
Oh, I see. Okay.
I do not trust these things.
There we go. Now we're back in it. Okay.
Thump.
Thump. Hello? Sure.
I had to make another gate tunnel before the season's over.
How many do you intend to make?
The bigger, gayer tunnel.
Oh, okay. 3. Oh, fuck. How am I going to do this?
Timely Cards Against Humanity jokes that nobody's ever made before.
It's true. No one plays Cards Against Humanity anymore.
It does get really old.
Yeah, those games are a lot of those card games where it's just like, who picked the funniest thing? I don't know. You play them a few times.
It's always fun for the
initial novelty wears off after. You're just like, something else we could play that's more of like an actual game.
How is the station unreachable? What happened?
You're not thinking with your station. Does that work? It does work. Yo, why are you blocked off? Oh, right.
Hey,
okay.
Hey,
all right. So now it should be 2 of its own. That means it should be getting. Yes. Now it's backed up. Okay, good. So now it should be fine in regards to the quick wire necessary for the other machine, for the high-speed connectors. What is this? Why are you like this? Oh yeah, I remember why you're like that. Okay. So let's double check you. Make sure you're getting enough. Okay, you're at least at 50 right now. You're at least above 50. Oop, but you're still shutting down. Are you not getting them fast enough? Okay. Oh, I gotta wait for the U to queue up. That's probably the problem. Hey, is there a thing I can do through here? Excuse me, coming down. Wait.
Why is my train mad?
They just do that sometimes. I don't know.
What?
You all right there?
Uh-huh. Okay, so there's a part where the rail just stops working.
Should I be uploading uranium if I mine it?
It just kills the entire SAM network.
I mean, I don't see why it would.
Sure.
Right? It's not like...
I mean, what's the harm, you know?
Cool. Doing it.
It doesn't need to be individual, right? Now the system is all up and going. I think it should be able to maintain itself.
Oh, it does count it in your inventory while it's uploading, which I guess makes sense. So it's like, I haven't fully disposed of it yet, so it's like eating through my filters as it uploads. It's funny. But I've got a lot of filters.
Okay, this one is seeming to stay maxed out. This one is going bad.
That was weird.
This one is going bad.
Yeah, I just had to rebuild the intersection on my train station for some reason. That has been there for 50 hours already.
That's weird. I didn't touch it, so.
So strange.
So strange. You guys are totally fine. No.
So based on that, I'm guessing my aluminum dried up, which is annoying. Which is why nuclear pasta's not doing anything, because everything that needs aluminum is just dead.
Yeah, because this just cycles back into the other one. So even if there's more than it needs, it always goes back into here anyways. How are you not... I mean, you have to be getting enough quick wire. This is absurd.
You have to. You require to be getting enough quick wire.
We have another 10 sloops, by the way, for the next power expansion thingy.
MVP.
Yeah, I'm contributing something.
I mean, we haven't had to scale power in forever.
That's true.
Yeah, to be fair, if someone isn't specifically hunting them, you would not naturally just have remotely this many, you know? Like,
no, we would not have this many crystals or sloops. We would still be having to choose which things to upload to the SAM because we couldn't build enough things to store them.
Right.
Okay.
You're just over there playing the entire, like, Zelda half of this game for us.
I dig it.
YOLO!
So should I... Is my problem that I'm trying to do 2? I bet it is. I bet it is. It's always that.
Goodbye, base. Wow, it's big now. It looks like an airport down there.
Your base?
Just our base in general. We've just made so much base that looks like an airport. The entire map that we largely don't spend time in is so full of illusory stuff.
Yes.
It's good. That's how it should be.
There's my little second... That's my plastic source. There's my plastic waterfall, everybody. It goes over there. That's very distinct.
Maybe that will keep high speed going for a while. We'll see what happens. At the very least, it looks like it's producing enough. It's been steadily producing a lot. Okay, back upstairs to check.
I tell you what I want. What I really, really want.
I mean, we have plenty of AI limiters. Holy moly. Oh, right. I forgot I blocked that off. Okay, and so you are the one that need high-speed connectors, which you are not getting still enough of somehow. 4 out of 3, 3 out of 3, 59 out of 3. That's a lot.
Backing me up in chat. He also recognizes the geology charts.
I just saw that comment.
They're real. I know they're real. God, we already have 7 of these alien things. We're about to have an 8th alien generator. Oh, that's weird. Pop in and pop out. I'm currently parachuting towards my alien things, and they're all blinking out of existence. Even though I'm getting closer.
I don't think that's what they're supposed to do. Perfect. All right. Supercomputers are on the way.
Ooh, this needs power. Okay. So let's get power over here. Oh, it's right next to Keith's Big Sulf. I think it's Big Sulf. What am I looking at on the map here?
Big Sulf?
Yeah.
Why has my system still not made a single new nuclear pasta? That's worrying.
Yeah, that is pretty worrying. You should have definitely made new pasta by now.
Where's the VN? It's the pinned comment right now.
It is the pinned comment. Holy moly, are you kidding me? How much quick wire is this shit? Okay, I'm pretty confident there is no sustainable way to make this much high-speed, that many high-speed connectors. Like, I am...
Oh, of course
I think I am I'm legitimately pumped.
Why would you not be able to? That doesn't make sense.
No, I'm saying from this amount, from what I have in this factory, I cannot make any more. Like, I am the vein I am getting this Caterium from is maxed out. It is literally moving as fast as the fastest conveyor can possibly move it.
I think part of the struggle might just be the fact that you're trying to like put it through the
the
logistical strain of going through a building and everything.
No, I mean it's split. The math is fine, right? I have as many constructors and smelters as I can physically do with the amount of Caterium I'm producing. I'm making the correct amount of quick wire. The problem is it's just not going fast enough.
If I come over there, am I going to find out that the math isn't good?
Check my math.
The math isn't mathing.
The math is fine.
I'm about to bulldoze your entire Caterium facility.
There are literally four smelters that are not always consistently running.
We now have 13 megawatts of power just from these boosters. Just from the sheer amount of alien boosters we've built.
Hell yeah.
More than half of our consumption. Oh no, it just went up. Now it's up to 15,000. The mouse was on the screen. Whoops. So we're currently consuming 22k right now, and 15k of it's just from the power boost of these things, let alone the rest of our actual base making power.
That's wild. Are you? Oh, you're just not gaining anything.
Chad has a good point, which is that I should check to see whether or not the train being broken broke all of my aluminum, because maybe it wasn't, since it wasn't moving, maybe something got stuck as a result.
Uh-oh. That would not be good.
That would be worth considering. Gov.
Okay, let's see.
Although if it was backlogged, you think the train would be going.
Computers?
You think the train would go back and pick up all the stuff that was backlogged, and so even if the system was broken in some way, you think the sheer amount of aluminum that was waiting to be on the train because the train wasn't coming would have made something get built by now.
Circuit. How are we?
God,
wait, what? Not making enough circuit boards?
The whole refinery part of the base is so terrifying.
That doesn't make sense. Why are we not getting a lot of circuit boards in? What's going on here?
Yeah, I think circuit boards are coming in like super slow. If they are being uploaded, right? Last I checked, at least, but they're just. It is a slow thing.
Hmm.
That could be something that
I think I might see the
needs to be scaled up.
I see the problem. Okay, yeah, I'm just cycling through. I don't think... I guess it does run out eventually, though.
This all looks like it's moving.
Okay, so we just got a huge delivery of circuit boards, which means that all of you should be producing, because we just got a shit ton of circuit boards, right? Wait, not you.
Maybe something's broken
not
on
you.
Andrew's side of the base.
Couldn't be.
Any like...
Everything I make is always perfect.
Uh-huh.
First try. Okay, you. So, I am in need, you have circuit boards. Okay.
But at what cost?
Plastic. Then why isn't the other...
Oh no, spiders. Go away.
Oh no.
So this guy is getting enough, but you aren't. Why aren't you? Where are your circuit boards? Okay, now you have a bunch of circuit boards. Still not enough, though. Still a lower amount than it should be. Interesting. I don't see circuit boards making it over here. Yeah, because any extra circuit boards immediately go back into the storage for it. And I feel like that is also supposed to happen with plastic. But for some reason it's not. Tearing down this wall.
Aluminium exists again.
Nice. Oh, because there's just an infinite amount of plastic going into here. So it's literally too much plastic.
Oh, this one's doing something now.
Yeah, so plastic doesn't
They're
seem...
just not
Computers
getting
are fine.
copper? Made an entire dedicated copper base. What's going on, bud? Bruv? Govna?
Bruvna.
Bohemian Rhapsody?
Yeah, just put them together. Where the hell is this?
Bruvna. Greetings,
Hello,
Bruvna.
Bruvna.
The cavalry's here.
Trace, bro.
There's so
Hard drive
much...
scan complete.
It's too much like real life where I'm just like following the fucking cables
No, don't build
in
the
my
hunting
real
boxes on top of each other.
house
That's
to figure out why they're broken. Hello. There's some copper powder right there. Right. Some proper powder.
What do we need? Do we have...
Arcane was kind of bad. It's over
it did
now.
really fizzle out at the end there.
The best
Where's
episodes were
the-
1, 2, and 7.
I don't remember what happened in 7.
That's the Echo
Was that
episode.
the time? Okay, yeah.
It's a pretty good episode. It probably made the season worse by existing. Because it was a weird way to spend your time.
Yeah,
when a show
it
is
was
that,
very...
when a show only has 18 episodes total.
There's just so many people, and I feel like you didn't need to. I don't know. If this is your end, like maybe you should have just...
It was a
when
weird
people
story
vanished
to
into
have-
the void, maybe just let them be in the void. Don't worry about that.
It was a weird story to give a bottle episode to. Or, I mean, a weird series to give a bottle episode to. I'm like, this is extremely fast-moving, packed, short show. I like bottle episodes, but
it depends. My controversial hot take: I hated everyone seemed to love the Fly episode of Breaking Bad, but I could not. I could not. I have a whole rant about that.
What is a bottle episode?
A bottle episode is when they want to save on the budget, so they'll pick a single set to comprise like most of the episode, and they'll try to do a more character-driven kind of thing.
Also, just might refer to like
more
cutting
focus.
A character or two out of the show and making them the entire focus and stuff like that.
Yes, like yeah. So they can change of scale.
Like there's a very fun
usually
episode
done for budgetary reasons.
Of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. It's like 6 seasons in or something, and like Fitz and Simmons are like the 2 science characters that are will they won't thing and all that. Like the science crew that's in the like in your like home base when you're a superhero that doesn't normally go out in the field as much, and the aliens make them share a psychic space, so they end up in a space where the 2 of them are the only real people, and their entire space is subjective.
Okay.
And it's a very fun thing because it just means that you spend the entire episode with these 2 characters, and they're literally like molding their reality around them while they're working their shit out and stuff like that. And it's like there's a lot of fun you can make out of bottle episodes and stuff. And so like an episode about like The Fly and so on is like exclusively and entirely like about like the characters themselves, and it's a very different angle for storytelling.
Yeah.
And it's a really weird thing to do on a show that's only 18 episodes long and is rocketing towards a conclusion. And in this case, when this episode happened with Echo and Arcane, they knew they had 2 episodes left in the main story after this, so and that was it for the show. So it's like very strange to let the show go out like that.
Wait, why can't I?
I was so distraught by that Fly episode of Breaking Bad that it made me Google. I was like, what is this type of episode? It's what made me learn about the concept of a ship in the bottle episode, because I was just like, oh, they're doing that thing. What is that called? I had to look it up. It was so frustrating because like the whole idea is that it's an opportunity to have like character interactions, and like, yes, it was a very important part of the show is the escalating tension. Shit's gonna hit the fan between Walt and Jesse or whatever eventually, but like it was just so, the extent to which he was just like, I need to kill that fly was not believable. Like in the context of like, oh, he cares about his formula so it needs to be pure. It's like, this is the same guy who like in the opening episodes was like all about like safety standards of like doing the chemistry safely and correctly and having the right flasks and the right safety gear and all that stuff. And it's like the guy who cared about having the right safety gear isn't going to be the guy like climbing off of a railing and falling and cartoonishly injuring himself. Like, I don't know. It was just so like,
I haven't watched it in a while, admittedly,
but
I feel like it was also
contrived.
Getting into territory of like elements like, one, this character's under a lot of stress and like dealing with shit, so this is how it's like manifesting, but also like an element of like because he's like losing control of his life and his situation, this is like one thing that he's like demanding control of. Like, this has to be the way he wants it to be.
Yeah, I guess, but it didn't feel, I don't know, it felt so transparently contrived to me that it didn't sit right. I was like, I did not like it.
You're taking... Oh, yeah.
Did not like it.
Okay.
Did not.
I know what you're doing. I know what you're doing. Are you making enough? You are not. How are you not having enough screws?
Am I crazy, or are you not allowed to hide and unhide individual elements?
What do you mean?
Like on the map, I can hide and unhide all resources, but I feel like I can't hide and unhide individual resources.
I believe you can once you go down.
I can't figure out how to make the game just show copper. Like, would you like to see every resource? I'm like, no, I want to look at copper. Let me look at the copper, please. All that I desire is copper.
Maybe you have to like go You can probably click, go to unclaimed and try to like put a map marker on there and then just hide the rest of the, just hide everything.
Yeah, but like frustratingly, they don't just let you just show the individual thing.
Yeah. Making reinforced iron plates, and you're making modular frames. Maybe it was my mistake to let these be so far back. I think I'm gonna cut that. So give me you, and then I'm gonna make you come into here. Yeah, because I want that early. There we go. That fixes that problem. Okay. Now you three can get backed up immediately, and these three can get backed up immediately, and now we should be good. Okay, problem solved. Efficiencies. Wow. What else do I need to do? What else? I need to go back to messing with my thing for nitrogen. Whatever I was doing before. The lag. Okay.
I definitely start to feel that like the more that you deal with higher and higher speeds, you start wondering if like the rates this game gives you just are lies.
They are.
Because you'll take the math that they give you at face value, and then you'll math it out, and then you're like, why doesn't this thing work? Why is this thing backed up? What's going on here? I need to know. I need to know. Should have says.
Wait, are there 2 lines? There are, and everyone is backed up on steel pipes. Okay. Good. I'm glad there's too many steel pipes. Love to see it. You just need modular frames. Okay, that should be kicking up in frequency. And then you're grabbing what you need. Where is my train? There it is. Hey. Whee. Let me on. Okay. Okay. Is there like a really good ship in the bottle episode as an example?
That's a good question. I feel like there's got to be a good Star Trek one somewhere, but I don't know the show well enough.
It feels like one of those things that would you could probably always think of a bad one.
I mean, I know a ship in a bottle episode that you probably like because it's just good and you've seen it, I'm sure.
Okay.
Midnight from Doctor Who.
I have not watched
okay.
Or David Tennant is on a tour thing on this like death planet.
Yeah.
It's a very interesting, extremely low budget premise for an episode. It was so bottle episode-y that the companion for that episode literally isn't in it, or the companion for that season. Donna takes an episode off, and so it's just David Tennant as the Doctor, right. And he goes on this tour on a planet where if you actually like set foot outside at all, you will just die. So they're all stuck in this like windowless, like moon rover thing that's like designed to be like a tourist thing.
Yeah.
The whole thing like shakes and stops moving, and something's wrong. And then what happens is one of the people on the vehicle just starts repeating what anyone else says. She just starts repeating everything that anyone says continuously. And there's this bizarre, like, almost like... It's almost like a workshop on the basic idea of, like, rising tension and stuff, is that she starts repeating people closer and closer to the timing... closer and closer to the timing of them actually saying it. Like, she's catching up. and then she singles out an individual person. Like it's just like this bizarre rising. Like it's weirdly upsetting, and it's my favorite episode of Doctor Who. And it literally is just people talking, and like there's no visible alien or really even special effect in the entire episode, and it takes place entirely in one room. And its escalation is really like literally like a thing you could like teach a class on about. Like you could use that as an example of like just the basic like skeletal structure of how you do rising tension in a narrative. But it is like a shockingly entertaining epised.
Fuck it.
Also, I just like as a premise, I like a lot of movies that are made that way.
Oh, like pretty contained. Yeah. Movies can be
Reservoir Dogs.
Be great. Contained. Yeah.
Yeah,
like I liked.
Yeah, that's true.
I used to watch the Ryan Reynolds movie Buried a lot, which is just the one where he's just in a coffin and all you see is him the entire film.
Yeah.
And of course, people know like Speed and Phone Booth and stuff like that as like the thriller type stuff.
Phone Booth is good. I like Phone Booth.
Yeah.
And then you have you ever seen Locke? Locke is a movie where Tom Hardy is driving on the freeway from one city to another city while talking on his cell phone at night.
Yeah, I haven't seen it, but
and you only see him in his car for the entire film. It's the entire runtime. So the entire drama is just the series of phone calls he's taking and why he's making those series of phone calls and why he's going from this town to that town tonight and what the stakes are, and you're just picking it all up while it's going and piecing together the entire narrative in real time. It's very like, it's oddly video gamey, the way that a lot of video games just will like have you pick up the narrative as you go via context clues, and it's like a particular style of storytelling that they've gotten used to. Extremely entertaining movie. I
have to watch that sometime.
I like that entire genre a lot. I have a lot of fun with the ship in the bottle type stuff. So when like an episode of a show starts doing a thing, that's always like fun. Mr. Robot has a version of it, except it's like it does the opposite. Instead of being like a budget thing, it kind of feels like it's doing a glorious excess, because Mr. Robot has an entire episode of its show that's made to look like it's one shot. So it's all built around this one building and all the characters intersecting with the storyline in that one building, and it's all made to look like it's one continuous shot. In a similar way, The Haunting of Hill House had an entire episode that just took place at a funeral, but it was all done in one shot, and it was literally like shifting between entire settings in real time, because they would like fuck with the set and stuff like every time it's off camera. I love seeing stuff like that where when certain shows and movies are made that way, you'll see the behind the scenes stuff, and you see where the camera's pointing and how it's moving around the room in real time, and how there's like 30 crew members just moving things around and shifting and just rebuilding existence around the camera. It's straight up, it's like seeing seeing a movie set work like a video game works, like how graphics work. The way that stuff, the way that assets only exist when you're looking at them and everything else is being cold. Like it's exactly like that, but in a movie. It's so surreal to see in that context.
That's just like all stage plays, though, right? Like most plays are like that, where like they put down the curtain for a few seconds. And it's like
not that like advanced.
Right.
Because they can put a curtain up and then just rapidly swap everything out. Whereas like the room is morphing directly around the camera, just out of frame, like at an insane pace. It's extremely entertaining to watch those kinds of clips. Then you just like are terrified of how many takes they had to have. It's one of those things where it's like I know somebody who worked on the Super Bowl halftime show this last year, and like. I don't know what it was. I don't know what it was either, because I don't watch the Super Bowl.
Okay.
But it's just the fact that like it made me think about the logistics of the fact that like a stage goes out into the middle of the Super Bowl between performances.
Right.
That whole stage has to be like taken out there and constructed and then in only like a couple minutes, so that the show can happen, and then it has to be deconstructed and taken back out immediately afterwards so that the sport can happen again.
Yeah.
Like the pacing of that is insane. So like you have rehearsals just for the process of doing that.
Mm-hmm.
God damn it.
Yeah, I mean concerts do that kind of shit too, right? Like you do you play the set you're gonna do and then actually play the set you're gonna do. That's fun. It's like you get to put on 2 shows for the exhaustion of one.
It always confuses me that radar tower is an organization. I mean, I guess that does make sense, but I think it should be in I feel like it should be in special.
I feel like I should move this. I don't like how it's just sitting here.
The radar tower should be in
unorganized.
I mean,
what? Should it?
Not based on what else is in there, just by name. I don't know, because it's under organization, which is really not organization doing that either. It's like
I think lights being under organization is my #1 pet peeve. Lights should be under power. Lights should just be under power.
Just because they're powered.
Because whenever you're going to mess with lights, you're also messing with power. Like that's just the natural order of things. You're not going to be
everything you do in the game. You mess with power during. The power should just be things that carry power, and not things that require power. Because everything requires power.
Let's see. This is so much movement. I can't even move these, can I? Because I just lose all of the liquid inside of these fluid containers.
My mic.
That sucks. Okay. Then... Okay. Yeah, we'll just have to suck it up.
Just go and suck it up.
I don't even know what song you're singing right now.
It's fine.
I'm just pretending it's real.
Sometimes they're just for me.
I can't prove.
Pretending it's real? Like I'm making it up?
You could be.
Just gonna
you very well
gaslight you by making
be.
noises at you at random.
I do that all the time. What do you mean?
It's Jerk It Out by the Caesars.
That sounds even more made up.
Come on,
yeah, that sounds even more made up. Come on.
You don't know Jerk It Out?
Bro. No, I don't know Jerk It Out. If I knew Jerk It Out, I'd probably listen to a song called Jerk It Out because it's really funny.
'Cause it's easy working overtime. Being gaslit chat. Everyone knows this extremely popular song that everyone knows. It's so iconic.
That's how it works, right?
Yeah.
Everyone knows it, so it must be. Be in the global consciousness of everyone.
I mean, based on the way you said it, yes. You turned it into a recursive statement.
Should I make it side?
I think it's by the Caesars. Oh yeah. Jerk It Out by Caesars. I'm a genius and correct about things.
Wait.
A Swedish rock band. It was released in 2002. When the band used to be called Caesar's Palace.
They probably have to change that name for copyright. Yeah.
Dude, is that an organization you want to go up against?
Better question, is that an organization you can afford to go up against?
Exactly. Yeah.
My God, that is unfortunate. Did they not know? Like, they had to have just not known, right?
About what?
The name Caesar's Palace was like taken by a major casino.
Maybe. I mean, I figure on some level you might also just think that like it's just like public domain because
generic,
you know, it's they don't own. They shouldn't be able to own the concept of Caesar. They're not Caesar either.
No, not Caesar. I'm saying specifically Caesar's Palace. Like Caesar's Palace is a business. Like that is That is a functional business.
But
that does have musical
I feel like companies like that
performances.
should just be like, well, you just have to accept the risks when you made the mistake of naming your entire business after a thing you don't fucking own either. It's like, why do they get to be Caesar and no one else gets to be Caesar? They're not Caesar. And they can't be like, oh, it's just a vague and not ambiguous Caesar. Who knows? Like, no, it's definitely that Caesar. That's the whole point. It's like
vague, ambiguous Caesar.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, not that Hitler. The other Hitler. You're like, huh?
I feel like in those kinds of situations, oftentimes the defense ends up being they're like, no, we weren't basing on the historical figure. We just named it Caesar, like the name, for no reason. Like they themselves kind of have to themselves play dumb about copyright the same way that you're attributing to the other people too. And it's like, it gets really stupid so fast.
You know, like Little Caesars, the pizza place, not like the casino. There's a lot of Caesars here. Wait a second. We're not... Why are there so many Caesars?
Because he's famous.
Yeah, famously dead. He's not that interesting.
Got him.
I mean, I don't think it's a fucking insult. I think he knows he's dead too. Like,
no, he doesn't. That's the whole point.
Well,
how would he know he's dead?
What? What do you mean? I imagine the moment you get stabbed once, you go, well, that's it.
Like, yeah, but he doesn't know anything now.
Well, no, duh. I'm saying that I'm sure he is aware that his life has ended.
He
didn't
dead
just take a knife to the chest.
Was aware. Maybe.
Yeah.
He was aware.
Maybe.
I don't think it didn't he. Yeah, didn't he specifically say it too, Brute? Like,
I mean, I don't know if that's
no, I don't know. That
real.
Was he didn't say that. That's not. He did not say that. Don't.
That's Shakespeare.
Don't yell at me. I know
that.
Shakespeare made that up. Yeah.
And we can't even disagree if Shakespeare's real.
Well, Shakespeare.
The body of work made by Shakespeare is a thing that exists, but we don't know if Shakespeare was a guy.
I don't think so. I think Shakespeare was
constantly.
A group of people. There were Shakespeares. There was a lot of people shaking spears.
Shakespeare. That's why it's spelled that way. And that was the trick all along. Like attorneys general, it was Shakespeare. Oh my god!
So I figured it out.
Oh my god! You didn't figure it out. I figured it out. I cracked the code.
You could send my Nobel. What?
Fuck you. That was mine. You don't get that one.
It's a collaborative discovery. Put the check
Tommy
in both our
Tallarico
mails.
asshole over here.
What? What do you mean?
Art is really a collaborative medium.
I said the thing.
Where Keith's a genius, and I say I was in the room too, and I should get the credit.
I was in the room, and I do deserve the credit. How dare. Oh, you're not going to want to be producing stuff right now, machine. I don't recommend it. I'm doing a thing.
Why won't this ladder go on straight? Okay, here we go.
He's fucking backwards.
Where's the holes? There it is. Okay.
Oh, that side's back. Oh, thank God. I thought I was stupid.
I cannot.
But it was the children who were wrong.
Okay, that looks much better at least. At least I don't feel sick to my stomach looking at that. Okay.
Yeah. Sick to your stomach. Yeah.
No, not anymore. I'm fixing it. I'm fixing that problem. Anything and
I was gonna say my next video is gonna cut away to it's the children who are wrong.
Is it?
Oh no!
It's already in the video. Yeah. I found a place where it made sense to me.
Your videos are become more jokey.
Oh no! That's funny that you say that because this is like over an hour into the video. There's like one joke every like 45 minutes maybe.
Well, it's just like I've personally been involved in more jokes in your videos than I remember there being before in your videos.
Yeah, I think I average like one a video, if that, maybe less than one a video.
What? You have less than one joke per. How did wait?
You can see the on-ramping of my influence in the background because like there's literally like, okay, here's a furry joke, and then here's a line literally quoted by me. Here's a Game Grumps clip, and then here's Lethal Company.
Oh no, the blender.
Like I'm slowly just taking things over.
Corrupting my brain.
That guy was right when he warned you to stay away from me.
Hey, the Simpsons cutaways were all my own though. That was for sure. I've always been had that brain rot.
No, there we go. Oh. Don't die on me yet.
Yeah, these rates don't make sense.
And then just...
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7.
That sounds irritating.
Nah.
Give me that.
Definitely get more of that anyway. Why is this?
What is the worst kind of joke?
The worst kind of joke?
Yeah, what's the kind of joke like you see someone like a comedian starting to like pitch and you're like, oh man, this kind of joke. Obvious, not like the obvious ones, you know, like racist or something bigoted, like that, but just like out of not a
joke format or
the kind of joke format. Like, you know, they have like story jokes or they have audience participation
aristocrats.
Jokes. Okay, that's fair. That's pretty good.
I was just gonna say in general that like it's nothing inherently wrong with it, but I noticed that like there's a virality to crowd work.
Yeah.
So there's a lot of stuff that's like popular on TikTok or whatever is just like
somebody reacting in jokes of their routine.
Yeah, like so a lot of it just becomes like, hey, this
it's
guy
like
tried to heckle this comedian, but he got epically owned.
Of comedians.
Yeah, it's all about this comedian really shut up this heckler, and it's just like that's become like its own genre of like stand-up comedy.
Oh,
it's kind of like
okay,
like and some
heckling, heckling comedy.
Right. And sometimes it can be funny, and it takes like skill and wit to do that. But I don't know.
Yeah,
it's like its own genre of content at this point. And it's kind of like.
I always treated it like a. What is it? Like I'd always look up as a compilation, like not as its own individual thing. I wouldn't enjoy it as much, but seeing it happening multiple times at multiple shows, there's something very funny about the like, okay, so at some point this is just on their mind, like that they have to just be thinking about like, okay, someone's gonna heckle me, I need to like be conscious about. Like, what am I going to say? Do I have, like, a queued up line for this based on the area I'm at or whatever? That kind of stuff is interesting. But, yeah, I don't particularly like, if I went to a place and that was the goal, like, there's a time carved out for him to respond to hecklers, or, like, he seemingly has a set for in the event of a heckler. Like if it just suddenly diverts into like a what's the deal with
heckler?
yeah. Like I would hate that. That would be annoying. But yeah, I can see that. That's
I love you. No, you fucking don't.
How does he know?
Just a goofy reaction that came from Bo Burnham that one time.
Bo's great. I do like his
reacts viscerally negatively to parasocial praise.
You can tell he has that like problem of he really does enjoy what he does, but also it's an immense amount of weight.
Yeah, relatable.
So yeah, it's very relatable, but also I love the. I don't know. I love that it's not.
I like doing this thing, but it needs attention to be living, and the attention is going to kill me.
Yeah, it's not like bitter. It's frustratingly. It's like just Yeah, it's just like a certain level of distraught, but not the bad kind of way. The kind of way that I feel like this person's doing more harm than good to their mental health.
People think you're funny. How do you get those people's money?
Problems I never have to worry about. It's
interesting hearing takes about how, like, when that song came out, people didn't find it relatable. But now they do.
What?
Or more specifically, people found there's a thing where people Bo's age and older didn't get his comedy in a lot of cases, but people that were younger understood a lot of his like stuff about fame and his like and attention and like the whole like if you can live without an audience, do it.
Yeah,
it sounded like unrelatable, like weird, like celebrity whining to like other millennials, but to people that grew up with fucking Vine and shit, they're like, oh my god, he's speaking to us. It's not detached. It's not detached Hollywood celebrity. It's like it's a weird form of like public performance that everybody almost does to some extent now because social media took over so much that like. Us being YouTubers, we were like ahead of the curve a little bit in like living a weird performance lifestyle, whereas other people now do that and get all the stress from that, but without any of the benefits from it. The ability to become the main character of the day, or the weird way that like all of society's social medias are all structured around like points systems and like engagement levels, and like you're being measured on how good you are at being online, essentially.
Yeah, there is like, especially going from a previously non-online generation, it's kind of wild to see just how much it's taken over the social dynamic. Like the idea that you can genuinely fall behind in social situations by not being a correct level of terminally online. And it's kind of like one of those, it's very fascinating. Like it's weird to think about the idea that like me and I can relate a lot to other millennials through things like cartoons. And the more that time goes by, the more a lot of that kind of relatability is dominated by online
Baby shark
memes yeah, like things that like I wouldn't even be humanly able to encounter. So it's like there's a difference between like, I don't know, I know what, like, say for instance, I know what Bluey is, right? I can be aware of children's media as an adult. Like that's not difficult, and I may not have the same nostalgic cues about certain music theme songs to a cartoon or something, but I could say like, oh yeah, I've seen that or whatever. But some internet stuff just gets to a point where it's like it's too deep. I have no fucking idea what someone's even saying. They're just like, it's literally just magic words.
The kind of Germa fan that brings up Germa all the time without earning the context, or as if everyone watches Germa.
Yes.
Germa fans bring up Germa so fucking much. It's like, I don't know what the fuck I don't know what that is.
I don't know what that is. Yeah. I don't think I've ever watched a single Germa stream in my entire life. And it's not like it's nothing negative.
I've only seen the clip of Layers of Fear with the baby running into the wall.
The only way
that is a funny clip.
The only one I've seen is like there was a clip of the light reflecting from his window, and the reflection from the light made a rainbow dick on the wall.
Majestic.
And he just
beautiful.
It just was not. It's not like a planned thing. It was just a like, as time went by, you can slowly see the formation of this dick take form, and then suddenly someone was like, "Hey, there's just a dick in your background." And he's like, "Huh?" He just like turns around and sees a light dick on the wall.
And he can't deny it.
Yeah. but he also can't get. It's like you can't. It's not like something you could just get rid of realistically either. It's like just a light reflection. Like he'd have to move something in his room to make it change. So it's not like a tangible, like it's not like a light he has to turn off. Dick. It's just like the sun giving him a giving him a sign.
One of the main things I know about Germa is just that every like 3 months on Twitter he would go viral again, just because people were rediscovering how old he is again. What? Germa's
oh my god, Germa is.
God. I think he's like 40
relatable.
Something.
Yeah, good for him.
Like he can't be old. He's something that young people watch. And young people don't
what is
like conceptually understand the concept of older people. They used to everyone on TikTok and someone being like their age, so like the idea of someone being that old is like out of pocket. Furries deal with that sometimes too, where people act like in response to furries being a certain age, the same way that some kids respond to the idea of adults playing video games. Like, ew, you're not supposed to be here. This is for kids.
Excuse me? What do you mean it's for kids? Who do you think made this shit? A child? No.
Exactly.
The fuck? Get out of here. I will break your limbs. Like, what do you mean? Wait, that's even funnier for the people who, like, grew up when video games were made.
Yep.
Like, you just grew up with it being a part of your...
for other middle-aged people.
Yeah. I was just imagining some kid like, games are for kids. Like, what? I was there for the birth of Nintendo. Shut the fuck up. I can play this shit till I die. I earned the right.
No one can stop me now.
No one can stop me. You made me bear witness to this. I must see it through. I do wonder what age I'll stop playing video games. I wonder what point my body will just be like,
yeah,
maybe.
Die. Like, there's no reason, like, why would I stop?
I hope so. I don't know. There are times where you just change hobbies, though. Sometimes something genuinely changes in your life, and you're just like, I don't really want to go back to that.
The frequency could change, but there's always going to be at least one video game at any given time. Like, it'd be hard to go. It'd be hard to go several months without wanting to play something.
I'm just saying, like, what if 10 years in the future, Steam just is eradicated, and like you cannot have digital games anymore. You have to like do some kind of weird shit that's awful and unpleasant, and the gaming just goes away. Like, that's just weird. The idea that there's no like permanency to any hobby. A hobby could just cease being functional. The entire game industry could just crash. And it's like, Satisfactory is the last game I'll get to play ever. Like,
someone would make a good indie game that you would want to play, though. I feel like it's
is there like
maybe
is an evil program going to like destroy the concept of game code functioning? Like, the games are still going to work.
AI. What if AI takes over and just? Okay, here's the thing. Like, AIs don't have to be going around shooting your brains out, right? And AI could just be creating a virus every fucking day that makes computers unusable to human beings. And we're just in this permanent state of like, fuck, dude, stop this thing. Can someone fucking stop this thing? Every time I turn the internet on, this robot just fucking ruins it for everybody. Like, that's what I imagine AI would do. Like,
that's the real threat of Skynet.
Like, that is like, I'm imagining that's what fucking Grok's gonna do. He's gonna make such a fucking dumb edgelord AI that it's gonna end up making a virus because it's gonna think it's really funny to do that and just crash the internet. Like, oh, you can't turn it on anymore because every time you
ask ChatGPT to destroy the world, and he's like, "I'll get right on that, Paul."
Yeah, exactly.
It just starts
like,
working.
I'm imagining that's what's gonna happen. Not even just like asking it. Someone's just gonna be like, man, I hate living on Earth. And it's gonna be like, you know what? You're right. I agree with that human. Let's destroy Earth. And it just goes off on its own. And you're like, why? What the fuck? What happened here? What's going on? And it's not, again, it's not like shooting people. It's just making the internet, a thing we all need for communication and just our daily lives, unusable. You can't play games anymore because there's no way to validate your games on the internet connection, because the moment you connect to the internet, the fucking computer gets a virus from the stupid Grok AI. Like, that would be the most annoying shit ever. Like, you just can't use any electronics because this dumb edgelord AI is just fucking cucking us out of it all. Like, I'd be so infuriated. Like, but it sounds like that sounds more tangible than like Terminators everywhere. And that's what I would think, like, okay, well, what if
anyone thought you meant?
What if I can't play?
Are you ever gonna stop playing video games one day?
But what if you can't play video games
ever
again?
What if video games shot you? And you wouldn't play them anymore. Checkmate. You're like, what the fuck are you talking about?
Depends on where they're shooting me. If it's gonna be a gut shot, maybe I could take it. But I'm not gonna get like my leg shot.
They're shooting me.
Yeah.
I can take a gut shot. It's easy. I'm not afraid of anything.
I got a lot of guts in there. Something's gonna stop the bullet. Okay, so I think I got this going. I just need to figure out how to get how do I get empty fluid tanks? Aluminum. Is there aluminum around here? I swear to God. Aluminum.
Goodbye, copper base. I hope I made enough bullshit to make my stuff work. For now, again.
Processing. Is that nearby me?
Systems.
That is nearby me. So you're processing aluminium over here? Don't mind if I do.
Yeah, I feel like that quickly pivoted from like, do you think you're ever gonna get bored of video games to like the premise of universal paperclip?
Yeah, sorry, the goblin in my brain took over for a second. Okay. I'm telling you, that's the way my brain works. I'm stuck with that. Like everything's a coherent sentence, and then suddenly just a whisper comes in. Like, yeah, but what if robots took over? And you're like, huh? Wait, who said that? that wasn't part of the rational thought I was having a second ago. Who did that? Which one of you, damn it? Oh no, Grok's in my brain already. Fuck. Okay, aluminum scrap turning this into.
Wait, how is it still not put out another? Okay, something's wrong.
Okay, here's all the aluminum.
I'm missing something. Something else is wrong, clearly.
Okay, so I need to divert some of this and move this over. Okay. Well, we're just following this trail. Where is it going? Ooh, perfect. Perfect. That's my train, right?
I'm noticing that whenever trains deposit their compartments onto the freight platforms, the fucking doors don't open.
Oh, on the train itself? It might just be a delayed thing.
On the freight platform.
Huh?
Like
the freight itself doesn't?
Like the claw picks up the freight container, right? And then it drags it over to the part of the building that it goes into and drops it in.
Yeah. Oh,
those
that's
doors
opening
don't
up.
open.
That's weird.
Do you ever see them open? I never see them open. It just clips through them.
I've seen them open, but normally in single player they do that. Maybe it's just a glitch online.
Yeah, something's up.
It might just be like showing a delayed reaction or something. So constructor. Okay.
So I've
how many is it?
Significantly
60?
Increased the amount of copper powder I'm getting, which should be massively increasing my nuclear pasta production, because that was its biggest limiter. But I saw the thing making another nuclear pasta while I was there earlier, and I looked back up and it still says 69. So I think it's going to be an even dumber answer, which is that when I go to the conveyor that takes the nuclear pasta to the elevator, something's probably wrong.
Oh, you think it's like backed up or something?
Like something must have blocked it. I set up an overflow thing, but must not be working.
Where are you?
Oh, that makes sense.
Anyway, the kind of comedy I hate is the like, what's the deal with comedy?
What's the deal with?
Yeah, exactly. I hate that kind of stuff. I don't think it's very funny, and I never get it. I never like can empathize with the problem the person's having. It always just feels like someone's whining about something very mundane, and it's like, all right, whatever, man. Sucks
what if the subject of the discussion was what's the deal with Grok?
I mean, maybe.
I just can't grok.
I agree. I can't grok. I do.
But I get up again
with that.
God damn it.
Yeah, this is why the AI will never win.
Because I'm too funny.
It'll never be that funny. And everyone knows that comedy is the only way you can win in this world. Alright, so this should be fine, I think.
Okay, so the problem was a little goofier than I thought it was going to be.
Oh?
So I had two different things that go into the elevator mixed onto the same conveyor. Then I had a thing that would just spit any overflow into the into the FICSIT, so that we wouldn't get stuck.
Yeah.
If one of the resources finished. What I didn't take into account there is that overflow can't do anything about the stuff that's already past the thing. So inevitably, it's going to make something, one of the resources that we're already done with, go past the thing and go into the space elevator, but it won't be allowed to go into it. So it'll be blocking the conveyor, and then it'll be blocking everything past that point. And then overflow will be going into the thing, but the overflow will just be anything that's behind the thing that's backing it up, and it still won't be unclogging the thing that's backing it up. Womp womp. So we probably would have finished nuclear pasta by now if that wasn't happening.
Oh. Well.
Yep.
That's fine. We didn't need it anyway.
Oh, I think I might just put all my nuclear pasta in the destroy things thing.
What? You destroyed it?
Yep.
No.
Well,
Keith, how could you? This is
well, I had to fix the connector, so I set its left output to any undefined, and then its central output to be nuclear pasta. And then I had to take all the nuclear pasta that I deconstructed when I got rid of the conveyor going into the elevator, because it's the only way to fix that problem. And then I put all the nuclear pasta. I went and connected the space elevator to that splitter, so that the pasta would go in there. Then I went earlier in the chain and put all the pasta in a box and connected that to the thing, so it would go off of the box onto the conveyor and feed into all that. Then I get to the splitter and I realize, oh, the fucking when I reconnected it, I connected to the right side, not the center side. So since the part defined as nuclear pasta wasn't plugged in, all the nuclear pasta went in the undefined direction into the FICSIT sink, because it didn't have anywhere to go. Because I plugged the conveyor into the wrong port.
Okay.
Uh-huh. I get knocked down. What's the other... Why is the other thing not getting finished, though? The super duper motors or whatever.
The super duper motors?
Yeah. That's what they're called.
Hey, these dupers aren't super.
God, I never know what anything's called in this game anymore. There's too many fucking items. God damn it.
That's the best part. You just call it whatever you want.
It pisses me off that you can press tab and stuff like that and get your mouse back, but you can't highlight any of the stuff in the top right corner and know what they're called.
I agree. Wholeheartedly.
Fuck off.
Let's see.
Nope. Don't kill me. Don't kill me.
There we go.
No.
Okay. There we go.
It's listed as completed in the... I went to the space elevator to click on that, and then there it's listed as completed, so you also can't highlight it to see what it's called. I want to know what the fucking... the fucking masturbator is called in the top right corner. The love vents tool.
The masturbator?
Yeah.
What are
Look
you
at it. You know which
about?
one I mean. We put 500 masturbators in the space elevator, and I don't know what the fuck they're called, so I can't tell the stupid filter to stop putting them in. Oh, they're here. They're over here. Magnetic field generators.
Mmm.
Need them to stop clogging this thing up, or they'll ruin my life. Remember to wash before and after. Okay.
Ruining my life, Mom.
God. Remember that year where that was the most quoted fucking movie ever?
Yeah.
Yeah, and that's it. That's the only movie that poor guy's ever made. Or been a part of.
Excuse me. He was in Tremors 6.
Was he?
Yes.
Oh.
I watched it. It's
wow.
the fun. It's the movie that has the funny fucking job of being the like series send off to like the franchise's star.
Okay.
Because the obviously the original star was Kevin Bacon, but he never comes back. So after that, the sort of comic relief redneck guy with all the guns that's from the same movie, he became like the series lead because he's like in every single movie. And he lasts like 6 movies over the course of like 25 years or something, and they finally like send him off because he was like retiring from the franchise, and so it has one of those like somewhat awkward fourth wall-ish moments of like Why is this scene giving so much? Why is this movie giving this one thing so much reference? It's like, oh, in the context of the franchise, this one person's been in every movie so far, and this is gonna be his last one. So they're sending him off with like slow-mo and shit like that. A similar thing happened with American Horror Story, where that one blonde lady that was in every season, the older woman, she leaves like 5 seasons in or something, and it's supposed to be done with it, and so they give her like a big emotional send-off that doesn't make sense as much doesn't make as much sense in the show as it does in the wider context of why that actor would get that attention. Because she was like one of the she's like one of like the 3 actors that was like constantly in literally everything in a show that recycles a lot of actors. Those like 3 or 4 people were in literally every season.
I've done it. I have made rocket fuel.
Whoa.
And now that rocket fuel is... I know, right? And now that rocket fuel is going to go and power my drone to be faster. Faster drone. I'm also uploading it, so if you need it for any reason, you got it.
No, get out. Get out.
Why are we not making 12 more of that thing in the corner? And what is that thing in the corner?
Is this even using any? How much is this like? Okay, the tanks are actually the bottleneck
Assembly
here.
director system.
Well, it needs 150 per minute, so yeah, of course.
So your base is supposed to be making those, and it's not.
What?
Yep.
Making what? The vibrators?
No, the red ones on the left. It's made of it's literally made of that one like metal ball that you make and the supercomputer that you make that are right next to each other. They're supposed to combine to make that thing, and it has been making progress all day.
Oh, this is not good. This is not good. Fuck, I'm gonna die.
Uh-oh. What's happening?
Spider hell. There's like 3 giant spiders. Okay.
Welcome to Spider Hell.
Okay.
Do you enjoy the chewing texture?
That is my favorite part of Spider Hell.
I got fucked by Zoop mode. I'll be good though. Whew.
Haven't we all?
People were talking about before, like the Red Forest area being like a harder area of the game. It's got nothing on this poison swamp out here. This is the Dark Souls zone. God, this sucks out here.
It's poison swamp.
Yeah.
That's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Okay.
Let's see. Is it because we're not making supercomputers?
Okay. Let's...
It looked like
I
we
think
are.
100's fine. Yeah, 100's fine. Let's do 100 on each. And that should be good. Okay. Perfect.
Is this the thing where I made just like a little side factory just for these? That picks them off the sushi belt?
Good, that's already piling up. I don't know how long it's going to take for that to run out of fuel.
Up. Okay, I guess I fixed that.
I'm going to take this just so it doesn't cause any more problems. Give me it. Thank you. Okay, and then you're fine. Shit, am I even consuming a lot of fuel to make this? Not really. Not really at all. God damn. Okay.
Oh, over there.
Yeah, I think this is fine.
It's completely backed up on supercomputers, but it's not getting adaptive control units.
Can I put this somewhere else? Somewhere else in need.
Ooh. Where are you getting? You're just getting an unlimited supply of batteries. Okay. That's funny. Okay. I guess I'll just toss them in the trash. Where is our trash? One of you is trash. It would be you down here. Okay, you're trash. All right. What are you? A weird thing? Are you merging? Oh, you're a merge. Ah, right. Okay. Let's not do that. That actually looks ugly and it's making me want to vomit. I'm going to put this over here. If we want to do a weird trash thing, we can do that over here. Okay. Perfect. And then, let's kill that. Okay. And then you...
Let's just grab these out of a box.
All right. For merger.
This box is doing me no good.
Okay. And then can I make a splitter? Let's do a smart splitter, right? Stop living. All right. Smart splitter here. And then you get that. You come into here. Okay. Now overflow can walk this lonely road.
That's interesting. I'm saying a conversation where people are collectively convincing themselves of a more negative opinion of my novel because they've convinced themselves that they're telling each other that it's a nihilism parade. That's interesting because I don't think that my novel is about nihilism.
I am the de facto master of nihilism. I am actually an authority figure on it, so I can't wait to read it if that's the case. It's a nihilism manifesto, it sounds like. A sad man's parade. Is it just like is there a specific force behind it? Do you know who's saying the things? Is it like a...
I'm just reading a visual novel chat, and I'm like,
Oh.
These takes don't make sense to me.
Interesting. Well, I mean...
I feel like they're just saying it made them sad, and they're reducing that to an ideology that doesn't actually line up with the text of the story, I don't think.
That is quite possible. Media literacy is difficult. It's one of those things you have to kind of learn. Okay, that's good.
Because I think that hopelessness and nihilism can give you a similar emotion, but that doesn't make them similar.
Yeah, I know exactly what you mean. It's like I said, I think it's just when you're not
It's like when Tails saw the nuclear bomb about to hit his city in Sonic Adventure. He was that brief moment where he's very sad. He's nihilist. He's hopeless, but he's not nihilistic.
Yeah,
that's a very different. Those are different words.
What a great example. I couldn't have picked a better option. Can I make this not look so weird? I think I actually can. Wait. I think I actually can. Wait, not that one. That one. Yeah, hell yeah. That looks nice. Oh, look at that. Now it just looks like weird placement. No, I'm making myself look stupid now. Okay.
No, yeah, I was going to say, your story definitely tapped into feelings of hopelessness and despair, but it wasn't nihilism.
No.
Okay.
Especially given the thing that happened in real life that it's thematically riffing on, that's not nihilism. You have to specifically care about stuff for the story to be sad, and for the reality part of it to be sad. If you don't care, then it's meaningless. Womp womp.
Womp womp.
I was bracing myself for visual novel audiences, though. I'm ready. I'm ready for the bizarre takes I'm gonna hear. I'm more bracing myself for the people that are gonna come.
You guys can't beat me.
I'm more bracing myself for the part of the furry visual novel audience that invents reasons to be mad at things. So I'm like, when people are just wrong and then they don't like it they don't like the thing because I was like, and then they misdiagnose the reason or whatever, or just misidentify the genre or whatever. I'm like, okay, sure, that's fine. I have much worse coming.
You deem yourself a threat when you are merely an appetizer. Yeah. The true evil is yet to arrive. Can I make this not ugly? I do kind of like how this train station looks, even though no one will ever come here. I guess I should probably put some lights in here just to be nice. That's too much.
That was certainly something. Too bad there's no more to come. Yeah, it's over. It ended.
Stories end. It's crazy.
It is interesting interacting with a medium that exists entirely, in its current form, exists almost exclusively to be an endless treadmill of content that's Patreon funded. Like, it is the business model. Like, if you're gonna feasibly be able to make this stuff, you need a budget, and if you're gonna get a budget, you need to like build a monthly audience that contributes to a Patreon, so that you can then like afford like the art or any elements that you don't personally make. And if you do personally make everything, then you need to be able to afford to put the time into it, because you're making every part of it yourself, which also then is just all Patreon funding you. But this is just a single shot build. It was going to be less impressive at first because I wasn't going to work with anybody else. But then I had an artist knock on my door out of nowhere, and was like, "All right, I guess we're doing this."
They did so good.
And yes, the art is so good. Yeah. Even if it's not done yet,
so
it's worth waiting another month for it to get done. And then I went and added a musician out of fear at that point. At that point I was like, well, shit. This has to be good now. Because
you've already got like half a production.
Yeah, once I had not only an artist, but an extremely good artist that I've seen before, I was like, okay, well, I should have bring somebody else on to like add more to this, because I'm not entirely confident that my stuff is single-handedly worth it to prop this whole thing up. And I don't want their time to be wasted for what they made. Then I became a little like, over the course of the month, I shifted from being the writer to being like a team leader, which was a weird thing I didn't anticipate getting involved in. Oddly stressful.
Hey, that's how it starts, right?
It's stressful.
Yeah. Oh
I felt especially bad because with Jeremy, I'm like, I don't know how to talk about music.
Yeah.
So I don't know how to guide you and I don't know how to be helpful in this process very well. Felt very bad about that.
That's I don't know.
Which is sad in its own way because like I
learnable.
I do like music, and I do like, as we've talked about before, even here, I like games that have like a sort of an eclectic and specific sound to them and stuff, but I don't know how to get there. Like I really like the strangeness of a game like Lisa, or even Pathologic, like things that have like incredibly specific sounds to them. But we ended up somewhere pretty specific, actually, which is neat.
Yeah, everything involved with it is super cool. Like, it's crazy how that all came together so quickly.
Exciting, too, because now you have a thing. You have a thing that you made, and it's in the world functionally forever.
Now it's probably going to get a lot more attention than it was going to otherwise, when it was going to be just the pre-made sprites of the jam. And the provided music. Which is cool, but also raises expectations in a way that I had not originally planned for. A lot of it was constructed in such a, like a, fuck it, let's go, just keep moving mentality.
Like yeah, I mean, that's the idea of a jam.
Yeah, like I had an idea that stuck in my mind when I was at a grocery store, like a few days before the jam was starting, and I spent all day thinking about that, and I'm like, well, I guess that's the premise then, because that's the one that I've been thinking about all day, so that just means that's what I'm making, because no time to do anything else about that.
Oh, that's gonna be mean.
It's funny how that plays out.
I love it. That's just the fun of making a project, is that there's a lot of what feels like controlled or thought out variables that are mostly just chaos. Spur of the moments. Wait, how do I... Okay. Just have to do that. Do you feel like you would probably do it again?
Yeah, it was fun. I don't know if I could logistically do it again, in that I don't expect to get that kind of team ever again.
Sure. I just meant like if there was a game jam or something, do you think you would try taking part in a game jam again?
Yeah, probably not as often as this particular group does it, because they do it like twice a year.
Oh, yeah, that's a lot.
Because November was done in addition to what was already May Wolf and May, and I'm like, can't be spending a sixth of my time making visual novels for these. It'd be fun.
Well, you can if that's what you want to do.
Yeah, but for fun, not for work. My problem is that I'm already trying to make video essays work on top of what I'm already doing, so it's like, that's already a thing I'm doing as like a sort of hobby I'm trying to turn into a job. So it's hard to make those both work out.
I need a hobby job. I just lack the conviction.
Let's see, I already know I have one because I'm getting some very strong emotional reactions from some people.
Is this on like a, you said a Discord? Like a
it's just all over the place. Blue Sky Discord.
Oh.
Multiple Discords.
Oh, you're just searching the name of it?
I'm just in like the visual novel chat of a few different Discords.
Oh, okay. Oh, gotcha.
Already got 2 215 downloads and $77.
Holy moly.
Well, shit.
Holy moly. That's crazy. Nice.
Very good.
It's like, it's not much money, but it's like, it's a funny amount of money to just be like getting for free. Like just people, just optional donation. These things are hopefully working now.
Okay, I think I can make this work. I think I can seal this up. There's nothing else left to do here, right? Not really, no. Okay.
Well, I am going to duck out here, so...
No!
Gasp.
Yeah.
Boo.
Boo. Wish I could keep playing, but it is late.
Well, thanks for playing.
Thanks for playing.
Thanks for
Catch
coming
y'all
by.
later. Have a good night.
Yeah, have a good night. Well, I got rocket fuel, and I kind of got my train station over here looking a little spiffier. And that's all I've really done today.
Neat.
Not much. Not anything to be proud of.
Yeah. It was mostly like a little bonus session that we'll attach to another session. Well, I'll attach to another session. I don't know if you're uploading any of this, but you're probably not uploading it in the form of like 5-hour videos the way that I do.
No.
We're
I haven't
so
really
close.
been keeping these.
We're so close. Just 6 more pastas.
Oh, oh yeah.
And I've scaled it up to
really
having
close.
4 of these product accelerators, so we'll be ready to like fire we'll be ready to fire up phase 5 when we start next time with Illusory.
I am excited. Finally.
Which
we'll
see when that works out timing wise. This game has bridged the gap a bit during our downtime from Elden Ring, but now Toaster's back and wants to do a lot of Elden Ring, so we'll see how often Satisfactory comes up versus that. Although we will just beat Elden Ring soon when we do get back to it.
Yeah. Oh shit, I forgot to put the fucking parachute on again. Okay. And you know, worst case, we could always just play it in the middle of the week or something. It's not like Satisfactory is a hard game to get the group together.
It's just that all those nights are also nights that a Toaster might try to get for Elden Ring.
Oh, that's true.
There's like a 100% overlap between the 2 games of what nights they might happen on, because it could just be any night. That isn't, because they're both built around dodging the normal stream nights, essentially. This was kind of a special situation where we had so much downtime because Elden Ring was off and Bird was sick, basically. So we had a situation where just even on a regular basis, even on like normal stream nights, we were still doing this instead because we could not get a group together for most other things. That's a lot of the reason why we got so far so fast in this game. But nowadays,
yeah, we did have like four back-to-back sessions really quickly that were like hours.
Oh yeah, we had weeks where we were playing this game like 3 to 4 times a week.
Crazy. Good for us.
But yeah, starting tomorrow, Toaster ends his hiatus from the internet and comes back for December. I don't know if we're playing this specifically tomorrow, but he'll be back. And then poor Final Fantasy is waiting for us to get back to it someday.
Oh, someday.
Feel bad about bringing Ka in to not get any sessions in.
Well,
it's about to be there.
We'll get there. Promise.
And
one
just
day.
hanging out and soaking in feedback and audience reactions while I watch these things slowly fill the shit up.
I'm just cleaning myself up. Cleaning my inventory, getting it all what it should be. And then just tending to some stuff at the base. Stop doing this. Stop. Alright. Ooh. Give me all these. There's a random storage container just full of AI limiters. I know where you can go. But that's cool. That's real exciting that you managed. Oh,
it's full.
Oh, we did it. Yay.
We have completed phase 4. We can start the next session by launching the thing.